you enjoy this overpowered journey, please smash that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update on Daniel's conquest of Hogwarts. Title: Reborn in Hogwarts World with a System Part 1. Chapter 1, The Blue Screen and the Barn Owl. A sharp, freezing gasp of air. Daniel sat bolt upright, clutching his chest. There was no truck. There was no sterile beep of a hospital monitor. There was only the smell of damp plaster, cheap pine, and the steady, rhythmic drumming of heavy London rain lashing against a single cracked window pane. He looked down at his lap. Small hands. Scuffed, pale knuckles. Faded grey pajama pants that were 2 inches too short for his legs. Where the hell am I? The memories didn't drift back, they slammed into his skull like a runaway freight train. His name was Daniel Sterling. 11 years old. Resident of St. Jude's Home for Boys, a notoriously dreary, underfunded group home in the quiet suburbs of Surrey. He was an orphan solitary, largely ignored by the staff, and possessed of a bizarre, unspoken habit of making the head matron's porcelain teacups violently shatter whenever she screamed at him. Wait! Shattering teacups? Daniel froze. A chill ran down his spine that had nothing to do with the drafty room. Before he could even begin to unpack the terrifying implications of telekinetic teacup murder, the air 2 feet in front of his face rippled like the surface of a disturbed pond. A crisp, luminous, semi-translucent blue rectangle snapped into existence. Reboot successful. Welcome to the multiverse system, host, Daniel Sterling. Current reality, Earth 133, classification, Harry Potter universe, host status, 11 years old / unawakened monocore. Daniel stared. He blinked hard, rubbed his striking, silver-grey eyes, a physical trait the old Daniel had been relentlessly picked on for, and looked again. The text didn't budge. It hovered steadily in the gloomy room, casting a faint, neon blue glow across the peeling yellow wallpaper. Harry Potter, Daniel whispered, his voice cracking with the high, unfamiliar pitch of a preteen. You've got to be kidding me. He hadn't been an obsessive superfan in his previous life, but he knew the basic rules of the board. He knew about the noseless megalomaniac currently living as a parasite on the back of a stuttering teacher's skull. He knew about the giant basilisk taking a centuries-long nap in the school plumbing. And most importantly, he knew about the terrifying, passive mind reading that half the adult staff at Hogwarts practiced like it was a casual morning stretch. As if sensing his spike in blood pressure, the blue screen emitted a soft, high-end chiming sound. To survive the upcoming turbulent era, the host requires adequate leverage. Delivering, Novice Starter Pack. Would you like to open the Novice Starter Pack? Y/N, Daniel didn't hesitate. In a world of literal magic, a mortal without a cheat code was just collateral damage waiting to happen. Yes. Open it. The blue box dissolved into a miniature hurricane of golden digital sparks. They swirled around his small bedroom before coalescing into 2 distinct, solid, floating orbs of light, one a deep, swirling obsidian, the other a crackling, electric violet. Item 1 acquired, passive ability, Absolute Mind Fortress, rank, S. Description: your consciousness is an infinite, hyperdimensional labyrinth. Grants absolute immunity to legilimency, emotional manipulation, aura pressure, and memory alteration. Any external entity attempting to force entry into the host's mind will experience severe, agonizing psychic backlash. Daniel let out a long, shaky breath. Thank God. That instantly neutralized Albus Dumbledore's twinkling, X-ray gaze and Severus Snape's glaring mental probes. He could walk into that castle as a complete enigma. Item 2 acquired, active ability, Vector Dominance, rank, A, upgradable, description: the user can perceive, dictate and alter the direction and magnitude of any Kinetic, magical, or physical force within their personal domain, current range, 5 meters. The violet orb shot forward, sinking soundlessly into Daniel's chest. There was no pain, only an earth-shattering, euphoric jolt of pure awareness. The world around Daniel instantly fractured into invisible, mathematical geometry. He didn't just look at his bedroom anymore, he felt the downward vector of gravity anchoring his iron bed frame to the floorboards. He saw the exact, swirling thermal trajectory of the cold draft sneaking through the windowsill. And sitting right behind his sternum, he felt a heavy, warm, dormant pool of liquid silver, his magic. He tested it immediately. He looked at the heavy, rusted iron key sitting on his battered wooden nightstand. Instead of reaching out with his hand, Daniel reached out with his will. He grabbed the downward vector of gravity acting on the key, and mentally flipped the directional arrow 180 degrees straight up. Lift. The iron key didn't wobble. It didn't tremble. It shot off the wood with the smooth, terrifying precision of a bullet, stopping dead in the air exactly 2 inches from Daniel's nose. A breathless grin broke across his face. He flicked his eyes to the left, the key zipped left. He twirled his index finger, the key spun in a high-speed, silent blur, perfectly obedient to the invisible math he was drawing in his head. No wooden stick. No butchered Latin incantations. Just sheer, unadulterated command over the physics of reality. Clack. The key dropped back onto the nightstand as a sharp noise broke his concentration. Daniel whipped his head toward the window. Perched on the narrow, rain-slicked outer ledge was a large, handsome barn owl. It looked entirely unbothered by the miserable English downpour, tapping its sharp yellow beak impatiently against the glass. Tied to its left leg was a thick, yellowish parchment envelope. Daniel threw his blanket off, his bare feet hitting the cold floor, and unlatched the window. The bird hopped inside, shook a spray of rainwater off its feathers onto the cheap rug, and stuck its leg out with the haughty, stiff dignity of a royal herald. Daniel untied the twine. He flipped the heavy envelope over. Pressed into the back was a purple wax seal bearing a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. On the front, written in sharp, unmistakable emerald green ink, Mr. D. Sterling, Room 4, St. Jude's Home for Boys, Surrey. The moment his thumb cracked the wax seal, the blue screen flared back to life right beside the owl's head. Main quest issued, the Wizarding debut objective, step into the magical world, acquire your school supplies, and board the Hogwarts Express. Reward, 1000 system points, unlock Gotcha skill library, 1x random tier B ability. Daniel looked down at the official cursive of Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Then looked back at the glowing neon text promising him the keys to the universe. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small crust of leftover breakfast toast to offer the wet bird, and let out a quiet, incredibly dangerous laugh. "Tell the headmaster," Daniel said to the unblinking owl, "that I accept." Chapter 2, The Abyssal Gaze and the Bat of Dungeons. The hardest part about discovering you have absolute control over the fundamental physics of reality was pretending you didn't. For the next 48 hours, Daniel practiced his vector dominance in the absolute shadows of St. Jude's. He had to be cautious. The level 1 range was strictly capped at a 5-meter radius. But within those 16-odd feet, Daniel was a localized god. He discovered he could walk through the miserable Surrey drizzle without getting wet simply by redirecting the kinetic vectors of the falling raindrops, angling them a fraction of a millimeter to the left and right of his shoulders. When a burly, 14-year-old bully named Marcus tried to shoulder check him in the narrow upstairs hallway, Daniel didn't flinch. He just caught the vector of Marcus's momentum and looped it backward into Marcus's own heel. The older boy tripped over thin air, crashing spectacularly into a laundry cart while Daniel walked on, his striking silver-grey eyes fixed straight ahead. It was intoxicating. But Daniel knew better than to get cocky. Magic in this world wasn't just waving sticks, it was a conceptual web. And the moment the heavy, suffocating aura of a seasoned killer crossed the threshold of St. Jude's home for boys, Daniel's newly awakened monocore hummed in sharp, instinctual warning. Someone's here. Sterling. The shrill, grating voice of the head matron, Mrs. Gable, echoed up the stairwell. Get down to the parlor this instant. And tuck your shirt in, you wretched little goblin. Daniel took a steadying breath. He smoothed down his faded grey shirt, dismissed the invisible vector fields dancing across his fingertips, and descended the creaking wooden stairs. The parlor smelled of cheap bleach and stale tobacco. Standing right in the center of the faded floral rug, looking like an ink stain on a wedding dress, was a tall, impossibly rigid man. He wore a high-collared, pitch-black wool coat that swept down to his calves. His skin was the color of curdled milk, his shoulder-length black hair hung in slightly greasy curtains around a severe, hooked nose, and his dark eyes held all the warmth of an open grave. Severus Snape. Sit, Sterling, Mrs. Gable muttered, wringing her hands nervously. She looked completely overwhelmed by the man's sheer, suffocating presence. This gentleman is a professor from an exclusive boarding school up north. He says your parents left a provision for you. Daniel took a seat on the stiff wooden bench opposite the man, keeping his posture slouched and non-threatening. Hello, he said quietly, pitching his voice to sound perfectly normal, slightly hesitant. Snape did not offer his hand. He looked down his hooked nose at Daniel, his dark eyes cataloguing the boy's scuffed shoes, his oversized clothes, and finally, settling directly onto Daniel's unnatural, pale, silver eyes. I am Professor Snape, the man said, his voice a low, dark cello thrumming in the quiet room. I represent Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tell me, Mr. Sterling. Do you ever make things happen? Things you cannot explain, when you are angry, or scared. It was the standard script. The exact same pitch Dumbledore had given a young Tom Riddle decades ago. Sometimes, Daniel said, acting the part of the bewildered orphan. Glasses break. Things move. Snape leaned in slightly. His dark, fathomless eyes seemed to expand, catching the dim light of the parlor. Daniel felt it before he even registered what was happening. A strange, invisible, needle-thin pressure pricked against the very front of his forehead. It wasn't a physical force, it was a purely psychic intrusion, as cool and invasive as a scalpel sliding under the skin. Snape wasn't even using a wand. He was casting a silent, wandless legilimency probe, attempting to casually peel back an 11-year-old orphan's surface thoughts to see what kind of boy he was dealing with. Instantly, the neon blue system flared in Daniel's peripheral vision. Warning, hostile psychic intrusion detected. Intruder, Severus Snape, Master Legilimens. Engaging S-rank passive, Absolute Mind Fortress. Inside Daniel's mind, the needle of Snape's consciousness didn't find the messy, chaotic memories of a frightened child. Instead, it struck a towering, hyperdimensional wall of black obsidian, stretching infinitely into a void of absolute, crushing nothingness. Clang! It happened. In the span of a millisecond. The Absolute Mind Fortress didn't just block the probe, it violently seized the psychic tether and lashed back with the force of a conceptual sledgehammer. In the physical world, Snape's entire body went rigid. The potion's master let out a sharp, choked gasp, a sound he immediately swallowed as his head snapped back half an inch. Beneath his pale skin, the veins at his temples throbbed violently. Snape gripped the silver pommel of his walking cane so hard his knuckles turned bone white, his dark eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock as he stared at the small boy sitting in front of him. For a terrifying second, Snape hadn't been looking at a child. He had looked into a mental abyss so profound, so utterly untouchable, that his own genius-level intellect had nearly been swallowed whole. His brain felt as though it had just been dipped in liquid nitrogen. "Professor?" Daniel asked, his silver eyes wide, tilting his head with a masterpiece of innocent concern. "Are you all right? You look pale." Snape swallowed hard. A single, tiny bead of cold sweat broke out at his hairline, sliding down his cheek. He slowly released his death grip on his cane, his chest rising and falling in a tight, controlled rhythm as he desperately re-established his own occlumency shields to soothe the ringing headache behind his eyes. "What in Merlin's name is this boy?" Snape's mind screamed. "No shields. No incantation. Just a void. A void that nearly crushed my own consciousness." "I am quite well, Mr. Sterling," Snape managed to say, his voice noticeably tighter, stripped of its previous haughty drawl. The sheer caution radiating off the man now was palpable. He looked at Daniel not as a nuisance of an assignment, but as an unexploded dragon dung bomb sitting in a muggle parlour. With trembling, highly disciplined fingers, Snape reached inside his dark coat and produced a heavy, yellowish parchment envelope, setting it carefully on the table between them. Next to it, he placed a heavy, clinking pouch of dark leather. "Your acceptance letter," Snape said, keeping his eyes strictly focused on the bridge of Daniel's nose now, completely avoiding direct eye contact. "Along with your annual stipend from the Hogwarts Orphanage Fund. It contains enough galleons our currency to purchase your standard robes, books, and a wand." "Thank you, sir," Daniel said politely, taking the heavy pouch. It felt good in his hand. "Real gold." "You will take the train from Waterloo Station to Charing Cross Road," Snape instructed, standing up. So fast his black coat billowed around him like bat wings. He clearly wanted out of this room immediately. "There is a pub named the Leaky Cauldron. The barkeep, Tom, will show you the entrance to the shopping district. Your train ticket for September the 1st is enclosed in the parchment." Snape took 2 long strides toward the door, then paused, casting one final, deeply unsettled glance over his shoulder at the quiet boy with the silver eyes. "Magic is a precise discipline, Mr. Sterling," Snape murmured, a dark warning hidden beneath his tone. "Hogwarts does not tolerate those who overstep their bounds. Keep yourself out of trouble." "I'll do my absolute best, Professor," Daniel offered a warm, bright smile. The moment the front door clicked shut, the heavy, suffocating pressure of Snape's magical aura dissipated from the house. Daniel sat alone in the quiet parlour, listening to the rain outside. He tossed the heavy bag of gold into the air, caught the vector of its descent, and let it hover an inch above his open palm. A glowing blue notification chimed gently in the air. "Psychic backlash successfully administered. Target Severus Snape suffered moderate mental trauma. Host's identity remains completely uncompromised." Daniel chuckled, snatching the gold out of the air and slipping it into his pocket. Snape was definitely going to march straight to the headmaster's office to report a bizarre, mind-crushing orphan in Surrey. Dumbledore would be curious. He would watch Daniel closely. Let them watch, Daniel thought, standing up and heading toward the front door to grab his coat. They won't see a damn thing. It was time to go to Diagon Alley. It was time to get a wand, complete the main quest, and see what kind of broken, beautiful madness the gotcha skill library had waiting for him. Chapter 3, The Magic Alley. And the first roll the train ride to London was easy. Daniel sat near the window, watching the grey city roll by. He felt the heavy bag of gold coins in his pocket. It was real. This whole crazy new life was real. Finding the Leaky Cauldron was the first real test. It was a tiny, dirty pub smashed between a big bookshop and a record store. Normal people walked right past it, never looking at the door. There, Eyes just slid away. But Daniel saw it clearly. He pushed the old wooden door open and stepped inside. The pub was dark and noisy. Old men in long cloaks sat in the corners, drinking out of small glasses. Daniel did not stop to chat. He walked straight to the back courtyard, just like he remembered from the books. He found the solid brick wall, took out a simple wooden stick he had picked up outside, and tapped the bricks 3 times. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the center brick began to shake. A small hole appeared. It grew wider and wider, the heavy stones rolling and folding back over each other like a trick deck of cards. An instant later, a wide archway stood in front of him. Daniel took a step forward, and the dark grey world of London vanished. Bright sunshine hit his face. The street was packed with people in colorful robes, bright reds, deep blues, and shiny greens. Witches stood outside shops selling giant iron pots. Young boys pressed their faces against glass windows, staring at racing brooms that floated in the air. Owls hooted from cages, and the sweet smell of fresh strawberries and baked bread floated down the cobblestone road. This was Diagon Alley. It was loud, bright, and completely alive. Daniel did not waste time looking at the toys. He had a mission. He walked past the joke shops and the ice cream stalls, keeping his hands in his pockets. He bought his plain black school robes first. Then he bought his heavy leather boots and a stack of thick spellbooks. He moved fast. He wanted the real prize. At the very end of the street stood a narrow, dirty shop. The gold letters over the door were peeling, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Daniel stepped inside. A little bell rang overhead. The shop was tiny and smelled of old paper and dried wood. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked all the way to the ceiling. The place was totally silent. "Good afternoon," a soft voice said. An old man stepped out from the dark back room. His pale eyes shone like the moon in the gloomy shop. "Garrick Ollivander." "Hello," Daniel said. He kept his mind totally calm. He felt the old man's bright eyes trying to study him, trying to guess his secrets. But Daniel's absolute mind fortress was locked tight. To Ollivander, Daniel just looked like a normal, quiet 11-year-old boy. "Ah, yes," Ollivander said softly, moving closer. "Silver eyes. Very rare. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Sterling. Let us find yours." The old man pulled out a long tape measure. It started moving all by itself, measuring Daniel's arms, his shoulders, and even the space between his eyes. "Try this," Ollivander said, handing him a pale wooden wand. "Applewood and dragon heartstring. 8 inches. Nice and flexible. Give it a wave." Daniel took the wand and gave it a small flick. Bang! A glass jar on the counter blew into pieces. Before the sharp bits could hit Daniel's face, he used a tiny bit of his vector dominance. He caught the speed of the flying glass and forced it to drop straight to the floor. The glass hit the wood with a soft rattle. Ollivander didn't seem to notice the magic trick. He just snatched the wand back. "No, no. Not that one. Try this. Blackthorn and unicorn hair." Daniel held it. Nothing happened. It felt like holding a dead twig. "No," Ollivander muttered, taking it away. He started pulling boxes from the highest shelves, his pale eyes getting brighter and brighter. He loved a hard test. "Tricky, very tricky. But I have just the thing. Wait right here." The old man ran to the very back of the shop. He came back holding a dusty, dark blue box. "Dark cedar wood," Ollivander whispered, lifting out a smooth, black-brown wand. 12 inches. Exactly. Inside is the heartstring of a huge Hungarian horntail dragon. It is stiff, heavy, and very proud. It only works for someone who has total control. Daniel reached out and took the handle. The moment his skin touched the wood, a rush of pure heat shot up his arm. It felt like drinking hot tea on a freezing day. The dormant silver magic inside his chest woke up and raced into the wand. Daniel raised the cedar wand and swept it through the air. A stream of bright gold and red sparks burst from the tip like warm fireworks. They danced around the room, lighting up the dark corners and casting a gentle, warm glow over Ollivanders' amazed face. "Oh, wonderful," the old man clapped his hands. "Very powerful indeed. That wand will not fail you, Mr. Sterling. But remember, a dragon heartstring requires a strong master. You must lead it, or it will lead you." "I will lead it," Daniel said. His voice was quiet, but it was absolute. He paid 7 galleons, put the wand safely inside his new jacket, and walked out of the shop. He found a quiet, empty spot between 2 large brick buildings away from the crowd. He took a deep breath. "Show me the screen." Instantly, the crisp blue box popped into the air. "Main quest complete, the Wizarding debut rewards delivered, 1000 system points. New feature unlocked, Gotcha skill library. Item ready, 1x random tier B ability ticket." Daniel's heart beat faster. This was what he had been waiting for. Open the Gotcha library. Use the tier B ticket. The blue screen melted away. In its place, a massive, glowing golden wheel appeared. It was covered in hundreds of tiny cards, all glowing with different colors: reds, purples, greens, and bright whites. The wheel began to spin. It went faster and faster until the colors blurred into a ring of pure light. The sound of heavy metal gears clicking filled Daniel's ears. It started to slow down. Click. 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 The pointer passed a red card. It passed a purple card. It stopped dead on a bright, glowing green card. The card flipped over, sending a burst of cool green light straight into Daniel's eyes. New ability acquired, Monocyte, rank, B, description: the user can see the hidden flow of magic in the world. You can see magic inside objects, spells floating in the air, and the power levels of other living things. Different types of magic appear as different colors. Daniel blinked. For a second, his eyes stung. Then, the pain vanished. He looked out at the busy street of Diagon Alley, and his mouth fell open. The world had completely changed. The plain stone street was now covered in glowing blue lines of energy. The broomsticks floating in the window left glowing yellow trails in the air. When he looked at the people walking by, he could see bright balls of light inside their chests. Some people had small, dim green lights. Others had bright orange lights. Then, Daniel looked down at his own hand. Inside his own skin, his magic looked like a river of shining liquid silver. It was heavy, calm, and perfectly under his control. He turned his head and looked down the street toward the giant, white marble building of Gringotts Bank. Deep underground. Beneath the bank, he could see a massive, blazing mountain of purple and gold light. It was the magic of 1,000 hidden curses, old protections, and sleeping dragons. Daniel smiled, his silver eyes glowing with a faint green ring. He could see everything now. Nobody could hide in the dark ever again. And he still had 1,000 system points left to spend. Chapter 4, The Three Arrows and the Black Smoke. Daniel sat at a small outdoor table near Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. He ordered a simple, tall bowl of vanilla ice cream. While the happy chatter of Diagon Alley buzzed around him, he called up his blue screen. System, Daniel thought. Open the point shop. The screen flipped. A long list of items appeared, but Most of the text was dark gray because the items cost 10,000 or 50,000 points. He did not look at those. He scrolled down to the tab labeled Upgrades. There it was. Upgrade, Vector. Dominance, Level 1 to Level 2, Cost, 1000 points. Effect, Range grows from 5 meters to 15 meters. Max weight limit doubles. The host can now control up to 3 separate lines of force at the exact same time. Daniel smiled. Controlling 3 things at once was a massive jump in power. It was like growing 2 extra, invisible arms. Buy it, he commanded. 1000 points spent. Vector dominance is now level 2. A strange, cool wave washed over his brain. Before, his mind could only focus on one invisible arrow of force at a time. Now, his mind split into 3 clear, easy tracks. He didn't feel confused, he felt completely awake. He decided to test it right there at the table. First, he looked at his metal spoon. He grabbed the downward pull of gravity on the spoon and flipped it up. The spoon lifted off the table and hovered in the air, Vector 1. Second, he looked at a dry yellow leaf falling from a tree across the street. He caught its speed in the air and pulled it toward him, making it orbit the floating spoon like a tiny moon, Vector 2. Third, a small drop of melted ice cream began to run down the side of his glass bowl. Daniel caught the weight of the drop and pushed it backward, forcing the white liquid to slide back up over the glass rim and drop safely into the bowl, Vector 3. Spoon. Leaf. Drop of milk. 3 totally different directions, 3 totally different speeds, held in his mind with 0 effort. He ate a spoonful of ice cream with his real hand, thoroughly enjoying the quiet magic show. When he finished his bowl, he stood up and turned on his mana sight. The street turned into a sea of neon light again. He watched the glowing blue and green cores of the shoppers passing by. But suddenly, the crowd pushed aside, making a wide path down the middle of the road. 2 figures were walking toward the bookshop. The first person was a giant. He was twice as tall as a normal man, wearing a huge, wild coat made of brown fur. Through mana sight, the giant's magic looked like a massive, roaring bonfire of deep forest green light. Rubius Hagrid. Walking right beside the giant was a small, thin boy in clothes that were much too big for him. He had messy black hair and round glasses held together with clear tape. Harry Potter. Daniel stood still, watching them. He looked at Harry's chest. The boy's magic was a bright, pure, shining gold. It was very strong for an 11-year-old, glowing like a small, warm sun. But then, Daniel looked up at Harry's forehead. Right over Harry's right eye, hidden under his messy hair, was the famous lightning bolt scar. Through mana sight, the scar did not look like skin. It looked like a bleeding hole in the air. Thick, oily, pitch-black smoke was leaking out of the cut. The smoke twisted and curled like a trapped black snake, trying to bite the golden light inside Harry's chest. It looked rotten. It looked like pure evil. Daniel narrowed his silver eyes, staring right at the black smoke. Suddenly, the oily smoke stopped twisting. It froze. The tiny piece of the Dark Lord's soul inside the scar felt. Daniel looking at it. The black smoke whipped around and pushed an invisible, hateful spike of cold fear straight across the street, aiming right for Daniel's mind. It was a silent attack meant to make him fall to his knees in terror. Alert, dark magic aura attack detected. Absolute Mind Fortress, active. The invisible dark spike hit the giant, black stone wall inside Daniel's mind. Snap! The dark spike shattered into useless dust instantly. Over in the middle of the street, Harry Potter suddenly stopped walking. He slapped a hand over his forehead, his face twisting in sharp, sudden pain. Ow! Harry gasped, bending over. "Harry? You all right there, completely?" Hagrid asked, stopping his heavy boots and looking down with big, worried eyes. Yet, Hagrid," Harry muttered, rubbing his scar hard. "Just a really sharp pain. It's gone now." That was weird. Harry looked around the busy street, his green eyes searching the crowd to see what had caused the sudden sting. His eyes swept right past the ice cream shop. Daniel was already walking the other way, his hands deep in his pockets, looking like a totally normal boy heading home. So that is what a piece of Voldemort looks like, Daniel thought, feeling a cold smile touch his lips. Week. 4 weeks passed in a quiet flash. Daniel spent every single day in his small room at the group home, practicing his 3 force vectors until he could move objects across the room without even looking at them. On the morning of September the 1st, the rain stopped. The London sky was a cool, clear blue. Daniel stood inside King's Cross station. He held the handle of his heavy trunk in one hand, and his train ticket in the other. He walked up to the thick brick pillar standing between Platform 9 and Platform 10. Through his monosight, the solid bricks were glowing with a soft, spinning blue circle. He didn't run. He didn't close his eyes. Daniel just took a step forward, walked straight into the solid stone, and let the magic pull him into his new world. Chapter 5, The Red Train and the Slippery Floor. The loud hiss of hot steam filled the air. Daniel stepped out of the dark stone pillar and looked around. A giant, bright red steam train waited next to the platform. People were everywhere. Cats ran around people's legs, owls hooted in their cages, and parents hugged their crying children goodbye. Daniel did not have anyone to hug. He liked it better that way. It made moving fast much easier. He carried his trunk through the noisy crowd and climbed up the steps into the train. He walked down the narrow hallway until he found an empty seating room near the very end. He walked inside and slid the wooden door shut. His trunk was heavy, packed with big spellbooks and thick winter clothes. A normal 11-year-old boy would have to red-face strain and push to get it up onto the high luggage shelf. Daniel just looked at it. He caught the downward pull of gravity on the heavy box and mentally flipped the arrow straight up. He kept one hand under the trunk, guiding it gently as it floated up like a feather and bumped softly onto the wooden shelf. He turned normal gravity back on. Easy. He sat down next to the window and watched the busy crowd outside. A few minutes later, the heavy train whistle blew. The train gave a sharp jerk and slowly began to roll out of King's Cross station. Daniel leaned back against the seat, ready for a quiet, peaceful ride. But in a train full of magical children, peace was hard to find. Clack! The door slid open with a loud bang. 3 boys stood in the doorway. The boy in the front had pale skin, a sharp nose, and slick, white blonde hair. Draco Malfoy. Behind him stood 2 very large, thick boys who looked more like young bears than school children. Crabbe and Goyle. Draco looked around the clean, empty room, then looked at Daniel sitting alone. "This place is much better than the one we have," Draco said. His voice was proud and rude. "Get out. We are sitting here." Daniel did not stand up. He did not even stop looking out the window. He just turned his head slightly, his silver eyes resting on Draco's pale face. "There are plenty of empty rooms down the hallway," Daniel said. His voice was smooth, quiet, and completely calm. Draco's face turned slightly red. He was not used to people telling him no. "Do you know who I am?" Draco snapped. "I am a Malfoy. I told you to move." Goyle, throw his bag out into the hall. The bigger boy, Goyle, gave a dumb, mean grin and stepped into the room. He reached his big, thick hands up toward Daniel's trunk on the shelf. Daniel sighed. He did not want to hurt them, but he needed to set the rules right now. He activated his level 2 vector dominance. His mind split into 3 clear, easy tracks. Track 1, he grabbed the normal floor, gripped the friction under Goyle's heavy black shoes, and turned it down to 0. The carpet instantly became more slippery than wet ice. Track 2, he caught the weight of Goyle's body as the big boy leaned forward, and gave it a tiny push to the left. Track 3, he locked his own body to his seat so nothing could bump him or move him an inch. It happened in the blink of an eye. As soon as Goyle took a step, his feet shot out from under him like he had stepped on a slippery fruit peel. His arms spun wildly in the air. He let out a loud yell and fell sideways, crashing heavily into Crab. Because Crab was not ready, the heavy weight knocked him over too. Both of the giant boys tumbled backward out the door, hitting the hallway floor in a big, noisy pile of arms and legs. Draco jumped back, his eyes wide with pure shock. He looked at his 2 big friends groaning on the floor, then looked back at Daniel. Daniel was still sitting quietly by the window. His hands were open and resting on his lap. He had not pulled out a wand. He had not said a magic spell. He had not even moved a finger. The floors on this train are very slippery, Daniel said softly, giving Draco a polite, bright smile. You should be much more careful. Draco opened his mouth to yell, but no words came out. He felt a sudden, cold shiver run down his back. There was something very scary about this quiet boy with the silver eyes. Come on! Draco yelled at Crab and Goyle, his voice cracking. He did not help them up. He just turned and ran down the hallway as fast as his legs could carry him. The 2 big boys scrambled to their feet and ran away after him. Daniel mentally grabbed the door and used a tiny push of force to slide it shut again. A moment later, a crisp blue light popped up in the air next to his window. New main quest, the big choice objective, arrive safely at Hogwarts Castle. And get sorted into a house. Reward, 500 system points 1x free stat upgrade point. Daniel read the words and waved the screen away. The train picked up speed, rushing past green country fields and dark woods. The game had truly started. And Daniel was already winning. How are you liking the pacing so far? Would you like Chapter 6 to dive straight into the Great Hall and the Sorting Hat, or focus first on the dark boat ride across the Black Lake? Chapter 6, The Black Lake and the Golden Doors. The sky outside the train window turned from dark blue to purple, and then to pitch black. The heavy steam train gave a long squeak, slowed down, and came to a full stop. First years over here. A loud, booming voice called out into the cold night. Daniel grabbed his jacket and stepped down onto the dark, windy train platform. Above the sea of tiny 11-year-old heads, Rubeus Hagrid stood like a giant tree, holding a big yellow lantern that swung back and forth. Follow me. Watch your step now. Hagrid called out. They walked down a steep, muddy hill. It was very dark. And the rain from the week had turned the dirt into slick, wet jelly. Kids all around Daniel were slipping, sliding, and falling onto their hands and knees with loud groans. Daniel did not fall. He used his level 2 vector dominance. He grabbed the physical grip under the solace of his leather boots and locked it to the mud. While the other kids wiggled and fought to stay standing, Daniel walked down the slippery hill as easily as walking down a dry hallway. Around this corner, you'll get your first look. Hagrid shouted over his shoulder. They turned the dark corner, and the whole crowd stopped dead. Across a massive, black body of water stood Hogwarts Castle. It sat on top of a high mountain, its giant stone towers reaching up into the starry sky. Thousands of warm yellow windows shone in the dark, making the castle look like a mountain of pure gold. Whoa, a dozen kids whispered at the exact same time. No more than 4 to a boat. Hagrid pointed to a row of Small wooden boats floating by the shore. Daniel climbed into a boat. 3 quiet kids got in after him. One of them was a round-faced boy named Neville, who looked so nervous his teeth were clicking together. "Everyone in!" Hagrid shouted from his own giant boat. Right then, forward! The little wooden boats moved all by themselves, sliding smoothly across the dark water. The lake was completely still, like a giant black mirror. Daniel sat back and turned on his monocyte. The black lake was not empty. Deep down in the cold water, giant shapes of glowing magic moved slowly in the dark. He saw schools of fish that glowed like tiny green shooting stars. Then, way down at the very bottom, he saw heavy, glowing blue lines of magic that traveled through the earth, feeding power straight up into the roots of the castle. The whole place was alive. Suddenly, the water next to their boat broke. A giant, thick, rubbery grey arm rose out of the dark water. The other 3 kids in Daniel's boat screamed and pulled back, almost tipping the wood over. It was the giant squid. Daniel didn't pull back. He looked at the giant arm floating right next to him. Through monocyte, the squid's magic was a soft, gentle, sleepy blue. It wasn't mean, it was just curious. Daniel let a tiny drop of his warm silver magic travel down his finger. He didn't cast a spell. He just sent out a feeling, "Hello. We are friends." The giant rubbery arm stopped moving. It tilted toward Daniel's hand, hovered for 1 second, and then gently tapped the back of their wooden boat. The tap gave their boat a nice, smooth push, sending them gliding ahead of the others toward the castle dock. Then, the giant arm slipped back into the dark water without making a single sound. Did you see that?" Neville gasped, his eyes as big as dinner plates. "It helped us." "Big animals are usually very smart," Daniel said softly, looking back at the black water. They reached the stone dock, climbed out of the boats, and walked up a flight of heavy stone steps to the giant front doors of the castle. Hagrid raised his massive fist and knocked 3 times on the oak wood. Boom! 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 The door swung open. Instantly, a tall witch in sharp green robes stood there. She had a very stern face and strict, tight hair. Professor McGonagall. Through Daniel's eyes, her magic looked like a freshly polished silver sword, very neat, very sharp, and extremely fast. "The first years, Professor," Hagrid said, wiping his wet brow. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here," she replied. She led the quiet, nervous children inside and told them to wait in a small, empty stone room off to the side. She explained that they were about to be sorted into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. "Get yourselves smartened up," McGonagall said, looking at a boy with dirt on his nose. "I shall return when we are ready for you." She left the room. Instantly, the kids started talking in fast, scared whispers. A girl with big, bushy brown hair was talking very fast to herself about all the spells she had memorized. Suddenly, 5 pearly white people popped right out of the solid stone wall. Several kids screamed. They were ghosts. They floated in the air, talking to each other about someone named Peeves, completely ignoring the children. Daniel looked at them calmly. Through his monocyte, the ghosts did not have warm, glowing cores like living people. They looked like pale, frozen smoke. They were just old, leftover memories of magic that got stuck in the air a long time ago and forgot how to leave. Professor McGonagall came back into the room. The ghosts floated away through the ceiling. "Move along now," she said clearly. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Form a line." Daniel stepped into the middle of the line. He checked his mind one last time. His black stone wall was up. His silver magic was quiet and hidden. They walked out of the small room and stopped right in front of two massive, heavy golden doors. From the other side, Daniel could hear the loud, happy voices of hundreds of older students sitting at their dinner tables. With a loud, heavy creak, the giant golden doors began to swing open, pouring bright, warm light over Daniel's face. The Great Hall was waiting. Chapter 7, The Sorting Hat and the Yellow House. Daniel walked into the Great Hall. It was huge. 4 long wooden tables were packed with older students. Above them, thousands of white candles floated in the air with no strings attached. When Daniel looked all the way up, there was no normal roof. There was only the dark, clear night sky filled with shiny stars. It looked completely real. At the far end of the room was a high table on a raised floor where all the teachers sat. Right in the middle sat Albus Dumbledore. He wore long silver robes and half-moon glasses. Daniel turned on his monocyte for 1 second. Dumbledore's magic looked like a massive, blinding white sun. It was so bright and heavy that Daniel's eyes instantly started to water. He quickly snapped his monocyte off. Okay, Daniel thought, rubbing his eyes. Do not look at the headmaster with magic eyes again. Got it. Professor McGonagall placed a small, 4-legged wooden stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put an old, dirty, brown-pointed wizard hat. It looked like it needed a good wash. For a second, the whole room went totally quiet. Then, a tear near the bottom of the hat opened up like a mouth, and the hat began to sing a short, funny song about the 4 schoolhouses. When it finished, the whole hall clapped loudly. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool, Professor McGonagall said. She held up a long roll of yellow paper. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl ran up, put on the hat, and sat down. After a moment, the hat shouted, Hufflepuff. The table on the far right cheered and clapped. Daniel watched quietly from the back of the line. He watched Draco Malfoy get sent to Slytherin almost the very second the hat touched his white blonde hair. He watched Harry Potter sit on the stool for a long time, the whole room holding its breath, before the hat finally shouted, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table went completely crazy, shouting, We got Potter! We got Potter! Then, the list got shorter. The room got a little quieter. Sterling, Daniel. McGonagall called out. Daniel took a steady breath. He walked up the stone steps. As he walked, he could feel Professor Snape's dark eyes burning into the back of his neck from the high table. Snape was sitting very still, watching Daniel like a hawk watching a mouse. Daniel picked up the old hat, sat on the hard stool, and pulled the brown wool down over his silver eyes. It was dark inside the hat. It smelled like old dust. Then, a tiny, curious voice tried to speak inside his head. Ah, let us see what we have here. Plenty of courage, yes. A very sharp mind too. Let us just look at your past and see where you alert, mind-reading magic detected. Absolute Mind Fortress, active. Inside Daniel's mind, the hat's voice hit the giant, endless wall of black stone. The hat stopped talking instantly. In the real world outside, the old brown hat actually jumped an inch into the air. The pointy tip of the hat stood straight up like the tail of a scared cat. What is this? The hat whispered inside Daniel's mind. Its voice was shaking. There is nothing here. Just a giant, dark wall. I cannot see your mother, I cannot see your memories, I cannot see your thoughts. How are you doing this, boy? Daniel kept his face totally blank for the people watching outside. Inside his head, he thought his words clearly to the hat. I like my privacy, hat. Privacy? This is not privacy. This is a total lock. If I cannot read your mind, how can I sort you into a house? You can just ask me where I want to go, Daniel replied. The hat went silent for 3 long seconds. Very well. You are a very dangerous little mystery, Daniel Sterling. If I put you in Slytherin, you will take over their rules. If I put you in Ravenclaw, you will rewrite their books. Where do you belong? Daniel had already thought about this for weeks. Gryffindor was too loud, they got into too many fights. Slytherin had too many evil parents watching it. Ravenclaw asked too many smart questions. He needed the one house where people were nice, friendly, and left each other alone to do their own work. Put me in Hufflepuff, Daniel said. Hufflepuff, the hat asked, sounding very surprised. Are you sure? You have the hidden power to be a giant star, and you want to go sit in the house of the quiet, normal workers. A smart person stays in the shade until the sun is right, Daniel said. The old hat let out a soft, dry chuckle inside his head. Oh, you are going to give the headmaster a massive headache one day. I promise you that. Very well, better be. The tear in the brim opened wide for the whole great hall to hear. Hufflepuff. The table on the far right broke into loud, happy cheers. Daniel took off the hat, put it back on the stool, and walked over to his new family. A few older students reached out to shake his hand, giving him big, friendly smiles. Welcome to the best house. A handsome older boy named Cedric Diggory said, sliding over to make room for Daniel on the wooden bench. We have the most comfortable chairs, and our rooms are right next to the school kitchens. Thanks, Daniel smiled, sitting down. He looked up at the high table. Professor McGonagall looked a little surprised. Albus Dumbledore was looking right at Daniel, his blue eyes shining brightly behind his glasses. But Professor Snape looked like he had just eaten a whole sour lemon. A powerful, strange boy sent to the most gentle house in the school? Snape did not believe it for 1 second. Daniel just looked down at his empty gold plate. A crisp blue light popped up over his spoon. Main quest complete, the big choice rewards delivered, 500 system points 1x free. Stat point. Current total points, 1,500. Suddenly, the empty gold plates all down the long table filled up with hot, steaming food. There were big piles of roasted chicken, large bowls of buttery mashed potatoes, sweet yellow corn, thick brown gravy, and warm rolls of fresh bread. Daniel grabbed a warm piece of bread and a big chicken leg. He took a happy bite. He was finally inside Hogwarts. He was in the safe house. His mind was locked, his force vectors were ready, and he had a nice pile of fresh points to spend. The real fun was starting tonight. Chapter 8, The Wooden Barrel End. The Golden Cup. The feast was over. Everyone was completely full, warm, and very sleepy. Cedric Diggory stood up from the long table and waved his hands to gather the first-year Hufflepuffs. While the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws walked up the grand marble stairs toward the high towers, the Hufflepuffs walked down. They went down a wide stone staircase into the bright, clean basement of the castle. The air down here smelled like baked apples, sweet cinnamon, and dry, warm wood. Cedric led them down a winding hallway until they stopped in a dark stone corner. Stacked against the wall was a large pile of giant wooden barrels. Pay close attention, Cedric said, turning around with a friendly smile. We do not have a moving picture or a magic password to get into our room. We have a test. You must find the barrel 2 rows down, in the middle. You take your finger and tap it to the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. Cedric reached out and tapped the wooden barrel. Tap tap tap, tap tap. Instantly, the round lid of the barrel swung open like a little door, revealing a brightly lit tunnel. If you tap the wrong barrel, or tap the wrong beat, Cedric warned, chuckling, the barrel lid will pop off and cover you in vinegar. So make sure you practice the beat. Follow me. Daniel crawled through the smooth wooden tunnel and stood up on the other side. He looked around, and a genuine smile broke across his face. It was the most comfortable room he had ever seen in his life. The common room was round, shaped like a giant, cozy badger hole. The walls were made of warm, honey yellow stone. Green plants hung from the low ceiling, their long vines trailing down over fat, soft yellow sofas and round wooden tables. In the corners, small stone fireplaces crackled with bright, orange flames. At the very top of the walls, round windows looked out at the night sky and the waving green grass of the school lawns. It felt safe. It felt like a real home. Boys' bedrooms are down the tunnel. On the left. Cedric called out. Sleep well, everyone. Daniel found his room easily. It was a cozy round room with 4 big, thick wooden beds. Each bed had a heavy yellow blanket and soft curtains you could pull shut to shut out the light. His heavy trunk was already sitting at the end of his bed. The other 3 boys in his room were so tired they barely said hello. They put on their pajamas, fell into their beds, and within 10 minutes, the room was filled with the soft, steady sound of deep sleep. Daniel sat cross-legged on his mattress. He reached out and pulled his yellow bed curtains completely shut. He was inside his own private, dark tent. Show me my stats, Daniel told the system in his mind. The crisp blue rectangle popped into the dark space. Host status name, Daniel Sterling House, Hufflepuff. Monocore, Level 1, Shining Silver, Strength, 10, Normal Boy is 10, Speed, 12 Mind, 45, Locked by S-Rank Fortress, Magic Power, 25. Available points 1500 System Points Special Items 1x Free Stat Point Daniel looked at the numbers carefully. His mind score was extremely high because his absolute mind fortress made his brain totally untouchable. But his normal magic power was only 25. If he wanted to move heavier things with his invisible force vectors, his magic needed to be much bigger. Put the free stat point into magic power, Daniel commanded. Stat point used. Magic power, 25 and GT 35. A sudden, warm drop of pure heat fell right into the center of his chest. The pool of liquid silver magic sitting inside him instantly got wider, deeper, and much heavier. It felt like his personal engine had just been doubled in size. He felt completely awake. Daniel wanted to test his new power immediately. He activated his level 2 vector dominance. His mind split into 3 clear, easy tracks. Track 1, he caught the gravity acting on his heavy leather boots on the floor. Track 2, he grabbed a thick, heavy spellbook inside his open trunk. Track 3, he locked onto his wooden hairbrush sitting on his pillow. Items rose into the air at the exact same second. Before, lifting heavy things made the lift. All 3 items shake just a tiny bit. Now, with his magic power at 35, the heavy boots and the big book floated as smoothly as clouds. He spun the hairbrush in a fast circle, moved the book to the left, and sent the boots to the right. His head didn't hurt at all. It was effortless. He lowered all 3 items back down. They hit the floor and the bed without making a single sound. Next, Daniel turned on his monosight. The dark yellow cloth of his bed curtains instantly vanished. His eyes looked straight through the bed, straight through the thick stone floor of his room, and down into the hidden ground below. Right under the Hufflepuff bedroom floor was the massive Hogwarts kitchen. Through his magic eyes, Daniel could see dozens of tiny, glowing green balls of light running around down there. They were the house elves. They were busy washing the giant cooking pots and scrubbing the baking ovens while the whole school slept. Daniel kept looking down, letting his eyes search the deep corners of the kitchen. Suddenly, his green-ringed eyes caught something strange. Way behind the giant brick baking ovens, hidden behind a solid, thick stone wall that had no doors and no windows, was a forgotten, blocked-off room. Inside that secret room, floating in the dark all by itself, was a small object. It was shining with a blinding, heavy, pure yellow light. The magic radiating off it was so old and so sweet that it looked like golden honey floating in the dark air. Daniel zoomed his vision in closer. It was a small, beautiful golden cup with 2 handles. A little badger was carved into the side of the gold. Daniel stopped breathing. Wait, he thought, his mind racing. The real Helga Hufflepuff cup is supposed to be locked away in a high-security vault at Gringotts Bank. Why is there a glowing golden cup hidden inside a sealed wall behind the school kitchens? Before he could guess the answer, the blue system screen flashed violently right in front of his nose, glowing with a bright, golden border. Hidden area discovered, Helga Hufflepuff's lost workshop. New side quest issued, the real treasure objective, find a way through the sealed stone wall and touch the golden cup. Reward, 3000 system points, upgrade monocyte to rank A. Stared down through the floor at the shining golden cup. His heart thumped hard. 1000 points. That was enough points to buy level 3 vector dominance, or buy Daniel against his ribs. 3 brand new abilities from the gacha wheel. And an A-rank monocyte would probably let him see through the strongest magic shields in the world. He looked over at his sleeping roommates. He looked down at his own 2 pale hands. He didn't need a map. He didn't need a door to get through a solid stone wall. He had the power to command the directional arrows of the earth itself. Tomorrow night, Daniel whispered to the dark, empty room, a huge, excited smile spreading across his face. We go treasure hunting. Chapter 9, The Silent Wall and the Pure Gold. The next day felt like the longest day of Daniel's life. He sat through his morning classes. He sat through his afternoon book reading. He kept his eyes down, his face quiet, and his silver magic pulled tight inside his chest. When dinner finally arrived in the Great Hall, he ate a simple, warm bowl of tomato soup and 2 soft rolls of bread. He did not talk much to the other boys. He was just waiting for the sun to go down. Finally, the heavy wooden clock in the Hufflepuff common room rang 12 times. Dong! 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 Daniel waited 5 more minutes just to be completely safe. He listened to the loud, heavy breathing of his 3 roommates. They were fast asleep in their beds. He slipped out from under his yellow blanket. He did not put on his heavy leather boots, he stayed in his soft grey socks so his feet would be quiet. He put his cedar wand into his pocket and turned on his monocyte. The stone floor of his bedroom turned clear. Below him, the giant school kitchen was totally dark and empty now. The little green lights of the house elves were gone. Their daily work was done, and they were fast asleep in their own small living quarters down the hall. The coast was clear. Daniel crept out of the common room and walked down the quiet stone hallway until he found the big painting of the fruit bowl. He reached out his finger and gently tickled the painted green pear. The pear let out a small, funny giggle, turned into a green door handle, and popped open. Daniel stepped inside. The kitchen was huge and warm. It smelled of sweet sugar and old wood smoke. The giant brick baking ovens stood against the far back wall like sleeping stone giants. Daniel walked past the long wooden food tables without making a single sound. He walked all the way to the very back, squeezing behind the warm brick ovens until he stood in a narrow, dusty space against the back wall. Right in front of him was the blank grey stone. He turned his monocyte up to full power. Through the thick grey stone blocks, he could see the golden cup floating in the dark room on the other side, shining like a beautiful, warm little sun. There was no door. There was no secret brick to tap. Helga Hufflepuff had sealed this room using ancient earth magic 1,000 years ago, making the stone blocks melt together into one solid piece. A normal wizard would have to use a giant, loud blasting spell to get in, which would wake up the whole castle and bring the teachers running. Daniel just put both of his pale hands flat against the cold stone. He called up his level 2 vector dominance. His mind split into 3 clear, easy tracks. He did not try to break the stone. Breaking makes noise. Instead, he looked at the invisible physical lines that held the heavy grey stone blocks together. Track 1, he grabbed the left half of the stone blocks and pushed their direction arrow hard to the left. Track 2, he grabbed the right half of the stone blocks and pushed their direction arrow hard to the right. Track 3, he grabbed the sound of the heavy moving stone and forced the sound waves to fold backward into the floor so nobody could hear a thing move. The solid stone wall gave a deep, silent shiver. Slowly, smoothly, the heavy grey blocks began to slide apart like a pair of opening elevator doors. A little bit of dust fell to the floor, but Track 3 caught the noise, turning the heavy thud into total silence. A tall doorway appeared in the wall. Warm, sweet, golden light spilled out of the dark hole and washed over Daniel's face. He took a breath and stepped inside. He was standing inside a small, round room made of dark stone. It looked like it had not been touched in 1,000 years. There were old wooden tables covered in dried-up plants, dusty glass bottles, and old copper pots. And right in the center of the room, resting on top of a tall white marble pillar, was the golden cup. It was not dirty. It was not dusty. The sweet magic inside it was so strong and pure that it kept the gold shining like it had been made yesterday. Daniel walked up to the marble pillar. He reached out his right hand. His fingers were trembling just a little bit. He reached out and gripped the smooth gold handle. Instantly, a giant wave of warm, happy, loving energy shot up his arm and rushed into his chest. It did not feel like the scary, oily black smoke inside Harry Potter's forehead scar. This felt like a warm hug from a nice mother. It felt like standing in a bright field of yellow flowers on a perfect summer afternoon. His S-rank mind fortress did not block it, because the fortress only blocked mean attacks. This was a pure gift. A giant, bright blue screen exploded in front of his face, covered in shiny gold stars. Side quest complete, the real treasure target verified, the true, pure cup of Helga. Hufflepuff. System note, the cup stolen by the Dark Lord and hidden in the city bank was a clever fake made by Helga's family to trick thieves. The true, holy source of the house magic remained here. Rewards delivered 3,000 system points. Added. Current total, 4,500 points. Ability upgraded, Monocyte is now rank A. Daniel's silver eyes flared with a sudden, brilliant flash of bright green light. The upgrade hit his brain instantly. The world did not just look like glowing colored lines anymore. Now, he could actually see the real names of things floating in the air. When he looked at the wall, small green words appeared floating over the stone: Ancient Earth Seal, Unbreakable. When he looked at the wooden table, text hovered over a dusty, dried-up flower, 1,000-year-old sun lily root. Can heal any poison instantly. He could read the absolute secret truth of any object in the world just by looking at it. Incredible, Daniel whispered, his voice full of pure wonder. He looked down at the real golden cup in his hands. Suddenly, the system screen flashed one more time. This time, the border of the screen was not blue or gold. It was a deep, glowing, royal purple. Special item detected: the host is holding a pure founder artifact. Would you like to let the system eat the golden cup to permanently give the host the power of the earth? Yes/no, Daniel stopped breathing. He stared at the floating purple words. If he said yes, he would gain the giant, ancient magic power of Helga Hufflepuff herself. But if the system ate the cup, the massive golden light shining deep under the school basement would go out forever. Albus Dumbledore would feel the drop in power. The magic lines feeding the castle would change. The teachers would know that something big and impossible had just happened in the dark. Daniel looked at the shining gold cup. He looked at the 4,500 points sitting safely in his shop. He slowly gripped the golden handles tighter, his silver eyes flashing with a sharp, bright, fearless light. Chapter 10, The White Gold and the Midnight Bell. Daniel looked at the glowing purple words. Yes or no? If he said yes, the golden cup would be gone. The warm, old magic deep under the basement would disappear. The headmaster would feel it instantly. Daniel looked at the little badger carved into the gold. Then he looked at the blank stone wall. If I leave the cup here, Daniel thought, someone else might find the open wall. But if I take the power, I can use the earth itself to hide my tracks forever. He did not want to be weak. In this magical world, being weak meant you got hurt. System, Daniel whispered into the dark. Eat it. Command accepted. Eating founder treasure, the golden cup did not break. It did not melt. Instead, it turned into a million tiny, floating drops of warm yellow light. The light danced in the air for 1 second, and then shot straight into Daniel's chest. Whoosh! It felt like a hot summer sun had just popped open inside his ribs. The liquid silver magic in his monocore caught the yellow light. They mixed together. The silver got brighter, hotter, and heavier, turning into a shining, brilliant white gold. A crisp screen popped up. New ability unlocked, Earth. Master, rank, A, description, the user is now a true friend of the earth. You can command stone, dirt, and growing plants with your mind. The earth will open for you, move for you, and hide your secrets. Daniel gasped. His whole body felt light and full of clean energy. But instantly, the warm golden light in the secret room went completely dark. Way up in the highest tower of the castle, a massive, heavy silver bell began to ring into the night. Ding! 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 It was the high magic warning bell. Daniel turned his A-rank mana sight up to the top level and looked straight up through the stone ceiling. Way up on the 7th floor, the giant, blinding white sun of Albus Dumbledore's magic suddenly set bolt upright in bed. The white sun was moving. It was moving very fast. Dumbledore was already running down the grand marble stairs, heading straight for the basement. Daniel's heart hit his ribs like a hammer. He had maybe 60 seconds. He called up his level 2 vector dominance and his brand new Earth Master power at the exact same time. His mind split into 3 fast tracks. Track 1, he grabbed the 2 heavy stone sides of the secret doorway and slammed them shut. Track 2, he used his new Earth Master power and told the grey stone blocks, melt together. Hide the cut stone listened to him instantly. The open line in the wall sealed up, turning into smooth, blank grey rock. It looked like nobody the old had ever touched it. Track 3, he caught the loose dust in the air and pushed it hard into the floor cracks so his footprints vanished. Turned and ran out the kitchen door. The painted green pear turned back into fruit and clicked shut. Daniel he slipped. He ran down the quiet stone hallway in his soft socks. He reached the Hufflepuff barrels. He tapped the middle barrel with his finger, tap tap tap, tap tap. The round wooden door popped open. He slid through the tunnel on his stomach. He ran into his dark bedroom, jumped into his bed, and pulled the yellow curtains completely shut. He pulled the heavy wool blanket right up to his nose. He closed his eyes and forced his chest to go up and down very slowly. In. Out, in, out. 15 seconds later. Bam! The heavy wooden door of the Hufflepuff common room swung open. Through his mana sight, Daniel saw 2 powerful lights step into the room. The first was a sharp, neat silver light. Professor McGonagall. The second was the giant, blinding white sun. Headmaster. Dumbledore. Albus, Professor McGonagall whispered. Her voice was thin and scared. The high bell, it has not rung like that in 10 years. Did someone get inside the school? No, Minerva, Dumbledore said softly. His giant white magic reached out, rolling across the yellow room like a soft cloud, checking every chair and every bedroom door. Nobody came in. But a very old, deep piece of the castle just went to sleep. The white cloud of Dumbledore's magic rolled right into Daniel's bedroom. It passed over his sleeping roommates. Then, it touched Daniel's bed. The headmaster's magic hit the absolute mind fortress. It slid right off the invisible black wall. To Dumbledore's magic. Daniel just looked like a totally normal, very tired 11-year-old boy who was dreaming about plain vanilla ice cream. The white magic rolled away. Dumbledore let out a long, quiet sigh. The magic lines have shifted, but the children are safe. We will check the deep woods tomorrow. Let them sleep. They walked out. The heavy door clicked shut. The basement went completely still again. Under his blanket, Daniel slowly opened his silver eyes. They were glowing with a bright, beautiful ring of white gold light. He lifted his right hand. He didn't use a wand. He just thought about a tree. A tiny, perfect little wooden branch grew right out of the tip of his index finger. Grew 3 green leaves, and then turned back into harmless dust. Daniel let out a silent, breathless laugh into his pillow. He had the power of the earth. He had white gold magic. He had 4,500 system points sitting in his bank. And tomorrow morning was his very first flying lesson on a broomstick. The world belonged to him now. He just had to decide what to build with it. Chapter 11, The Old Broom and the Red Ball. The sun came up bright and yellow over the castle. Daniel woke up feeling amazing. His new white gold magic was humming quietly inside his chest like a small, happy engine. He felt light, fast, and completely awake. At breakfast in the Great Hall, he ate a big bowl of warm oatmeal with sweet yellow honey and fresh red strawberries. He drank a cold glass of pumpkin juice. Up at the high table, the teachers looked very tired. Headmaster Dumbledore was talking in a low, serious voice to Professor McGonagall. They were still trying to figure out why the deep basement magic had suddenly gone to sleep the night before. Daniel just kept his eyes on his spoon and looked like a totally innocent boy. After breakfast, all the first-year Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors walked outside. Together. They stopped on a wide, flat lawn of green grass right next to the forbidden dark woods. It was time for their very first flying class. 20 old wooden brooms were laying in neat lines on the grass. A moment later, the teacher arrived. Her name was Madame Hooch. She had short grey hair and sharp yellow eyes that looked like the eyes of a hawk. Well, what are you waiting for? Madame Hooch barked at the crowd. Stand beside a broom. Put your right hand out over the wood and say, up. Instantly, 40 kids started shouting. Up. 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 Harry Potter's broom jumped straight into his hand on the very first try. Harry looked very surprised and happy. Across from him, Hermione's broom just rolled over on the grass. Neville's broom did not move at all. Daniel stood quietly beside his broom. He did not yell. He just looked down at the old, dry pine wood. Because he had his new Earth Master power, he was a true friend of the earth and all growing things. He could actually feel the old tree that the broom had been made from a long time ago. Daniel let a tiny, warm drop of his white gold magic travel down his arm and float into the wood. He whispered softly, up. The old broom did not just jump. It floated up smoothly and stopped dead right in the middle of his open hand. For one quick second, a tiny, fresh green leaf grew out of the broom handle, brushed against Daniel's thumb like a gentle kiss, and then turned back into harmless dust. "Very good, Mr. Potter." "Excellent, Mr. Sterling," Madame Hooch called out, walking down the line. Next, she showed them how to sit on the broom safely. "When I blow my silver whistle, you will push off the ground. Hard with your feet," Madame Hooch instructed. "Keep your broom steady, float for a moment, and then lean forward slightly to come back down. On my whistle. 3, 2. Tweet." Neville was so nervous and scared of being left behind that he pushed off the ground before the whistle even finished making its sound. His broom went completely wild. It took off like a fast rocket. "Help!" Neville screamed. He shot up 10 feet. 20 feet. 30 feet high into the air. His round face was completely white with pure terror. The broom twisted and spun like a bucking horse. "Come back down this instant!" Madame Hooch shouted, her face pale. But Neville slipped. His hands slid right off the smooth wood. He fell off the broom, dropping straight down through the empty air toward the hard stone floor of the courtyard. At the exact same second, a shiny red glass ball fell out of his pocket, his remembrall. Many kids screamed and covered their eyes. If Neville hit the hard stone from 30 feet up, he would break his arms and his legs. Harry Potter instantly jumped onto his broom to fly up and catch the falling red ball. But Daniel did not care about the toy ball. He looked straight at Neville. Daniel called up his level 2 vector dominance and his Earth Master power. His mind split into 3 fast, cool tracks. Track 1, he caught the fast downward speed of Neville's falling body and mentally turned the speed arrow down to 0. Track 2, he looked at the hard green dirt below Neville and commanded, "Turn into a soft sponge." The dirt instantly changed into a thick, super soft bed of fluffy green moss. Track 3, he caught the falling red glass ball in the air and sent it floating gently into Hermione's open hands. Did not hit the ground with a loud, terrible crack. Whoosh! Neville. Instead, he slowed down in the middle of the air like he was falling through a pool of clear water. He floated down the last 5 feet and landed with a soft thud onto the giant bed of fluffy moss. He bounced once like a dropped teddy bear and sat totally still, completely safe. The whole grassy lawn went dead silent. Harry Potter landed his broom, his green eyes wide with shock. Hermione looked down at the shiny red ball sitting in her hands, her mouth hanging open. Madame Hooch ran over to Neville as fast as she could. She felt his arms, his shoulders, and his head. "Not a single scratch," Madame Hooch gasped, looking up at the sky in pure wonder. "It is a miracle." "The wind," a sudden gust of wind must have caught him. Neville sat up in the soft moss. His eyes were full of tears, but he was not hurt at all. He looked through the crowd of kids and looked straight into Daniel's silver eyes. Neville remembered the giant squid in the dark lake. He knew who had saved him. Daniel just gave Neville a tiny, secret wink, and then put his hands back into his pockets. A bright blue screen popped up right over the soft moss. Hidden quest complete, the safe landing rewards delivered, 500 system points added. Current total, 5,000 points. New title earned, the Quiet Protector. Daniel smiled to himself as the kids all ran forward to help Neville stand up. 5,000 points. That was a huge pile of money. The Great Golden Wheel in the Gotcha Library was waiting for him tonight, and Daniel was ready to spin it again. Chapter 12, The Golden Wheel and the Spell Eater. The common room was quiet. The warm yellow fire was down to soft red coals. Daniel sat cross-legged inside his dark bed curtains. The common room clock struck midnight. He rubbed his hands together. 5,000 points. It was the biggest pile of money he had ever held. It was time to go shopping. System, Daniel thought. Open the Gotcha Library. The Great Golden Wheel popped into the dark space. It was massive, covered in hundreds of glowing, colorful cards. How much to spin 5 cards at the exact same time? Daniel asked. A 5-card pull costs 5,000 points. System promise, you will get at least 1 A-rank card. Daniel smiled. A promised A-rank card was a massive deal. A-rank powers changed the rules of the world. Do it, Daniel commanded. Spin all 5. 5,000 points spent. Current bank, 0 points. The giant golden wheel began to spin. It moved so fast the dark room filled with a gentle, warm wind. The heavy metal gears went click, click, click in his ears. Daniel held his breath. The wheel slowed down. 5 cards flew off the golden edge and floated in a neat line right in front of his face. They were all turned upside down, showing only their plain brown backs. Flip card 1, Daniel said. The first card flipped. It glowed with a plain white light. New item, 10x sweet honey drops. Instantly fixes a sore throat or a bad cough. Okay, nice snacks, Daniel muttered, putting the little paper bag of drops into his pocket. Flip card 2. The second card flipped. It glowed with a soft blue light. New spell, clean clothes, rank C. Your clothes will never get dirty, muddy, wet, or torn again. Daniel nodded. That was actually amazing. No more ruined socks in the London rain. Flip card 3. The third card flipped. Another soft blue light. New ability, Bird Friend, rank C. You can understand the speech of all birds, and they will always like you. Fun, Daniel smiled, remembering the wet barn owl from his very first day. Flip card 4. The fourth card flipped. It exploded with a bright, shining purple light. New spell, Fast Feet, rank B. Makes your normal running and moving speed twice as fast for 10 minutes. 4 cards down. 1 left. The promised A-rank card. The 5th card sat in the dark. It did not glow purple. It did not glow green. It started to shake. Then, it flipped over, exploding with a blinding, heavy, pure crimson red light. The light was so bright and hot that it made Daniel's silver eyes turn pink for a second. Super rare ability found. Name, Spell Eater, rank A, can be leveled up. What it does, your hands become the ultimate shield. When someone shoots a magic spell at you, you do not need to block it or jump out of the way. You can catch the magic spell in your bare hand, crush it, and eat the power to make your own mana core bigger and stronger. Works on all normal and dark spells. The red card melted into liquid fire and shot straight into Daniel's open palms. He closed his eyes as the hot red power sank deep into his skin. There was no pain, only a feeling of incredible, heavy strength. When he opened his eyes, he looked at his hands. Right in the center of both palms, a tiny, glowing red circle was drawn into his flesh. It looked like a tiny, hungry mouth. It flashed once, and then faded away, hiding safely inside him. Catch a spell and eat it. Daniel let out a long, slow breath. If Draco Malfoy tried to shoot a trip spell at him, Daniel could just catch it like a tossed ball and use Draco's magic to feed his own engine. If a dark wizard tried to hit him with a curse, Daniel could eat it. He was a walking black hole for magic. He lay back down on his soft pillow. He had 0 points left, but he was 3 times more dangerous than he was yesterday. He pulled his blanket up and went to sleep. When the sun went down the next evening, it was October the 31st. Halloween night. The Great Hall looked incredible. Thousands of live black bats floated near the starry ceiling. The long tables were loaded with sweet roasted apples, buttery corn, and giant orange pumpkins full of warm sugar treats. Daniel sat at the Hufflepuff table, happily eating a warm piece of sweet pumpkin bread. Suddenly, the giant golden doors of the great hall slammed open so hard they hit the stone walls with a massive bang. Professor Quirrell ran into the room. His purple turban was crooked. His face was completely white with pure terror. He ran right up to Headmaster Dumbledore's high table, grabbed his own chest, and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Troll! In the dungeons! I thought you ought to know!" And then, Professor Quirrell fell flat on his face onto the stone floor, completely passed out. The whole great hall went dead silent for 1 second, and then hundreds of kids started screaming in total panic. Daniel did not scream. He did not drop his food. He took another slow, happy bite of his warm pumpkin bread, looked down at the invisible hungry red circles hidden in his palms, and smiled. A giant 12-foot monster full of wild, raw magic was walking around in his basement. And Daniel was very, very hungry. Chapter 13, The Big Club and the Red Flash Silence. Headmaster! Dumbledore's voice boomed through the great hall like a giant clap of thunder. The screaming instantly stopped. "Prefects," Dumbledore commanded, standing tall behind his golden plates, "lead your houses safely back to your dormitories. Immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Cedric Diggory jumped up and waved his hands. "Hufflepuffs! Form a tight line. Stay close together. We are heading down now." Daniel stood up and grabbed a fresh green apple from the table. He took a bite as he walked to the back of the line. The older kids were pushing and shoving, trying to get to the safety of the warm basement. The noise was loud and messy. It was very easy to slip away. Daniel took a sharp right turn, stepping off the main staircase and walking into a dark, empty hallway. He didn't run. He walked softly in his tough leather boots. The clean clothes spell from his gotcha card kept his uniform looking perfectly neat. The fast feet spell was ready in his mind, just in case he needed to sprint. He turned on his A-rank mana sight. The grey stone walls became clear. He looked down through the floor toward the dungeons. "Where are you, big guy?" Daniel thought, scanning the dark lower levels. He didn't have to look hard. Through the solid stone, he saw a massive, glowing ball of dirty, dark brown light moving slowly down a hallway near the girls' bathroom. The mountain troll's magic was not neat or pretty. It was thick, angry, and wild. It looked like a giant ball of angry mud. Daniel smiled. He put his half-eaten apple on a window ledge and headed straight down the closest stairs. When he reached the first floor hallway, he heard a loud, terrible crash. Smash! Wood splintered and broke. A high, sharp scream echoed down the stone hall. It was Hermione Granger. Daniel used his fast feet spell. His speed doubled. He turned into a fast blur of dark robes, shooting down the hall and skidding to a stop right in front of the girls' bathroom door. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were already there. They were hiding right outside the door, their faces pale white, holding their thin wands with shaking hands. Inside the bathroom, the smell was awful. It smelled like dirty old socks and wet dog. The mountain troll was huge. It was 12 feet tall, with skin the color of grey mud and arms thicker than tree trunks. It was holding a massive wooden club the size of a small car. Hermione was backed into a corner, completely trapped, pressing herself against the cold wet tiles as the giant monster raised its huge club to smash her flat. "Hey, stupid!" Ron yelled, throwing a broken piece of a sink pipe at the troll's back. The pipe bounced off the troll's thick grey skin. It didn't hurt it at all. The troll just slowly turned its tiny, ugly head to look at Ron, raising the giant club higher. "We have to do something!" Harry shouted, running into the room and pointing his wand wildly. Daniel stood in the doorway. He did not point a wand. He did not yell. He just looked at the troll. He called up his level 2 vector dominance and his Earth Master power. His mind split into 3 perfectly cool, silent tracks. Track 1, he caught the heavy wooden club right at the very top of its swing, and locked its directional arrow exactly where it was. Swung its thick arm down to crush Hermione. Club did not move. It was stuck in the empty air like it had hit a solid invisible wall. The troll grunted, confused, pulling hard, but the massive piece of the troll wouldn't move an inch. Track 2, he grabbed the troll's big, ugly grey feet. Because Daniel was an Earth Master, he commanded the solid stone floor right under the troll to slide backwards super fast, like a moving walkway. Zipped back. The troll lost its balance and fell heavily onto its massive back with a loud boom that shook the walls. Ron gasped, jumping back. What happened? The floor whoa. Before Harry or Ron could move, the troll roared in blind anger. It was too stupid to know what was happening. It pointed its thick, dirty hand right at Harry and let out a raw, wild burst of its own ugly mud magic. A ball of solid, spinning dark brown energy shot out of the troll's hand, flying straight toward Harry's chest like a cannonball. Harry froze, his eyes wide. He couldn't dodge in time. Daniel stepped in front of Harry. He didn't pull out a wand. He just held up his bare right hand. The hungry, glowing red circle inside Daniel's palm flashed to life. Smack! Daniel caught the cannonball of angry mud magic right in his bare hand. The dark brown energy hit his palm and instantly shattered like cheap glass. The red circle in his hand acted like a giant vacuum. It sucked the entire blast of wild magic straight into Daniel's skin. Gulp! Daniel closed his hand into a tight fist. He spell-eaten the entire attack. A giant rush of raw power flowed up his arm and dumped right into his white gold mana core. The heavy heat made his chest buzz with pure, happy energy. It tasted like old dark chocolate. What did you just do? Harry whispered, staring at Daniel's empty hand. Daniel didn't answer. He had eaten the attack. Now he was going to finish the fight. Track 3, he grabbed the heavy wooden club that was still stuck floating in the air. He flipped its vector arrow, pointing it straight down at the troll's head. He added a massive push from his newly boosted magic power. Club shot down from the ceiling like a fast missile. The wooden crack. The huge club hit the troll right between the eyes. The giant monster's eyes rolled up into its head. Its massive arms dropped to the floor with a wet thud. It was completely knocked out cold. The bathroom went totally silent. The only sound was water dripping from a broken pipe. Hermione slowly slid down the wall and sat on the wet floor, shaking. Harry and Ron stared at the giant, sleeping monster and then looked back at Daniel. Daniel dusted off his perfectly clean hands, the hungry red circle vanishing back under his skin. You guys really need to learn how to lock the doors, Daniel said calmly, giving them a bright, friendly smile. A crisp blue light popped up in the air above the troll's big head. Hidden quest complete, the Troll Tamer rewards delivered, 1500 system points. Spell Eater bonus, plus 5 permanent magic power. Absorbed from the troll's attack. Current magic power, 40. Daniel smiled as the blue screen vanished. He had more points, he had more permanent power, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. The game was getting really fun. Chapter 14, The Clever Lie and the Missing Name. Heavy footsteps ran down the stone hall. The bathroom door flew open. Professor McGonagall ran inside first, holding her wand high. Right behind her came Professor Snape, and then Professor Quirrell, who looked like he was ready to pass out again. Professor McGonagall stopped dead. She looked at the giant, 12-foot monster laying on its back, snoring heavily. Then she looked at the giant wooden club resting right on top of its ugly head. Finally, her eyes settled on the four small children standing in the corner. What in the name of goodness happened here, she gasped, pressing a hand to her chest. Her face was completely white. You could have all been killed. Harry and Ron opened their mouths, but their voices were stuck. Hermione Granger stepped forward. She looked at the floor. It was my fault, Professor McGonagall. I went looking for the troll. I thought I could deal with it all by myself because I read about them in books. If Harry and Ron hadn't found me, it would have crushed me. Ron's eyes went wide. The smartest, most rule-loving girl in the whole school was telling a giant lie to save them. Professor McGonagall turned her sharp face toward Daniel. And you, Mr. Sterling? A Hufflepuff? What are you doing? In the girls' bathroom. Daniel put on his very best scared kid face. He made his hands shake just a tiny bit, and made his voice sound small and shy. I was walking back to our basement, Professor, Daniel said softly. But I heard Hermione screaming. When I looked inside the door, the giant swung its heavy club at the wall. It hit the wet stones so hard that the heavy wood bounced backward out of its hand and dropped straight onto its own head. Then Ron threw a piece of a pipe at it. Ron blinked fast. Yet. I threw a pipe. It made a loud noise. Harry nodded his head up and down. Professor McGonagall looked at the giant club resting on the monster's forehead. It truly looked like the stupid beast had knocked itself out with its own clumsy swing. Professor Snape stepped closer. His dark eyes did not look at the troll. He looked straight at Daniel's perfectly clean grey robes and his empty hands. Snape didn't believe the story for 1 second. He narrowed his eyes and sent a fast, invisible mind probe straight at Daniel's head. Clang! The probe hit the infinite black wall of the absolute mind fortress. It slid right off into nothing. Snape gave a tiny, sharp twitch of his jaw as a quick headache hit behind his eyes, but he kept his pale face completely still. While Snape looked at him, Daniel turned on his A-rank monocyte for half a second. He looked down at Professor Snape's right leg. Hidden under the man's long black wool pants, Daniel saw a deep, bleeding bite mark. The wound was glowing with the wild, angry red magic of a giant three-headed dog. Fluffy. Ah, Daniel thought, keeping his face totally blank. So you used the troll noise as a trick to go upstairs and check the trap door tonight. Very clever, Professor. Professor McGonagall let out a long breath. Miss Granger, that was an extremely foolish thing to do. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor. As for you two. She looked at Harry and Ron. Not many first years could take on a full-grown mountain troll. 5 points each to Gryffindor for pure dumb luck. She looked down at Daniel. Her eyes went soft. And 5 points to Hufflepuff, Mr. Sterling. You heard a classmate in trouble, and you did not run away. Now, all 4 of you, back to your dormitories this instant. Yes, Professor, they all said together. They walked out of the smelly bathroom and headed down the quiet hall. When they reached the grand staircase where they had to split up, Hermione stopped. She looked at Daniel. Thank you, Hermione said. Her voice was very quiet. Harry looked at Daniel's right hand. He remembered seeing the hungry red light catch the troll's magic blast, but he did not say a single word out loud. It was a rule between boys now. You don't tell the teachers the cool secrets. See you in the library, Hermione. Daniel gave them a bright, friendly wave, and turned down the stairs toward the warm basement. 10 minutes later, Daniel was safely inside his round, cozy badger room. He pulled his yellow bed curtains shut, lay back on his soft pillow, and called up his screen. Current total points, 1,500. Magic power, 40. He opened the system. Shop. He didn't want another attack spell. His vector dominance and his Earth Master powers were already super strong. He wanted something that would protect his future plans. He scrolled to the Protection tab. There it was. Item, the Ghost Walker, Rank B, Cost, 1500 points. What it does, when you turn this skill on, your body leaves 0 heat, 0 smell, and 0 footprints. Most importantly, any magical tracking map in the world will become completely blind to you. Your name will disappear from all magic paper. Daniel smiled. In 2 years, Fred and George Weasley were going to find the Marauders map. If his little dot was walking through solid stone walls behind the kitchens at 2 in the morning, the twins would see it. But with this skill, he would be a total ghost. Buy it, Daniel commanded. 1500 points spent. Skill Ghost Walker learned. A cool, breezy feeling washed over his skin, like stepping into a nice cold shower on a hot day. It felt clean and safe. He lay on his side and looked out the small, round window at the very top of his bedroom wall. Outside, the bright full moon was shining down over the green grass of the school courtyard. Daniel kept his A-rank mana sight on, just watching the gentle blue magic lines of the earth drift by. Suddenly, his eyes caught something tiny moving in the tall grass near the edge of the dark woods. It was a small, fat brown rat. Normally, a garden rat has a tiny, dim green magic core that looks like a little firefly. But when Daniel looked at this rat, his breath stopped in his throat. Inside the small rat's chest was a heavy, spinning, bright dark purple wizard core. Above the rat's head, his A-rank magic eyes printed the absolute secret truth in clear green text: Target, Peter Pettigrew. Status, Animagus form / dark wizard / servant of the Dark Lord. The fat brown rat sat up on its back legs in the moonlight, its little nose sniffing the cold air as it looked up at the high Gryffindor windows. Daniel slowly sat up in his bed. The man who had sold Harry Potter's parents to Voldemort was sitting right outside on his lawn. He had a dark wizard core full of high-level magic sitting inside a tiny, squishy animal body. And Daniel's bare hands were feeling very, very hungry again. Chapter 15, The Ghost in the Grass and the Broken Rat. The bedroom was completely still. Daniel did not put on his shoes. He just turned on his new Ghost Walker skill. Instantly, the small sound of his breathing went away. His body went completely cold to the air. If a dog tried to smell him, there was nothing. If a ghost looked for his soul, the space was empty. He was a shadow walking inside a shadow. He slipped out of the Hufflepuff common room and walked up the stone steps to the heavy wooden side door of the castle. The door was locked with a big iron keyhole. Daniel did not pull out his wand. He used vector dominance to push the heavy iron lock open with a soft click, slipped through the narrow space, and pulled the door shut. Behind him, the cold October night air hit his face. The lawn was covered in wet silver drops from the moon. Down near the edge of the dark woods, the fat brown rat was still sitting on its back legs. It was looking up at the high Gryffindor window where Ron Weasley slept. Daniel walked right across the open grass. Normally, a wild rat will run away if a human gets within 30 feet. Their ears are too good. But Peter Pettigrew did not hear a single thing. Daniel's feet did not bend the blades of grass. His soft grey socks did not make a sound. Daniel stopped 5 feet away. Through his A-rank mana sight, the dark purple magic inside the rat was spinning fast. Pettigrew was thinking. He was planning. He was hiding in the warm school, waiting for the noseless Dark Lord to come back one day. Not on my watch, Daniel thought. Daniel called up his Earth Master power. He looked at the soft green dirt right under the rat's tiny paws. Turn into a deep cup. Grab him, Daniel commanded the earth in his mind. The dirt moved like fast, wet clay. In the blink of an eye, the ground rose up around the fat rat like a closing stone glove, trapping its 4 legs in the mud. Squeak! The rat let out a high, terrified sound. It tried to jump, but its feet were stuck fast in the heavy rock. Daniel stepped out of the moonlight and looked down at the trapped animal. His silver eyes were glowing with a bright white gold ring. The fat rat looked up at the boy. Its tiny watery eyes went wide with pure, human shock. It realized this was not a normal cat or a wild owl. This was a wizard trap. Instantly, the dark purple magic inside the rat blew up like a balloon. Pettigrew did not want to stay a rat. He forced his body to change. The brown fur melted away. The tiny rat bones grew big and thick with a sick, wet popping sound. In 3 seconds, a short, ugly man with watery eyes and dirty skin sat on the grass. He was missing 1 finger on his right hand. "You!" Pettigrew gasped, his voice sounding like a squeaky old wheel. "What are you doing, little boy? Let me go!" Pettigrew was a coward, but he was a real wizard. He reached inside his dirty old coat, pulled out a dark wooden wand. He had hidden away, and pointed it straight at Daniel's face. "Die!" Pettigrew shrieked. He shot a nasty, spinning, dark red cutting curse right at Daniel's neck. Daniel did not dodge. He did not jump. He did not blink. He just reached out his bare right hand. The hungry red circle in his palm popped open. Shweb! The dark cutting curse hit Daniel's bare hand and got sucked right into the red skin like a drop of rain falling into dry sand. Pettigrew's ugly mouth fell wide open. His eyes looked like they were going to pop out of his head. "No, impossible! What kind of dark monster are you?" "I am a Hufflepuff," Daniel said softly. Before Pettigrew could try to shoot a second spell, Daniel reached out his bare hand and gripped the short man right by the throat. The red circle in Daniel's hand touched Pettigrew's skin. "Eat!" The red circle went to work. It did not just eat a spell this time, it reached right into the man's chest and grabbed the heavy, spinning dark purple wizard core. A giant river of raw magic poured out of Pettigrew's throat and rushed into Daniel's open hand. "Ah! My magic! No! My magic!" Pettigrew tried to scream, but his voice was completely gone. His body shook like a dry leaf in a heavy wind. Daniel felt his own white gold core drink the dark power. The white gold magic burned the rotten, evil feeling away instantly, turning the raw energy into pure, clean, heavy fuel. Daniel's magic power score started to fly up in his mind. 40, 45, 50, 55. Pettigrew's purple core got smaller and smaller. It turned from dark purple, to dim blue, to a tiny, broken grey spark, and then it went out forever. Pop! Because his human magic was completely broken and gone, Pettigrew's body could not hold its big human shape anymore. The magic that kept him an animal changer snapped like a dry twig. His body folded back down into the dirt. A moment later, Daniel was no longer holding a man by the throat. He was holding a plain, very fat, very sleepy brown rat by the back of its neck. Daniel looked at it with his monosight. The purple core was completely gone. The dark wizard was dead inside the animal. Now, Peter Pettigrew was just a 100% real, stupid, completely normal garden rat who only cared about finding old cheese. He would never turn into a man again for the rest of time. Daniel smiled, dropped the fat rat onto the grass, and watched it wiggle its little nose and run away into the dark bushes to look for food. A massive, glowing golden screen popped into the starry night sky. Hidden boss defeated, the traitor of the Order target Peter Pettigrew has been permanently stripped of all magic. Rewards delivered 5,000 system points. Added. Current total, 5,000 points. Permanent magic power gained, plus 15. Current magic power, 55. New special item found, the Marauder's Key. Daniel read the shining gold text. His body was so full of hot, heavy white gold power that he felt like he could pick up the whole castle with his mind. He turned around and walked back toward the warm, quiet building. Tomorrow morning, Ron Weasley was going to wake up and cry because his fat old pet rat ran away into the woods. And Daniel was going to sit at the long table, drink his sweet pumpkin juice, and help Ron look for it. Chapter 16, The Missing Pet and the Master Key. The morning sun shone brightly through the high windows of the great hall. Daniel sat at the Hufflepuff table, happily eating a warm plate of scrambled eggs and buttered toast. He drank a sweet cup of warm apple juice. Across the hall at the Gryffindor table, there was a lot of loud noise and crying. Ron Weasley was on his hands and knees, looking under the long wooden benches. His face was completely red. "He is gone!" Ron yelled, his voice cracking. "Scabbers is gone. I left his cage open just a little bit, and he ran away." Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were trying to help him look, moving school bags and looking under plates. Daniel stood up, picked up a fresh, warm piece of sweet yellow bread from his table, and walked over to Gryffindor. He put his hand gently on Ron's shoulder. "Hey, Ron," Daniel said softly, handing him the sweet bread. "Did you check the garden bushes outside? Garden rats love the open grass. I am sure he just went out to find some nice fresh air." Ron took the bread, wiping his watery eyes. "You really think so?" "I am completely sure," Daniel gave him a bright, friendly nod. "He is probably the happiest rat in the whole country right now." Hermione looked up from the floor and looked at Daniel. She saw his nice, gentle smile, but her super smart brain felt a tiny little mystery. Every time something strange happened in the school, this quiet Hufflepuff boy was always standing right there looking completely innocent. But she did not say anything. She just said thank you for the bread. After breakfast, Daniel had a free study hour. He did not go to the library. He walked out to the sunny, empty Hufflepuff garden, sat down under a large green tree, and made sure nobody was watching him. "System," Daniel thought. "Show me the loot from last night." A crisp blue rectangle popped up in the bright morning air. "Special item, the Marauder's Key. What it does, this dark iron key can change its shape to fit into any keyhole in the whole castle. When you put it in a door and turn it to the left, it unlocks the door instantly. When you hold it in your open hand and turn it to the right, the key acts like a magic compass, pulling your hand toward the nearest hidden magical treasure." Daniel smiled. A key that finds hidden treasure automatically was a real cheat code. He pulled the dark, heavy iron key out of his pocket. It felt cold and old in his fingers. He held it flat on his open palm and mentally turned the key to the right. Instantly, the tip of the iron key gave a gentle, warm tug against his skin. It pointed straight toward the grand marble stairs, leading up. Daniel looked around the empty garden. He turned on his ghost walker skill. His body went completely cold, silent, and untrackable. His footprints vanished from the soft grass. He became an invisible shadow. He followed the pull of the iron key. It pulled him up to the first floor, then the second floor, and finally up to the empty, dusty hallway of the third floor. It led him right to the door of an old, forgotten classroom that had not been used in many years. The door was locked with a heavy iron latch. Daniel slipped the Marauder's Key into the hole and turned it to the left. Click! The heavy door swung open without making a single sound. Daniel stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The room was totally dark except for a single tall ray of sunlight coming through a cracked window. Standing right in the center of the dusty floor was a massive, beautiful mirror. It was 10 feet tall, with a heavy, golden frame carved with strange words. It was the mirror of Arist. Daniel knew all about this glass. It was a famous magic trap. It looked inside your mind, found the deepest, most wanted wish of your heart, and drew a fake moving picture of it on the glass to keep you sitting there forever. For Harry Potter, it showed his dead family. For Ron, it showed him being a famous hero. Daniel walked slowly up to the front of the glass. What does a boy from another world, who owns the fundamental math of reality, want the most? He stopped 2 feet away and looked into the mirror. Through his A-rank monocyte, the mirror was full of a giant, spinning cloud of sweet pink dream magic. The pink smoke tried to reach out of the glass, trying to slip into Daniel's mind to read his deepest wishes so it could draw the picture. Bam! The mirror's dream magic hit the giant, black, infinite stone wall of the absolute mind fortress. The pink smoke shattered into nothing. The giant golden mirror actually gave a loud, heavy shiver. The glass surface started to ripple and shake like boiling water. It was completely confused. It had never met a human with a totally locked mind before. It could not find a single regret, a single sad memory, or a single wish inside him. Because it could not trick him, the mirror gave up. The pink smoke cleared away completely. The glass became 100% real, clear, normal glass. Daniel looked at his own reflection. He just saw himself. Standing there, a quiet 11-year-old boy in clean grey robes, with striking silver-grey eyes that shone with a ring of white gold light. He looked strong, calm, and totally free. Suddenly, right inside the mirror's reflection, the system forced its own glowing blue box onto the glass surface right next to Daniel's shoulder. Notice, high-level dream magic broken. The mirror of Arist recognizes the host as a master of reality with 0 regrets. Special mirror override unlocked, the absolute copy. What it does, because you defeated the dream glass, you can press any single item you own against this mirror. The mirror will use all of its stored dream magic to pull a second, 100% real, perfect living copy of that item out of the dream world and drop it into your real hands. You can only use this power one time in your life. Daniel stopped breathing. His silver eyes went wide. He could duplicate anything. He could make a second copy of his powerful dragon heartstring wand. He could make a copy of a rare book. Then, Daniel looked at the top corner of his system screen. Current bank, 5,000 points. A huge, brilliant, dangerous smile broke across Daniel's face. If he went into the system shop right now and bought the most expensive, super powerful 5,000 point magic item in the whole store, he could press it against the glass and get 2 of them. System, Daniel whispered into the dark, dusty room, his hands shaking with pure excitement. Open the legendary item shop. Let's see what we are going to double. Chapter 17, The 2 Stars and the Scared Lord. Daniel stood in the ray of bright sunlight. The dusty classroom was totally quiet. He looked at the floating blue screen and scrolled down to the tab marked Super Legendary. He filtered the list so it only showed items that cost exactly 5,000 points. There it was. The ultimate prize. Item, the Star Core Gem, rank S. Cost, 5,000 points. What it does, when you hold this glowing round stone against your chest, it sinks into your heart. It permanently adds plus 50 to your magic power score, and makes your body refresh its magic instantly. A normal wizard spent 50 years studying heavy books just to gain 10 extra points of power. This stone gave 50 in 1 second. System, Daniel said clearly. Buy the Star Core Gem. 5,000 points spent. Current bank, 0 points. A heavy stone popped into the air and dropped into his open hand. It looked like a smooth, round piece of deep blue glass, but trapped inside the center was a real, tiny, glowing white star. It felt very cold to the touch. Daniel turned around and faced the giant mirror of East. He held the blue stone up and pressed it flat against the cold glass surface. "Mirror," Daniel commanded. "Use absolute copy." The heavy gold frame of the mirror gave a loud, deep hum. The giant glass began to shine with a blinding pink and gold light. Inside the reflection, the picture of the blue stone started to move forward. It pushed right through the solid glass like a hand coming out of a pool of water. Clink! A second. 100% identical star core gem dropped out of the air and landed right into Daniel's left hand. The giant mirror stopped humming. The bright light went out completely. The glass turned dull, plain, and grey. All of its ancient dream magic was 100% used up and gone. It was just a heavy, normal piece of room furniture now. Daniel looked down at the two shining blue stars in his hands. He took a deep breath, unbuttoned the top of his clean grey shirt, and pressed both of the cold blue stones directly against the skin of his chest. Melt! The two hard stones turned into liquid blue light. They slipped right through his skin and sank deep into his ribs without making a single mark. It did not hurt. It felt like drinking a giant, freezing glass of ice water after running a long race on a hot day. The freezing blue starlight rushed straight into his warm, white gold monocore. The hot white gold and the freezing blue starlight did not fight. They grabbed each other and started to spin in a fast circle. They spun faster and faster until they turned into a beautiful, glowing, perfectly balanced little galaxy right inside his heart. The system screen exploded with giant white numbers. Magic power, 55 and GT 105 and GT 155. Monocore upgraded, the Twin Star Galaxy Core special effect, your magic now refills instantly. You can never run out of power. 155 magic power. Daniel closed his eyes and just felt it. A normal adult wizard had a score of about 50. Headmaster Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world, had a score of about 160. Daniel was only 11 years old, and his personal engine was already a roaring ocean of absolute power. He had to test it. He opened his eyes. They were glowing with a double ring of white gold and deep blue starlight. He called up his level 2 vector dominance. He looked at the giant, 10-foot golden mirror of East. Sitting on the floor. It weighed over 1,000 pounds. Daniel didn't use his whole mind. He just used one tiny track of his thoughts and mentally flipped the gravity arrow on the heavy mirror. Up. Whoosh. The giant 1,000-pound golden mirror shot up to the ceiling so fast and light it looked like a tossed party balloon. It stopped dead 2 inches from the roof. Daniel twirled his little finger, the heavy mirror spun in a fast, silent circle in the empty air. It truly felt like lifting a single dry leaf. He gently lowered the heavy glass back down to the floor. It hit the stone blocks without making a single sound. Next, Daniel turned his A-rank monocyte up to the absolute highest level. With 155 magic power pushing into his eyes, the grey stone walls of the castle didn't just turn clear. His vision shot out like a super-fast green arrow. It flew through the 3rd floor, out the front doors, across the green lawns, over Hagrid's little wooden house, and rushed deep into the dark, tangled middle of the forbidden forest. He zoomed his magic eyes past the giant old trees and the dark spider holes. 3 miles away, in the darkest corner of the woods, he saw a glowing shape. Laying on the wet moss. It was a beautiful, pure white unicorn. Its magic light was dim and dying. Leaning over the unicorn was a person wearing a dark black hood. The person was drinking the glowing silver blood right out of the unicorn's neck. It was Professor Quirrell, carrying the noseless Dark Lord on the back of his head. Daniel did not blink. He pushed his massive 155 magic power straight into his eyes. Locking his heavy gaze right onto the back of that dark hood. 3 miles away in the dark woods, the hooded figure suddenly stopped drinking. It froze. The piece of Lord Voldemort's soul sitting under the turban felt the look. It felt a giant, crushing, godlike weight hit its mind from across the trees. The look was so heavy, so cold, and so ancient that the dark figure actually let out a high, terrified gasp and jumped backward off the unicorn. The dark figure didn't look around to fight. It spun on its heels and ran away into the dark bushes as fast as its legs could carry it, completely shaking with pure, real fear. Back in the dusty classroom, Daniel snapped his magic eyes off. The room went back to normal grey sunlight. Daniel smoothed down his collar and let out a cool, quiet laugh. "Run fast, little parasite," he whispered. He put the marauder's key back into his pocket, opened the old classroom door, and stepped out into the clean, bright hallway. The loud wooden clock downstairs began to ring for the lunch hour. Daniel put his hands in his pockets and started down the marble stairs. He was very hungry, and he could not wait to get down to the great hall to eat a nice, big stack of warm roasted turkey sandwiches. Chapter 18, The Shaking Cup and the Room of Hidden Things. Daniel walked into the great hall and sat down at the Hufflepuff table. He grabbed 2 big roasted turkey sandwiches, a warm bowl of potato soup, and a cold glass of sweet apple juice. He took a huge, happy bite. The hall was noisy and full of happy talking. But 5 minutes later, the small side door near the teacher's high table opened. Professor Quirrell walked in. He looked awful. His skin was the pale color of old milk. He was shaking so hard that his purple turban was slipping down over his left ear. He sat down in his chair next to Professor Snape, picked up his golden teacup, and immediately spilled hot tea all over his own lap because his hands would not stop jumping. "Quirinus?" Headmaster Dumbledore asked softly, leaning over. "Are you unwell?" "Just a slight chill, Headmaster," Quirrell stuttered out, his teeth clicking together. Daniel watched him with his normal eyes, happily sipping his potato soup. Suddenly, the warm air in the great hall went completely cold. The piece of the Dark Lord's soul hidden inside the turban was angry and terrified. It pushed a giant, silent wave of dark, testing magic out across the room. It was trying to touch the mind of every single person at the long tables to see who had looked at him in the dark woods. The invisible dark wave rolled over the Gryffindor table. Harry Potter rubbed his forehead scar. The wave rolled over the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy hugged his own arms. Then, the cold wave rolled toward the Hufflepuff table, aiming right for Daniel's back. Daniel did not turn around. He did not drop his sandwich. He just dropped his left hand under the wooden table and opened his palm. The hungry red circle of the spell eater popped open inside his skin. Shhh whip. The dark magic wave hit Daniel's hand and got sucked straight into his red palm like a tiny piece of dust getting sucked into a vacuum cleaner. Up at the high table, under the turban, the Dark Lord felt his magic wave get bitten completely off in the dark. Quirrell actually let out a tiny, high squeak of real fear and dropped his fork onto his gold plate with a loud clack. Professor Snape looked at Quirrell with total disgust. "If you cannot hold your fork and spoon, Quirinus, perhaps you should go eat in the hospital wing." Daniel smiled, chewed his turkey sandwich, and checked his screen. Spell Eater caught a wide tracking wave. +1 magic power absorbed. Current total, 156. Thanks for the free drink, Daniel thought. After lunch, the kids all ran outside to play on the grass in the cool autumn sun. Daniel did not go outside. He put on his ghost walker skill. His body went silent, cold, and totally invisible to the world. His soft shoes left no trace on the floor. He walked all the way up the grand marble stairs to the 7th floor. The hallway up there was totally quiet and empty. On the left wall hung a giant painting of a funny wizard trying to teach big grey trolls how to do ballet dances. Right across from the painting was a massive, blank wall of plain grey stone. Daniel pulled the dark iron marauder's key out of his pocket. He held it flat on his open hand and mentally turned the key to the right. The iron key spun on his skin and pointed its sharp tip straight at the blank grey rock. This was the famous room of requirement. Normally, a wizard had to walk back and forth past this wall 3 times while thinking very hard about what they needed. If they did it right, a magic door would appear. Daniel did not walk. He owned the stone. He pushed the dark iron key right against the flat grey stone and turned it to the left. Click! The heavy stone blocks gave a deep, happy hum. A massive, beautiful door made of dark old wood grew right out of the solid rock and popped open. Warm, old, dusty air drifted out. Daniel stepped inside and pulled the heavy door shut behind him. He stood still. His mouth slowly fell wide open. The room was as big as a giant sports stadium. It was filled with towering, 60-foot mountains of lost and forgotten things. Over the last 1,000 years, thousands of Hogwarts students had hidden their broken toys, forbidden books, secret magic items, and lost money in this exact room. There were giant piles of old wooden chairs, high towers of old glass bottles, stacks of flying brooms, and shiny piles of gold galleons scattered everywhere on the floor like dropped coins. Daniel turned his A-rank monocyte up to full power. The dark, dusty stadium instantly turned into a blazing, blinding ocean of pure-colored light. Every single lost item in the room had its own magic glowing inside it. There were thousands of dim green lights, hundreds of bright blue lights, and dozens of heavy orange lights. Daniel started to walk down the narrow dirt path between 2 giant mountains of old furniture. His magic eyes read the green text hovering over the items as he passed them. Item: a 500-year-old silver pocket watch. Can turn time back by 1 minute. Item: a lost leather bag containing 450 gold galleons. Item: a dragon skin coat. Can stop any fire spell instantly. Daniel felt his heart beating in his throat. This was not just a room. This was an endless bank full of free money and free power, and nobody in the whole castle knew how to get inside it except him. He walked deeper into the giant stadium. Suddenly, his iron key gave a super hard, sharp tug against his hand. It pointed straight up toward the top of a giant pile of broken wooden desks and old stone statues. Daniel looked all the way up to the top of the pile. Sitting right on top of an old wooden box was a beautiful, heavy silver crown made of shiny silver bird wings, set with 3 deep blue stones. Through his monocyte, the silver crown was not glowing with nice blue light. It was leaking a giant, twisting, roaring cloud of pure, thick, pitch-black smoke. Hovering right over the crown, his green magic text printed the absolute truth. Target: Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem, silver crown, status: founder treasure/made evil by a piece of the dark Lord Soul. The giant blue system screen exploded right in front of Daniel's nose, covered in flashing purple and red warning lights. Massive ancient soul detected. New main quest: the Great Cleansing objective: use your bare hands to grab the silver crown, crush the Dark Lord's soul inside it, and feed the pure founder magic to the system. Reward: 10,000 system points. Permanent plus 50 to mind score. Unlock the legendary S-rank point shop. Daniel stood at the bottom of the mountain of junk, looking up at the twisting black smoke. 10,000 points. An S-rank shop. 50 extra mind points. He looked down at his right palm. The little hungry red circle of the spell eater popped open, glowing with a bright, hot, eager red light. You look like a very big lunch, Daniel whispered to the dark crown, and began to climb the mountain. Chapter 19, The Silver Crown and the Big Red Bite. Daniel did not climb the mountain of junk with his hands and feet. That was too slow. He looked at the 60-foot pile of broken wooden desks and old stone chairs. He called up his level 2 vector dominance. Instead of pulling his body up, he grabbed his own weight and mentally flipped the gravity arrows so he was only as heavy as an apple. He took one step onto an old wooden box, pushed off the wood gently, and floated 10 feet up to the next ledge. Hop! Float! Hop! He bounded up the mountain like an astronaut walking on the moon. In 5 seconds, he reached the very top. He stood on a flat, dusty table made of black stone. Right in front of his boots sat the silver crown. Up close, the pitch-black smoke leaking out of the shiny silver wings looked thick and oily, like burning car tires. It smelled like rotten river water and old graves. The moment Daniel stepped within 2 feet of the crown, the black smoke stopped twisting. It froze. The piece of Lord Voldemort's soul hidden inside the silver metal felt him. It remembered the giant crushing look from the dark woods. It remembered the invisible hand under the dinner table that had bitten its tracking wave in half. The black smoke gathered together, turning into the floating shape of a scary, noseless human face made of dark fog. Its glowing red eyes stared right into Daniel's face. "You," the dark smoke hissed. The voice did not happen in the open air, it blasted straight inside Daniel's head like a screaming train whistle. "The little thief! You think you can touch the great Lord Voldem alert, high-level soul curse detected. Absolute mind fortress, active. Bam! They." Screaming dark voice hit the giant, endless wall of black stone inside Daniel's head and broke into totally harmless silence instantly. Daniel did not even blink. He reached out his right hand. The dark face made of smoke panicked. It tried to fly away. Trying to lift the heavy silver crown off the table to escape into the deep piles of junk below. Daniel used track 1 of his mind. He grabbed the downward vector arrow of the silver crown and locked it to the stone table with the weight of a heavy truck. The crown did not move a single millimeter. Stay, Daniel said softly. He opened his bare right palm. The hungry red circle of the spell eater popped open, glowing with a blazing, hot, bright crimson light. He reached down and grabbed the silver crown right by its shiny metal wings. Shhhwip. The moment the hungry red circle touched the silver metal, the giant face of black smoke let out a silent, terrible shriek of total agony. The red circle did not just drink the smoke. It acted like a giant, super-fast paper shredder. It grabbed the ancient, evil piece of Voldemort's soul, pulled it out of the silver metal by its roots, and began to grind it into nothing. Thick lines of black lightning tried to zap Daniel's arm, but the hot red skin just ate the lightning too. Gulp! 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 Daniel felt the rotten dark piece of the Dark Lord get sucked down into his white gold monocore. The white gold fire instantly burned the evil away, turning the giant, ancient soul into a massive, heavy, roaring ocean of pure, super clean power. His numbers started to fly up in his mind so fast they blurred: magic power, 156 and GT 180 and GT 210 and GT 255. The pitch-black smoke was completely gone. The tiny piece of Voldemort was dead forever. Now, the silver crown sitting in Daniel's hand began to shine with a brilliant, beautiful, super bright sky blue light. It was the original, pure, holy magic of Rowena Ravenclaw. It smelled like fresh rain paper and sweet morning air. A giant, blazing gold and purple screen popped up over the dusty mountain. Main quest complete, the Great Cleansing Horcrux destroyed, 2 of 7 removed from the world. Rewards delivered. 10,000 system points added. Current bank, 10,000 points. Permanent mind upgrade, plus 50. Current mind, 95, super genius level, ... New feature unlocked, the S-rank legendary point shop, Daniel sat down on the dusty table and held his head for 1 second. The plus 50 mind upgrade did not give him a headache, it did something much better. It felt like someone had just turned on 100 extra bright lights inside his brain. Suddenly, he could remember every single word of every book he had ever looked at in his whole life. He could do giant, super hard math problems in half a second. He understood the absolute secret rules of the universe as clearly as reading an easy children's story. He looked down at the pure, shining blue Ravenclaw crown in his hands. He didn't let the system eat this one. He gently placed the beautiful silver crown safely into his deep inside jacket pocket. It was too pretty to destroy. Daniel rubbed his clean hands together. 10,000 points. An S-rank shop. His magic power was at 255, way higher than Headmaster Dumbledore's. System, Daniel whispered, his voice smooth and totally confident. Open the newly unlocked S-rank legendary shop. Show me the very first item on the list. The blue screen flipped over. A single glowing gold card appeared at the top of the list. Daniel read the simple, short words printed on the card, and his bright silver eyes went completely wide. He let out a long, slow, amazed breath. Oh, wow, Daniel whispered to the empty room. We are going to break the whole game tomorrow. Chapter 20, The True Master and the Red Stone. Daniel stood on the dusty stone table. The 60-foot mountain of old junk was completely silent. He looked at the single glowing gold card floating on his screen. He read the simple, beautiful words printed on the card, and his silver eyes shone with a giant, brilliant light. Item, the True Master's Mark, rank S, cost, 10,000 points. What it does, you press this glowing gold stamp onto the floor of any building or house. Once you do, your soul becomes the secret, absolute owner of the whole place. Every door, window, moving stair, and magic shield will obey your thoughts alone. The old master will still think they are in charge, because the mark draws a fake magic picture in the air to keep them completely happy and blind. Daniel let out a breathless, quiet laugh. If he put this stamp onto the floor right now, Albus Dumbledore would lose the school. The headmaster would still sit in his high office, he would still hold his long wand, and he would still think he was the boss of Hogwarts. But the stone blocks would not answer to him anymore. The school would belong to Daniel. System, Daniel said, his voice full of pure excitement. By the True Master's Mark. 10,000 points spent. Bank, 0 points. A small, heavy object popped into the air and dropped into his palm. It was a smooth, round piece of solid gold, shaped like a tiny little badger wearing a royal crown. It was glowing with a warm, heavy yellow light. Daniel did not wait. He did not run down to the basement. The giant room of requirement was already connected to every single magic line in the whole castle. He knelt down, pushed the little golden badger flat against the black stone floor, and commanded, "Take it. Be mine." Whoosh! The golden badger melted into the rock like warm butter. Instantly, a massive, silent shockwave of pure gold light shot through the floor blocks. It raced down the walls, flew through the grand marble stairs, rushed through the high towers, and sank all the way down into the deep dirt roots under the lake. Because Daniel had his brand new 95 mind score, super genius level, his brain did not get confused by what happened next. Suddenly, a giant, perfect, living 3D map of the entire Hogwarts castle popped wide open inside his head. He didn't just see the school, he felt it. It felt like growing a giant stone body. He could feel the cold wind hitting the top of the astronomy tower. He could feel the 142 staircases waiting for his command to move left or right. He could feel the warm fire in the Hufflepuff common room. He tested his new mind map. He looked into the Gryffindor common room. he saw Ron Weasley playing a game of exploding card games. He looked into the dark dungeons. He saw Professor Snape writing clean red marks onto a pile of paper. He looked into the headmaster's round office. He saw Albus Dumbledore sitting in his chair, peacefully eating a sweet yellow lemon drop, totally unaware that the room he was sitting in now belonged to an 11-year-old boy. "Incredible," Daniel whispered, standing up and closing his eyes as he looked through his giant stone home. Then, Daniel looked at the third-floor hallway. He zoomed his mind down into the secret trapdoor, where the teachers had built their giant, super-safe obstacle course. He looked past the giant three-headed dog sleeping on the floor. He looked past the waving green devil's snare plant. He looked past the room full of flying keys, past the giant stone chess pieces, and looked all the way down into the very last, deepest underground room. Sitting right in the center of that final, dark room, resting on top of a small stone table, was a tiny, super heavy, glowing blood-red stone. The Philosopher's Stone. It was the most famous magic rock in history. It could turn any piece of cheap metal into pure gold, and it could make a sweet red drink that kept a person alive forever. Voldemort was hiding in the dark woods right now, drinking animal blood every night, just waiting for a chance to fight his way through the giant dog and the chess set to steal it. Daniel opened his eyes. He sat down on a soft, dusty yellow sofa at the top of the junk mountain and crossed his legs. Why would I fight a dog and a giant chess set? Daniel thought, smiling brightly. I own the building. He sent a totally quiet, easy thought down into the deep basement blocks. Castle. Look at that little stone table in the last dungeon room. Tilt the table over, drop the red rock into a magic wall slide, and bring it up to my hand. Deep underground, 300 feet below him, the room obeyed its master. The three-headed dog kept sleeping. The stone chess pieces stayed totally still. In the final room, the little stone table gently tilted to the left. The glowing red stone slid off the wood and dropped into a small, open stone hole in the wall. The wall clicked shut. Zip. Turn. Slide. Inside the solid grey walls of Hogwarts, the Philosopher's Stone travelled up through the stone blocks like a tossed coin shooting through a smooth vacuum tube. It bypassed the dungeons, flew up past the Great Hall, shot up the marble stairs, and popped right out of a stone block in the Room of Requirement. Catch! The heavy, glowing blood-red stone dropped out of the air and landed perfectly into Daniel's open right hand. It felt super hot, like holding a cup of fresh morning tea. The raw, sweet magic inside it was so thick it smelled like warm red berries and melted gold. Instantly, the giant blue system screen exploded right in front of his face, covered in blinding white and gold flames. Ultimate legendary item secured. Item name, the True Philosopher's Stone, rank SSS, system scan complete. This stone holds the absolute, complete math of endless life and limitless matter. Special system merge ready. Would you like to drop the Philosopher's Stone into your twin star galaxy core to permanently unlock true immortal body and limitless gold creation? Yes/no, Daniel looked at the screen. He looked at the heavy red stone in his palm. If he said yes, he would never get sick, he would never get old, his body could never be broken by any spell, and he could make 1,000,000 gold galleons just by waving his fingers. And down in the deep dungeon, Dumbledore's giant, super-safe obstacle course was now guarding an empty, dusty little wooden table. When Voldemort finally broke into that room at the end of the year, the Dark Lord was going to find absolutely nothing. Daniel leaned back against the dusty yellow sofa, looked up at the ceiling of his brand new castle, and let out a bright, beautiful, unstoppable laugh. System, Daniel said clearly into the quiet room. Let's become immortal. Chapter 21, The Three Colors and the Broken Glass System, Daniel said. Let's become immortal. The heavy red stone in his hand did not burn. It cracked. A tiny line of bright red light opened on the rock. Then, the whole stone folded inward, turning into a single, floating drop of glowing red liquid. It looked like a heavy drop of sweet cherry syrup. It shot straight into Daniel's chest. Thump! His heart gave one giant, super heavy beat. Inside his ribs, the new red light flew right into the middle of his twin star galaxy. The hot white gold and the freezing blue starlight caught the red liquid. They did not fight. They hugged. The three colors spun together: white, blue, and blood red. They spun faster and faster until they turned into a blazing, beautiful, three-colored sun right inside his center. A giant wave of pure, cool, perfect health washed over his skin. His eyes saw the system print the new rules in big, bright letters: System merge complete. Stat gained, true immortal. Body what it means: your body can never be broken, burned, poisoned, or turned old against your will. You do not need to breathe underwater. If a mountain falls on you, the mountain will break first. Stat gained, limitless gold. What it means: you can touch any normal item, push a drop of your red magic into it, and turn the item into 100% real, heavy gold. The gold will never turn back into dirt. Daniel took a deep breath. The air entering his lungs felt different. It felt super clean, like he was drinking pure morning energy. He looked down at his own hand. His skin looked the same pale and neat, but when he pressed his thumb hard against a sharp, broken wooden splinter on the table, the sharp wood snapped in half. His skin did not even get a red mark. He was unbreakable. He wanted to test the second gift immediately. Daniel picked up a small, dirty grey pebble from the dusty floor. He held it in his fingers and sent one tiny thought of his new red magic into the stone. Turn. A gentle ring of red light brushed over the pebble. In less than 1 second, the dirty grey rock turned shiny, heavy, and bright yellow. Daniel tossed it up and caught it. It was a real, solid gold galleon coin. He could make 1,000,000 of them before breakfast. Suddenly, Daniel's super genius mind map of the castle gave a sharp little buzz. He closed his eyes and looked through his giant stone home. He zoomed his thoughts straight up into Headmaster Dumbledore's round office. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk, peaceful and quiet, writing on a piece of paper with a feather pen. On a little small shelf next to his window sat a tiny, spinning glass ball full of pink smoke. That ball was magically connected to the Philosopher's Stone in the deep dungeon. While Daniel watched through the walls, the little glass ball gave a loud crack. The pink smoke inside it turned black, then grey, and then dropped to the bottom of the glass like a pile of dead ashes. The little ball stopped spinning forever. Dumbledore dropped his pen. The old man jumped up from his chair so fast his half-moon glasses almost flew off his nose. His giant, blinding white magic flared up into the room like a sudden lightning storm. "No," Dumbledore whispered. His face went completely white. "No, no, no." Dumbledore did not use the stairs. He threw a handful of green powder into his fireplace, shouted the third-floor vault, and vanished into the green fire. Daniel smiled, kept his eyes closed, and followed the old man through the castle map. Down in the third-floor dungeon, the green fire roared. Dumbledore stepped out into the dark hallway. He held his long wand out, looking ready to fight 100 dark wizards at once. He ran into the first room. The giant three-headed dog was still sleeping heavily on the floor, snoring a happy little song. Dumbledore ran into the second room. All the flying keys were floating gently near the roof. Not a single one was broken. He ran into the third room. The giant stone chess pieces were still standing in their neat boxes. Nobody had played the game. Dumbledore reached the very last, deepest stone door. He waved his wand. The heavy door swung wide open. Dumbledore stepped inside, holding a bright ball of white light over his head. He looked at the little stone table in the center of the room. The table was totally clean. There was no dust. There were no footprints on the floor. There were no dark spell marks on the walls. The heavy, priceless red stone was simply gone. It looked like the universe had just forgotten to put it there. Dumbledore slowly dropped his arms. His long wand clicked against the stone floor blocks. The greatest, smartest wizard in the whole magical world stood in the empty room, completely frozen, his mouth hanging open, looking like a little lost boy. How? Dumbledore whispered to the empty stone walls. The door was locked, the dog did not wake up, how did it walk away? Up in the room of requirement, sitting on his dusty yellow sofa, Daniel opened his silver eyes. He tossed his brand new gold coin into the air, caught it with a nice little clink, and let out a super happy sigh. Magic is a very mysterious thing, Headmaster, Daniel said to the empty room. He stood up, put the gold coin into his pocket, and walked out the big wooden door. It was time for dinner in the Great Hall, and Daniel wanted to see Dumbledore try to eat his soup while his brain was completely broken. Chapter 22, The Silent Dinner and the Bad Teacher. Daniel sat at the Hufflepuff table. He put 3 warm roasted chicken wings on his plate, a big pile of sweet yellow corn, and a cold cup of fresh apple juice. The Great Hall was loud and full of happy talking. But up at the teacher's high table, it looked like a sad funeral. Albus Dumbledore walked into the room. He did not look like a warm, happy grandfather tonight. His shoulders were down. He walked slowly, looking like an old man who had just lost his favorite cat. He sat down heavily in his big golden chair and did not touch his food. He just stared down at his empty gold plate with totally blank eyes. Professor McGonagall leaned over and whispered something to him. Dumbledore just slowly shook his head left and right. Professor Snape was watching the headmaster closely. Snape's super smart brain knew that something giant and terrible had just happened, but he did not know what. Then, Daniel looked at Professor Quirrell. Quirrell was happily eating a piece of baked fish. Under his purple turban, the piece of Voldemort's soul was feeling extremely good. Voldemort looked at Dumbledore's sad face and thought, "Ah, the old man looks very weak today. Soon, I will go down to the 3rd floor, put the big dog to sleep, and take the red stone." Daniel took a sip of his apple juice and had to bite his own tongue to stop from laughing out loud. The Dark Lord was sitting there making big, evil plans to rob a bank vault that was completely empty. Daniel decided to test his new True Master's Mark power just for fun. He closed his eyes for 1 split second. Because he owned the stone floor blocks of the castle, he sent a tiny, secret thought across the room. Castle. Look at Quirrell's wooden chair. Make the back left leg 1 inch shorter for 3 seconds, and then fix it. Up at the high table, Quirrell leaned back to take a nice drink of water. Clack! The chair leg dropped into the floor. Quirrell let out a funny little eep, lost his balance, and spilled cold water all over his own chin. A second later, the stone floor pushed the wooden leg back up to normal. Quirrell looked down at the floor, completely confused. Next to him, Professor Snape gave Quirrell a look of pure, absolute disgust. "Keep your water in your cup, Quirinus," Snape snapped. Daniel smiled, chewed his sweet corn, and enjoyed his dinner. Saturday morning arrived. It was very cold. The November sky was a clear, bright blue, but the wind was freezing. It was the very first Quidditch sports game of the year, Gryffindor vs Slytherin. The whole school walked out to the giant wooden sports stands around the open field. Daniel sat in the high Hufflepuff seats next to Cedric Diggory. He wore his warm yellow scarf. His clean clothes spell kept the freezing wind from making him shiver, and his brand new three-colored immortal heart kept his blood feeling like warm summer tea. Gryffindor has a very fast team this year. Cedric shouted over the loud wind. Potter is flying a Nimbus 2000. It should be a fun game, Daniel smiled. 15 minutes later, the game started. 15 broomsticks shot up into the cold air. The players zipped around, throwing the big red ball through the high golden hoops. Way up above the game, Harry Potter was floating quietly on his broom, looking everywhere for the tiny, fast golden ball the snitch. Suddenly, Harry's broom gave a terrible, wild jerk. It started to shake and jump like a crazy horse. Down in the crowd, the shouting stopped. People started pointing up. Look at Potter's broom. It's broken. Harry was thrown sideways. He held onto the smooth wooden handle with just both of his hands, his legs swinging over empty air 60 feet above the hard ground. The broom bucked hard, trying to throw him off into the sky. Daniel did not stand up. He turned on his A-rank monosight. He looked across the giant open stadium toward the teacher stands. Professor Quirrell was sitting there, keeping his eyes wide open, staring straight up at Harry. Quirrell's mouth was moving in fast, silent, evil words. He was shooting an invisible, dark red rope of curse magic straight across the sports field, wrapping it around Harry's broom to make him fall. Right behind Quirrell, Professor Snape was also staring at Harry, not blinking his eyes. But through monosight, Snape's magic was glowing with a neat, clean blue light. Snape was actually saying the counterspell to try and save Harry's life. Not in my house, Daniel thought, his silver eyes flashing white gold. Daniel called up his level 2 vector dominance and his true master. Connection to the stadium. The open air over the grass belonged to him. His mind split into 3 fast, easy tracks. Track 1, he grabbed the invisible red rope of Quirrell's dark curse right in the middle of the empty sky, and commanded, snap. Magic broke into harmless grey dust instantly. Up in the sky, Harry's broom stopped bucking and went completely, perfectly still. Harry scrambled the dark back up onto his seat, totally safe. Track 2, Daniel looked at Quirrell's wooden bench across the field. He told the wood, get super hot. Burn his bottom. Track 3, Daniel caught a tiny, super fast golden dot buzzing near his own left shoulder, the golden snitch. He used a gentle push of wind to send the little gold ball zipping straight across the field into Harry Potter's open right hand. Bam! Across the stadium, Professor Quirrell let out a loud, high scream. He jumped 3 feet into the air, slapping his own backside as his wooden bench started smoking like a hot frying pan. He fell backward into Professor Snape, knocking them both over into a big pile of black cloaks. At the exact same second, Harry Potter closed his fingers around the little fluttering ball. Tweet! Potter caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins, the loud announcer voice boomed. The whole stadium went completely crazy with loud cheering, jumping, and happy waving. Daniel sat back in his comfortable wooden seat, pulled a sweet red apple out of his pocket, and took a nice, crunchy bite. A giant, shining gold screen popped into the bright blue sky right over the sports hoops. Hidden event complete, the Sky Master. Rewards delivered, 2,000 system points added. Current total, 2,000 points. New passive upgrade, True Sight, your eyes can never be blinded by bright light, smoke, or dark fog again. Daniel smiled as the golden words drifted away into the cold wind. He watched the Gryffindor team carry Harry Potter on their shoulders down on the grass. It was a wonderful day to be an immortal Hufflepuff. Chapter 23, The Silver Cloak and the Screaming Book. The December snow fell thick and white over Hogwarts Castle. In just 2 days, the ground was covered in deep, fluffy white blankets. Most of the kids packed their heavy trunks and took the red train back home to their families for the Christmas holiday. Daniel did not go home. He stayed in the warm, cozy Hufflepuff basement. He loved the quiet castle. With his roommates gone, the round badger room was totally silent. He could sit by the orange fire all day, read his books, and eat warm sugar cookies. On Christmas evening, the Great Hall looked like a wonderful winter dream. 12 giant green Christmas trees stood around the room, covered in shiny gold stars and real white candles. Daniel sat at the table and ate a massive, happy dinner. He had big pieces of juicy roasted turkey, sweet red cranberry sauce, buttery mashed potatoes, and warm rolls of fresh bread. Up at the high table, Headmaster Dumbledore was trying to smile and look happy for the children, but his blue eyes were completely full of worry. He was still spending every single night looking through the dark dungeons for the missing red stone. Daniel just drank his sweet apple juice and looked as innocent as a little lamb. When the midnight clock rang 12 times, Daniel sat up in his dark bed. Dong! 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 Time to work, Daniel whispered. He turned on his ghost walker skill. His breathing went silent. His body heat went away completely. He became a totally untrackable shadow. He walked out of the common room and went straight up to the dark, empty school library on the 4th floor. He bypassed the normal tables and walked all the way to the very back, where a rope hung across a dark wooden door. This was the restricted section, where the school kept all the forbidden, dangerous books. Daniel unlatched the rope and stepped inside. It smelled like old dust and dry, rotting paper. He turned on his brand new true sight. Instantly, the pitch-black room turned into a blazing sea of colored lights. But right in the middle of the dark room, Daniel saw something that made him stop dead. Floating between two high bookshelves was a giant, beautiful, holy river of pure liquid moonlight. The magic shining off it was so old and so powerful that it looked like a heavy silver waterfall made of fallen stars. Inside that shining silver waterfall, walking very slowly, was Harry Potter. Hovering right over Harry's messy hair, Daniel's magic eyes printed the absolute secret truth in clear green words: target, the cloak of invisibility status, ancient deathly hallow / 100% flawless shield. Daniel smiled. Harry had just gotten his father's cloak for Christmas. To normal teachers and normal magic maps, Harry was completely invisible. But to Daniel's true sight, Harry was glowing like a giant, super bright lighthouse. Harry reached out his thin hand and pulled a big, black book off the shelf. He slowly opened the cover. Blocks. Scream. A loud, terrible, bloody shriek exploded out of the black paper like a screaming ghost. Harry jumped back in pure terror, dropping the book onto the stone floor. Down the hallway, the loud, mean voice of the school caretaker, Mr. Filch, yelled out, "Who is in there? Show yourself!" Harry panicked. He scrambled to pick up the screaming book, his hands shaking wildly. Daniel did not pull out a wand. He called up his level 2 vector dominance. The physical air in the library belonged to him. His super genius mind split into 3 cool tracks. Track 1, he grabbed the loud sound waves coming out of the screaming book and forced them to fold straight down into the stone floor. Blocks. The terrible scream instantly turned into totally harmless silence. Track 2, he looked at the library door and mentally pushed the heavy lock shut with a soft click so Mr. Filch could not open it. Track 3, he sent a super gentle, soft breeze of wind behind Harry's back, guiding the scared boy past the tables and out a secret side window that led to the safety of the main stairs. Harry felt the nice warm push of wind. He did not look back. He grabbed his silver cloak tight around his neck and ran away into the dark hall as fast as his legs could go. "Have a good night, Harry," Daniel whispered to the empty room. "Now, Daniel was completely alone with 1,000 dark, forbidden magic books. He walked down the narrow path between the highest shelves. Through his magic eyes, most of the books glowed with dim purple or dim red light. They were just normal bad spells. He looked all the way at the very top shelf in the darkest corner. Sitting up there were 3 massive, heavy books bound in black, scaly leather. They were leaking thick, oily, rotten black smoke. They were books full of real, deadly black curses made by evil wizards a long time ago. Daniel reached up and floated the 3 heavy books down to a table. He opened both of his bare hands. The little hungry red circles of the spell eater popped wide open inside his palms, glowing with a bright, hot, eager crimson light. Daniel placed his bare hands directly flat onto the scaly black covers. Blocks. SHHHWIP. The 3 evil books let out a high, shaking hiss as the hot red circles touched their paper. The spell eater went to work. It grabbed the rotten, ancient black magic stored inside the leather, pulled it out like dark strings of wet yarn, and sucked it straight into Daniel's flesh. Gulp. 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 Daniel felt the dark power drop down into his 3-colored immortal sun. The pure sun instantly burned the evil feeling away, turning the old curses into a giant, roaring, super heavy river of clean magic power. His numbers started to fly up in his mind. Dark Book 1 eaten, plus 10 magic power. Dark Book 2 eaten, plus 10 magic power. Dark Book 3 eaten, plus 15 magic power. Current total magic power, 290. The pitch-black smoke completely vanished from the library. The 3 scaly books stopped shaking. Their leather turned into soft, normal brown covers. Blocks. Their scary words melted away, turning into totally blank, clean, innocent white paper. Daniel had literally eaten the danger right out of the room. A glowing blue screen popped up in the air. Hidden task complete. The library cleaner rewards delivered, 3,000 system points added. Current bank, 5,000 points. Daniel dusted off his hands. He felt amazing. His magic power was now at 290. He was basically a walking magical mountain. He walked over to the tall library window and looked down at the snowy courtyard below. Outside in the freezing dark, walking through the deep white snow. Blocks, was a person wearing a heavy purple turban. It was Professor Quirrell. He was not walking toward his bedroom. He was walking out toward the Forbidden Forest, and he was holding a sharp silver knife in his shaking hands. The Dark Lord was running completely out of time, and he needed more unicorn blood tonight just to stay awake. Daniel touched the smooth gold galleon coin inside his pocket, let out a cool, quiet breath, and smiled against the cold glass. "Go hunt your little animals, Voldemort," Daniel whispered into the moonlight. "Because when spring arrives, I am coming for you." Chapter 24, The White Unicorn and the Green Roots. Daniel stood by the tall library window. He watched the tiny purple dot of Professor Quirrell move across the white snow toward the dark trees. System, Daniel thought. How much does a forest map cost? The host already owns the castle grounds. Blocks. The Forbidden Forest is part of your land. Opening forest map now. In his super genius mind, the green 3D map grew wider. It pushed past the lawn and showed every single tree, every sleeping bear, and every dark spider hole in the big woods. And 3 miles deep in the trees, Daniel saw a tiny, pure white light running for its life. Behind it, a dirty, ugly grey light was chasing it fast. It was Quirrell. "He truly does not know when to quit," Daniel said softly. Daniel turned away from the window. With his ghost walker skill on, he was a silent, warm shadow. He walked down the moving stairs, slipped through the front doors, and stepped out into the freezing December snow. Because he had his Earth Master power, the deep snow did not make him slow. He commanded the white ground, "Turn hard and smooth like a clean road under my boots." He ran across the top of the soft snow as easily as running on a dry sports track. With his fast feet spell turned on, he moved like a fast, invisible wind shooting through the dark trees. He reached the dark middle of the woods in just 4 minutes. The giant old trees were covered in heavy white snow. In a small, open circle of grass, a beautiful white unicorn was laying on its side. Its breathing was fast and weak. A shiny silver line of blood was dripping from its shoulder onto the white snow. Standing over the holy animal was Professor Quirrell. Quirrell raised his sharp silver knife high into the moonlight. "Hold still, stupid beast," Quirrell hissed out. "The master needs your life." Daniel stood 30 feet away in the dark shadows of a giant oak tree. He did not pull out his wand. He called up his Earth Master power and his true master connection to the forest floor. "Forest," Daniel commanded in his mind. "Protect your friend. Grab the bad man." Instantly, the frozen ground under Quirrell came alive. 4 giant, thick wooden tree roots shot straight up out of the snow like giant brown snakes. Whack! The first wooden root hit Quirrell's right hand so hard the silver knife flew high into the air and dropped deep into a snow bank. "Ah!" Quirrell screamed, grabbing his wrist. Before he could move, the other 3 giant roots wrapped tightly around Quirrell's legs and his stomach, lifting the man 5 feet up into the air and holding him upside down like a trapped bug. His purple turban almost fell off into the dirt. "Master! Help me!" Quirrell cried out. Suddenly, the rotten black smoke under the turban blew up. The piece of Voldemort's soul took over the body. Quirrell's eyes turned a glowing, angry red. "Who is there?" the Dark Lord roared into the dark trees. "Show yourself! I am Lord Voldemort!" Voldemort pointed Quirrell's hand blindly at the dark trees and shot a massive, roaring wave of deadly green fire. It was a giant dark fire spell meant to burn the whole forest circle down to the ground. Daniel stepped out of the shadow. His clean grey uniform did not catch the wind. His eyes were shining with a brilliant double ring of white gold and blue starlight. He held up his bare right hand. The hungry red circle of the spell eater popped wide open. SHHHWIP. The giant wave of roaring green dark fire hit Daniel's open palm. It did not burn him. The hot red circle sucked the giant sea of green fire straight into his skin in one big, super fast gulp. Gulp. The dark fire vanished instantly. The snowy forest circle went completely, beautifully dark and quiet again. Spell Eater caught a giant dark fire wave. Plus 10 magic power absorbed. Current total, 300. 300 magic power. Voldemort's red eyes stared at the small boy standing in the snow. The Dark Lord's super evil soul felt the boy's magic engine. It did not feel like a child. It felt like standing in front of a giant, blazing sun made of total absolute power. "You, again?" Voldemort's smoke face hissed, totally shaking inside Quirrell's head. "What are you? You cannot eat my fire. That is impossible." Daniel just looked up at the upside-down teacher. "You are making a lot of noise in my garden, Tom," Daniel said softly. He flicked his little finger. Using vector dominance, he grabbed Quirrell's body and threw him hard across the open snow. Quirrell crashed headfirst into a giant pile of super soft, freezing white snow, completely stuck with only his black boots wiggling in the air. "We will kill you!" Voldemort's voice screamed from inside the deep snow bank, completely terrified and feeling super small and silly. Quirrell wiggled his legs out, jumped up, and ran away through the deep woods toward the castle as fast as a scared rabbit. Daniel did not chase him. He let the system map track Quirrell running safely back to his room. Daniel walked over to the beautiful white unicorn. The holy animal was looking up at him with big, gentle, watery dark eyes. It was still bleeding from the knife cut. Because Daniel owned the Philosopher's Stone inside his heart, he had the red magic of pure, endless life. Daniel gently put his bare palm flat over the unicorn's bleeding shoulder. He pushed one tiny drop of his warm red magic into the wound. "Heal," Daniel whispered. A super bright, beautiful warm red light washed over the unicorn's white fur. In less than 1 second, the deep cut closed up completely. The silver blood turned back into pure skin. The dying unicorn took one giant, happy breath, jumped right up onto its 4 legs, and rubbed its soft white head gently against Daniel's shoulder like a big, happy dog. A giant, shining gold and green screen popped into the starry winter sky. Main quest complete, the Forest King target Holy White Unicorn saved from the Dark Lord. Rewards delivered. 5,000 system points added. Current bank, 10,000 points. New special pet gained, the light unicorn. What it means, this holy animal now links its heart to yours. When you ride on its back, nobody can hit you with any bad spell, and it can run across the open sky like a shooting star. Daniel stroked the unicorn's soft white neck. It was the most beautiful animal in the world. "Go sleep in the warm green bushes near my Hufflepuff basement," Daniel told his new friend. "I will bring you some sweet red apples tomorrow morning." The unicorn gave a soft, happy whinny and trotted away into the safe trees. Daniel looked up at the moon. His magic power was at 300. He had 10,000 points back in his shop. He put his hands in his pockets and started walking back to his warm bed. Christmas night was officially over. And it was the best holiday of his entire life. Chapter 25, The Golden Circle and the Yellow Flowers. The cold winter went away. February brought warm, soft rain, blocks of fresh grey fog across the school grounds. The Great Hall was totally full. All the kids were back from their holiday. But there was no delicious food on the long wooden tables yet. In the middle of the room, Headmaster Dumbledore stood next to a giant, glowing golden ring drawn onto the stone floor blocks. It was 10 feet wide. The magic coming out of the drawing looked like bright, hot yellow fire. "Sit down, everyone," Dumbledore said. His voice was super quiet and heavy. "Before we eat our welcome dinner, we have a very serious matter. During the holiday, someone broke into the deepest room of the 3rd floor. They took an object that belongs to an old friend of mine." Dumbledore pointed his long wand at the glowing golden floor. "This is the Ring of Absolute Truth. When you step inside it, your heart cannot hide its secrets. I will ask you one question: did you take the red stone? If you say no, the ring will glow blue and let you pass. If you tell a lie, the ring will turn black and hold your boots to the floor." The kids started whispering in fast, scared voices. "We will go by houses," Professor McGonagall called out. "Slytherin first. Malfoy, Draco." Draco looked very nervous. He walked up the steps, stepped into the hot golden fire, and said, "I did not take it." The ring flashed a nice, cool blue light. He ran to his table, looking super happy and safe. Then Gryffindor. Harry Potter walked into the ring. "I did not take it." A quick flash of blue. Safe. Then it was the teacher's turn. Dumbledore was not playing around today. He looked straight at Professor Quirrell. "Quirinus," Dumbledore said softly. "Please step into the ring." Quirrell's face turned the pale color of a wet grey sheet. Under his purple turban, the Dark Lord was screaming in blind panic. If Quirrell stepped into that truth fire, the ancient magic would force Voldemort's face right out into the open air in front of 500 people. Quirrell took 2 shaky steps forward. His knees started clicking together. He raised his shaking hands to his head, let out a loud, funny squeak, and fell totally flat onto his stomach on the stone floor, faking another giant pass out. "Oh, dear me!" Professor Flitwick squeaked, running over to Fan Quirrell's pale face. "The poor man! The stress is too much for him." Dumbledore rubbed his eyes behind his glasses. He looked extremely tired. "Take him to the hospital bed, Phileas. We will test him tomorrow morning." Then, Dumbledore looked at the Hufflepuff line. "Sterling, Daniel. Your turn." Daniel put his hands deep inside his pockets. He walked up the stone steps, looking as calm as a boy going out to buy a sweet ice cream cone. He stepped right into the exact center of the blazing golden ring. Instantly, the giant, ancient truth magic tried to reach up his legs to test his soul. Bam! The truth magic hit the infinite, giant black stone wall of Daniel's absolute mind fortress. At the exact same second, Daniel's true master's mark looked at the golden fire on the floor. Blocks and commanded, "Hey! This is my building. Stop being fire." Daniel looked Dumbledore straight in his sad blue eyes. "I did not take your stone, headmaster," Daniel said clearly. The giant golden ring did not turn blue. It did not turn black. Because Daniel commanded the stone floor blocks, the giant ring of blazing magic suddenly turned into a massive, beautiful circle of real, fresh, sweet-smelling yellow daisies. The yellow flower petals drifted up into the air and gently dropped onto Daniel's clean grey shoes. The entire great hall went dead silent. 500 kids sat with their mouths wide open. Dumbledore took a giant step backward. His long wand actually slipped out of his fingers and dropped onto the stone floor with a loud clatter. He looked at the lovely yellow flowers, then looked up at the small boy with the shining silver eyes. "Flowers," Dumbledore whispered, his smart brain completely stopping its work. "They, the holy ring of truth, just turned into garden daisies." "Spring is coming early this year, sir." Daniel gave the headmaster a bright, super polite little bow, stepped out of the flowers, and walked over to the Hufflepuff bench. The second he sat down, the golden dinner plates filled up with steaming, delicious food. Daniel grabbed a big bowl of warm chicken noodle soup, a buttery roll of warm bread, and a sweet green apple. He took a happy bite. While the other kids all started shouting and talking about the crazy flower trick, Daniel called up his blue screen in the dark of his own mind. Current total points, 10,000 system, Daniel thought. Open the S-rank legendary shop. I have 10,000 points. What is the best team item on the list? The screen flipped over, glowing with a beautiful royal purple light. Item, the System Party Ring, rank S, cost, 10,000 points. What it does, you can put this invisible ring onto the finger of any one person you choose. Once you do, that person becomes your knight. They will gain their own little blue screen, they can talk to your mind from anywhere in the world, and most importantly, your giant 300 magic power will share a copy of itself with their monocore. They can never hurt you or tell your secrets. Daniel smiled so big his cheeks almost hurt. If he gave this ring to someone, he wouldn't be playing this giant game all by himself anymore. He could take a nice, quiet, normal kid and turn them into a super powerful wizard superhero overnight. "Buy it," Daniel commanded. 10,000 points spent. Bank, 0 points. System Party Ring ready in your right palm. Daniel finished his warm chicken soup. He wiped his hands completely clean on a white cloth. He looked across the noisy great hall toward the Gryffindor table. He looked past loud Ron Weasley. He looked past famous Harry Potter. He looked straight at Neville Longbottom. Neville was sitting at the very end of the wooden bench all by himself, trying to fix a broken strap on his school bag. looking super sad and feeling like the weakest, clumsiest boy in the whole world. Daniel touched the warm, invisible ring inside his pocket. "Don't worry, Neville," Daniel thought, his silver eyes glowing with a gentle white gold ring. "Your clumsy days are officially over." Chapter 26, The Invisible Ring and the Brave Knight. The afternoon sky was cloudy and grey. After class, the school greenhouse was totally empty. The air inside smelled like wet dirt and warm green leaves. Neville Longbottom sat on a small wooden stool in the corner. He was crying quietly. On the table in front of him was a broken clay pot and a little, dying green plant with sad, dropping leaves. He held his father's old wand in his shaking hand. "Fix," Neville whispered, trying to say the magic fixing spell. "Please fix." A tiny grey spark fell out of the wand and hit the dirt. The broken clay pieces did not move. Neville dropped his face into his hands. "I am so stupid," he sobbed out loud. "I cannot do anything right." "That is a very big lie," a smooth, calm voice said. Neville jumped up and wiped his eyes fast. Daniel Sterling was standing in the open doorway. His clean grey robes looked neat and warm. His silver eyes were glowing with a soft, gentle light. "Daniel!" Neville sniffed. What are you doing here?" Daniel walked over to the wooden table. He did not look at the broken pot with mean eyes. He looked straight at Neville. "I came to find you," Daniel said. "You look like a boy who needs a real wand, and a real friend." Neville looked down at his own scuffed shoes. "My grandma says I am a bad wizard. My magic is too small. I drop things all the time." "Your magic is not small, Neville," Daniel said softly. "It is just trapped inside a bad box. And I have the secret key to open it." Daniel reached into his pocket. He brought out his right hand, keeping his fingers closed. "Do you remember our very first flying class on the grass?" Daniel asked. "When you fell from 30 feet up?" Neville looked up. His watery eyes got wide. "You caught me." "The wind, that was not the wind. That was you." Daniel nodded his head. "Yes. It was me. I have a very special power, Neville. And I am building a safe team. If you join my team, nobody will ever call you clumsy again. You will be strong enough to protect your friends, protect your plants, and make your grandmother super proud." Daniel opened his hand. Resting on his palm was a tiny, clear circle of pure, warm light. "Put out your right hand," Daniel said. "And say yes." Neville looked at the clear light. He looked at Daniel's strong, quiet face. Neville did not feel scared. For the very first time in his whole life, he felt completely safe. Neville put out his shaking hand. "Yes," he whispered. "I want to be strong." Daniel slipped the invisible warm ring onto Neville's middle finger. Melt. The ring sank right into Neville's skin, leaving a tiny, glowing blue star mark that flashed once and hid safely away under his flesh. Instantly, the giant blue system screen popped right into the air in front of Neville's nose. Party link successful. "Welcome, Knight, Neville Longbottom. Master, Daniel Sterling. Shared power bonus, plus 100 magic power added to Knight's mana core." "Whoa!" Neville yelled, jumping backward and falling off his little stool. "What is that floating blue writing? It is right in front of my eyes." Before Daniel could answer, the giant, super heavy white gold power from Daniel's heart shot through the invisible magic link and dumped right into Neville's chest. Whoosh! It looked like a warm yellow sun had just popped open inside Neville's ribs. Neville stopped breathing for 3 seconds. His round face turned red, then normal, and then completely lit up with giant, blazing health. His normal, weak little magic engine suddenly got 10 times bigger, wider, and super heavy. The old fear block in his brain snapped in half instantly. "Stand up, Neville," Daniel's voice spoke. Neville blinked. Daniel's lips had not moved at all. The voice had happened completely inside Neville's own head. You are talking inside my mind." Neville thought back, his brain figuring out the secret radio instantly. "Yes," Daniel thought back, smiling brightly. "That is our secret team connection. Now, pick up your wand. Point it at your dying little green plant, and just think the word grow." Neville scrambled to his feet. His hands were not shaking anymore. His whole body felt super light, super fast, and totally full of clean, warm energy. He pointed his wand at the sad green plant. He thought, "Grow." Boom! A giant, beautiful wave of pure white gold light shot out of Neville's wand like a massive sunbeam. The light hit the dirt. The little dying plant did not just get better. It shot up into the air like a green rocket. It grew 3 feet tall, grew 40 thick green leaves, and popped out 12 giant, brilliant blue flowers in less than 2 seconds. The broken clay pot on the table actually melted back together around the new dirt, turning into a shiny, tough new grey bowl. The whole greenhouse filled with the sweet, fresh smell of summer rain. Neville dropped his arm. He stared at the giant, beautiful blue flowers. Then he looked at his own hand. "I did that," Neville whispered, his voice full of pure wonder. "I actually did that." "You have 100 extra magic power points now," Daniel said out loud, putting his hands back into his pockets. "You are officially more powerful than the teachers." Neville turned around and looked at Daniel. His watery, scared look was completely gone. Now, his eyes were shining with a giant, brave, solid light. He finally understood the big picture. Daniel was not just a nice Hufflepuff boy. Daniel was a hidden king. Neville stood up super straight, put his right fist over his heart, and gave Daniel a deep, truly loyal bow. "Thank you, Daniel," Neville said clearly. "I will never let you down. What do we do first?" A giant, blazing gold screen popped up right over the blue flowers. System party created, 2/5 members. New party skill unlocked, the shared shield. When your knight is in danger, your immortal body will take the hit for them automatically. Bonus reward, 2000 system points added. Bank, 2000 points. Daniel read the shining gold words and waved the screen away. He looked out the greenhouse glass at the dark, tall stone towers of the school. First, Daniel smiled, walking toward the door, "We go down to the Great Hall to eat some warm apple pie. And tomorrow night, you and I are going to take a nice little walk into the woods to go catch a bad teacher." Chapter 27, The Sweet Pie and the Broken Stick. The Great Hall was warm and smelled like baked sugar. Daniel sat at the Hufflepuff table eating warm apple pie with sweet white cream. Across the hall at the Gryffindor table, Neville Longbottom was eating his pie too. But Neville looked different today. He sat up super straight. His shoulders were high, and his face was completely calm. Draco Malfoy walked over with Crabbe and Goyle. Draco had a mean, ugly smile on his pale face. "Look at Longbottom," Draco said loudly to the Gryffindor table. "Did you lose your toy toad again? Clumsy? Move out of the way. We want to sit on this bench." Normally, Neville would turn red, shake, and drop his spoon. Today, Neville did not move an inch. He took another slow bite of his pie, looked up at Draco, and said clearly, "No. There are plenty of empty seats down there." Draco's face turned completely red. He was totally shocked. "You dare tell me no? I will jinx your nose off right now." Draco pulled out his dark wooden wand and pointed it right between Neville's eyes. Across the room, Daniel did not look up from his plate. He just used his secret mind radio and spoke inside Neville's head. Track his wand, Neville. Just look at the wood and think the word push. Draco opened his mouth to yell a bad spell. Neville didn't even stand up. He just looked straight at the tip of Draco's wand and thought, push. Because Neville now had 100 extra magic power points from Daniel's party ring, his invisible mind push did not feel like a gentle tap. It hit Draco's wand like a kicked bowling ball. Crack! The dark wooden wand flew right out of Draco's fingers, spun across the room in a fast blur, and snapped cleanly in half against the solid stone wall. The two broken pieces dropped onto the floor blocks. Draco froze like a statue. His arm was still pointed at the empty air. He looked at his open hand, then looked at the broken stick on the floor. My wand," Draco whispered. His watery eyes were completely wide with pure absolute terror. You broke my wand. You should keep it safely in your pocket," Neville said super politely, took another nice bite of his sweet pie, and looked completely innocent. Crabbe and Goyle backed away super fast. Draco spun on his heels and ran out of the great hall crying at the top of his lungs. Across the hall, Daniel gave Neville a proud, happy little nod. The whole Gryffindor table started cheering so loud the floating candles shook in the air. Later that night, the common room clock rang 12 times. Dong! 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 Daniel sat up inside his dark bed curtains. He spoke into the mind radio. Are you ready, Neville? Up in the high Gryffindor tower, Neville was sitting on the edge of his bed, fully dressed in his clean grey uniform. I am completely ready, Daniel. Stand by your door. I will send the ghost shield over you. Daniel closed his eyes. Using his true master connection to the castle floor blocks, he shared his ghost walker skill through the magic link. Upstairs, Neville watched his own two hands turn completely clear. The sound of his breathing went away. His body heat turned into cold room air. He became a totally invisible, silent shadow. They walked down the empty moving stairs and met at the heavy front doors. Neville looked at Daniel's shining silver eyes floating in the dark. This is incredible. The school maps cannot see us at all. We do not exist on paper anymore, Daniel whispered, and pushed the heavy front doors open with his mind. They walked out into the cold, windy night. The forbidden forest was dark and covered in deep white snow banks. Daniel called up his Earth Master power. As they walked into the deep trees, he commanded the ground blocks under Neville's boots, stay flat and hard like a stone floor. Because the earth obeyed Daniel, Neville did not trip on a single hidden tree root or fall into a single deep snow hole. They moved together like two fast, silent wolves. Daniel turned on his true sight. He looked 2 miles deep into the darkest middle of the woods. He found the dirty grey light of Professor Quirrell. Quirrell was standing in a circle of dead, black dirt. Because Daniel had healed the white unicorn and stolen the red stone, the Dark Lord was running completely out of magic food. Quirrell was doing something extremely mean. He had caught 50 little, glowing yellow forest fairies in a big glass bottle. The tiny fairies were crying and hitting the glass. Quirrell was raising a heavy rock to smash the bottle so Voldemort could drink their little yellow life lights. He is hurting the tiny forest people, Daniel said inside Neville's head. Neville's round face got extremely serious. His brave night star glowed under his skin. We have to stop him right now. We are going to do much more than stop him, Daniel thought back. They reached the edge of the dark forest circle. Quirrell was shaking so hard his knees were clicking together. His purple turban was messy and falling down over his eyes. Master, please, Quirrell sobbed out loud to the back of his own head. The fairies are too small. Drinking them will only keep us awake for one more day. Drink them. Voldemort's dark fog face screamed from under the cloth. The voice was thin and super desperate. I am starving. The red rock is gone. The castle floor blocks are pushing my magic away. Break the glass now. Quirrell raised the heavy stone over the fairy bottle. Daniel stepped out of the dark trees blocks. Neville stepped out right beside him. Daniel snapped their ghost walker skill off. Their clean grey uniforms became 100% visible in the bright moonlight. Put the bottle down, Quirrell, Daniel said. His voice was quiet, but it rolled through the dark trees like the heavy sound of a giant iron church bell. Quirrell spun around so fast he almost dropped the rock. His pale eyes popped wide open. You! The Hufflepuff boy! And Longbottom? What are you two doing out here in the middle of the night? I will kill you both. Quirrell reached into his coat, pulled out his wand, and pointed it to shoot a deadly dark green curse. Daniel did not raise his hands. He did not pull out his cedar wand. He just looked at his friend. Neville, Daniel said calmly into the secret radio. Use your plant power. Grab his wand arm and hold him to the sky. Neville looked at the tall, scary adult teacher. He felt Daniel's giant, warm immortal sun backing up his heart, and he did not feel a single drop of fear. Neville pointed his wand at the snow blocks. He thought, bind. Instantly, the frozen dirt under Quirrell's boots exploded. 6 massive, thick green thorny vines shot out of the earth like giant green whips. They zipped up Quirrell's legs, wrapped around his stomach, and grabbed his right arm so hard his wand popped out of his fingers and dropped deep into the snow. No! Get them off me! Quirrell screamed as the giant vines lifted him 10 feet into the air, holding him completely stuck. The fairy bottle dropped onto the soft moss. The glass top popped open, and the 50 happy little yellow fairies flew out into the safe trees, glowing like a lovely cloud of warm summer stars. Suddenly, the purple turban ripped open. Thick, rotten, pitch-black smoke blasted out into the cold air. The giant, scary fog face of Lord Voldemort formed over the trees, its glowing red eyes burning with blind, starving hate. Who are you? The Dark Lord roared, the sound making the tree branches shake. You are not normal children. I am the greatest Dark Master in the universe. Daniel slowly opened both of his bare hands. The 2 little hungry red circles of the Spell Eater popped wide open inside his palms, glowing with a blazing, beautiful, super hot crimson fire. Daniel looked up at the giant face of black smoke, gave Neville a bright, super happy smile, and whispered, "It's dinner time." Chapter 28, The Black Fog and the big red vacuum. The giant face of black smoke hung over the snowy trees. Blocks. Its red eyes burned with angry fire. I will tear you to pieces. Voldemort's fog mouth screamed. The Dark Lord did not use a stick. He gathered all the dark, freezing air in the woods and shot a massive, roaring river of thick black lightning straight down at Daniel's head. The lightning was so strong it made the heavy snow on the ground melt into boiling water instantly. Neville Longbottom did not jump back. He stood tall, feeling the brave night star under his skin. Daniel, watch out! Stand still, Neville, Daniel said happily. Daniel did not jump out of the way. He held both of his bare hands high into the air. The 2 hungry red circles of the Spell Eater shone with a blinding, hot crimson light. They looked like 2 tiny, super powerful suns. SHHHWIP. The massive river of black lightning hit Daniel's open hands. It did not make a loud crash. It did not push him backward. The hot red skin sucked the whole dark river right inside his flesh in one fast, easy gulp. Gulp. Delicious, Daniel smiled. Up in the air, the giant face of Black Fog looked completely shocked. Its glowing red eyes went wide. No. That was my strongest dark fire. How are you eating it? Because you are very weak, Tom, Daniel said softly. Daniel called up his level 2 vector dominance. He did not wait for Voldemort to try another trick. Daniel looked at the giant floating face of black smoke, grabbed its physical direction arrow in the empty air, and pulled it straight down toward his boots. Get over here, Daniel commanded. Whoosh! The giant cloud of black smoke was dragged out of the sky like a pulled party balloon. It could not fight the invisible math. It flew down and hit Daniel's bare open palms flat on the skin. No! Voldemort's fog voice shrieked. The hot red circles went to total absolute work. They acted like a giant, super-fast vacuum cleaner. They grabbed the thick, oily black fog, pulled it apart by its dark roots, and sucked the whole piece of Voldemort's living soul straight into Daniel's flesh. Gulp! 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 Daniel closed his eyes. He felt the rotten, dark fog drop straight down into his twin-star galaxy core. The blazing white gold sun and the pure red life stone caught the evil smoke. They burned the mean, scary feeling away instantly, turning the giant soul fog into a massive, roaring ocean of super clean, super heavy magic fuel. His numbers started to fly up in his mind so fast they lit up his brain. Parasite soul eaten, plus 100 magic power absorbed. Current total magic power, 400. The pitch-black smoke completely vanished from the forbidden forest. The dark red eyes were gone forever. The main, floating soul of Lord Voldemort, the one that had been hiding in the dark woods for 10 years, was completely eaten and destroyed. Only his hidden silver crowns and old gold rings were left in the world now. Up in the thorny green vines, Professor Quirrell let out one tiny, quiet sigh. Because the heavy dark soul was gone from his head, Quirrell went totally limp. He fell fast asleep, snoring gently into the cold night air. Daniel dusted off his bare hands. The hungry red circles closed up and hid safely back under his pale skin. He opened his silver eyes, glowing with a brilliant three-colored ring of white, blue, and red. Neville, Daniel said smoothly. Put the teacher down in the soft snow blocks. Let's go home. Neville waved his wand. The giant green vines gently lowered sleeping Quirrell into a deep, soft bed of white snow blocks, uncoiled themselves, and slipped back down into the frozen dirt. Neville stared at Daniel's empty hands. His mouth was hanging wide open. Daniel! You just ate the Dark Lord. You literally ate him like a sweet sugar cake. He was very filling, Daniel laughed brightly. Come on. I want to get some good sleep before breakfast. They turned on their ghost walker skill, turned into invisible, untrackable shadows, and ran back through the quiet, peaceful trees toward the warm basement. A massive, blazing gold and purple screen popped into the starry winter sky right behind them. Main story boss removed, the Forest Wraith. Rewards delivered 20,000 system points added. Current bank, 20,000 points. New ability unlocked, Aura of the True King, when you turn this on, any bad person or dark animal around you will fall to their knees in total fear. The next morning, the Sunday sun shone brightly into the Great Hall. Daniel sat at the Hufflepuff table eating a giant, happy stack of warm, buttered pancakes covered in sweet maple syrup. He drank a cold glass of fresh strawberry juice. Neville sat at Gryffindor, happily eating his pancakes too, giving Daniel a big, secret, knowing smile across the room. Suddenly, the side door opened. Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall walked in. They were carrying Professor Quirrell between them. Quirrell was wearing plain grey sleeping clothes. He had no purple turban on his head. He looked completely bewildered, rubbing his pale eyes like a little lost child. "Sit here, Quirinus," Dumbledore said softly, putting Quirrell into his chair. Professor Snape leaned over, his dark eyes looking at Quirrell's bare head. "Blocks, blocks, blocks. Where is your dark cloth, Quirinus? And why are you smiling like a simple fool?" I do not know, Severus," Quirrell said. His stuttering voice was completely gone. He spoke in a smooth, easy, totally normal voice. "I woke up in the snow, blocks, blocks, blocks. But my head feels so light. The terrible headaches are gone. The cold voice that used to yell at me is completely gone. I feel wonderful." Quirrell picked up a fresh roll of bread and took a giant, super happy bite. Dumbledore slowly sat down in his golden chair. He did not look at Quirrell. He looked straight up at the starry ceiling, blocks, blocks, blocks. The old headmaster's super smart brain was completely, totally out of ideas. First, the deep basement magic went to sleep. Then, the red stone walked out of a locked vault. Then, the holy ring of truth turned into yellow daisies. And now, the dark, dangerous teacher had been found sleeping peacefully in the snow, completely cured of all dark magic. Dumbledore picked up his golden spoon, dropped it into his oatmeal, and put his face into both of his hands, blocks, blocks, blocks. "Minerva," Dumbledore whispered through his fingers, looking like the most tired old man in the entire universe. "I truly believe the school castle has decided to start doing its own magic. I am going to take a 3-day nap." Down at the Hufflepuff table, Daniel cut another nice, warm piece of his sweet buttered pancake. He looked at his screen. "Bank, 20,000 points magic power, 400. Daniel smiled, chewed his food, and looked out the window at the sunny green lawn outside. Year 1 was officially mastered. Now, he had 20,000 points, and he was ready to see what kind of giant, crazy super magic he was going to buy for Year 2. Chapter 29, The Yellow Ribbons and the Crying Elf. The last week of school went by like a happy dream. The Great Hall looked completely different for the leaving feast. Normally, the room was covered in red and gold flags for Gryffindor, or green flags for Slytherin. Today, the entire hall was decorated in giant, beautiful banners of bright yellow and deep black. Hufflepuff had actually won the House Cup. Because Daniel had gained points for the troll. Neville had gained points for his plants, and nobody had lost 50 points in the middle of the night. The yellow table had the biggest score in the whole building. "The House Cup goes to Hufflepuff," Headmaster Dumbledore announced from his golden chair. He clapped his hands, trying to look cheerful, even though his smart brain was still taking a giant rest. The Hufflepuff table went completely crazy. Older kids were jumping on the benches, throwing their black hats high into the starry ceiling, and shouting with pure joy. Cedric Diggory ran over and lifted Daniel right up onto his shoulders. Daniel did not yell. He just held a sweet, juicy yellow peach in his hand, took a nice little bite, and gave the happy crowd a bright, friendly wave. Later that night, the common room went dark and quiet. Daniel sat inside his yellow bed curtains. He looked at his screen. Current bank, 20,000 points system, Daniel thought. Tomorrow morning, the red train is taking us back to London. I do not want to spend 2 months of my summer living inside that grey, boring Muggle group home. What is the best item to fix my summer holiday? The blue screen flipped over, glowing with a bright, warm orange light. Item, the Secret Sun Key, rank S, cost, 20,000 points. What it does, you get a tiny golden key shaped like a little sun. You can put this key into the door of any normal Muggle room in the world. When you open the door, it will not show the dirty street outside. It will open into your own giant, private magical summer mansion on a warm, hidden tropical island. It has endless fresh food, a giant blue swimming pool, and nobody in the universe can ever find it. Daniel smiled so big his eyes almost closed. A portable summer paradise. Buy it, Daniel commanded. 20,000 points spent. Bank, 0 points. A small, super warm golden key popped into the air and dropped safely into his palm. It felt like holding a smooth, warm river stone sitting in the afternoon sun. He put it safely into his pocket, closed his eyes, and went to sleep feeling like a true winner. The next morning, the giant red steam train rolled fast down the iron tracks, carrying hundreds of children back to the normal city of London. Daniel and Neville sat together in a clean, quiet room near the end of the train. Neville was happily looking through a big new book about rare forest flowers. Suddenly, with a loud pop, a creature appeared right on the wooden seat next to them. It was a tiny little man, only 3 feet tall. He had giant, bat-like ears, a long thin nose, and eyes the size of giant green tennis balls. He was wearing an old, dirty grey pillowcase with holes cut out for his arms. It was Dobby the house elf. Normally, Dobby's plan was to sneak into a muggle house to warn Harry Potter about the new school year. But Dobby's deep elf magic had felt something giant, impossible, and super heavy moving across the country inside this train. Dobby slowly turned his big green eyes toward Daniel. With Daniel's magic power sitting at a massive 400 score. To Dobby's super-sensitive magic eyes, Daniel did not look like an 11-year-old boy. He looked like a towering, blazing, godlike mountain of pure white gold fire. Instantly, Dobby let out a high, shaking squeak, slid off the train seat, and fell flat onto his stomach on the floor. Blocks. He grabbed Daniel's clean grey shoes and started crying giant, heavy rivers of happy tears. The Great King! Dobby sobbed out loud, his little squishy body shaking wildly. Dobby has found the Great White Gold King! Oh, what a holy day for Dobby! Neville dropped his flower book. Whoa! Daniel, there is a little green-eyed elf crying on your feet. Daniel did not pull his boots away. He did not get mad. He just reached down, put a soft, warm piece of sweet yellow bread into Dobby's little shaking hands, and used his very gentle voice. Hello, little friend, Daniel said smoothly. Why are you crying on my shoes? Dobby looked at the delicious sweet bread in his hands. He looked up at Daniel's strong, calm face. Dobby sniffed hard. Great King, Dobby whispered, his big eyes completely wide with real fear. Dobby came to warn the children. You must not let Harry Potter go back to Hogwarts Castle this year. A bad man, a very bad master is going to send a terrible, dark trap into the school. History is going to repeat itself, and bad things will kill the students. Daniel did not ask what the trap was. He already owned the math of the world. Daniel just turned on his A-rank true sight and looked straight into Dobby's big green eyes. Blocks. His vision flew right inside the little elf's memory. He saw a dark, fancy room. He saw a tall man with long white blonde hair. Lucius Malfoy. He saw Lucius open a secret box under his floor and pull out a small, old, scaly black writing book. Hovering right over the black book in the memory, Daniel's magic eyes printed the absolute secret truth in clear green words: Target, Tom Riddle's school diary, Horcrux 3 of 7. Status, contains the 16-year-old memory soul of the Dark Lord. Daniel slowly closed his magic eyes. The train room went back to normal grey daylight. A tiny, hungry red circle popped open inside Daniel's right palm for half a second, glowing with a super hot, eager crimson flash, and then hid safely away under his pale skin. Daniel looked down at the little elf, gave him a bright, fearless, wonderful smile, and gently patted Dobby's big bat ears. Eat your sweet bread, Dobby, Daniel said softly. And go tell your bad master Lucius that I am very, very excited to read his little black book. Chapter 30, The Golden Key and the Sunny Island. Dobby the house elf sat on the floor blocks of the train. He held the sweet yellow bread in his small, shaking hands. He looked up at Daniel's strong, quiet face. The little elf's giant green eyes stopped leaking tears. For the very first time in his life, the deep, heavy magic inside his chest did not feel like a cold iron chain. It felt warm. The Great King is not scared of the bad black book. Dobby whispered, his big ears standing straight up. The black book should be extremely scared of me, Daniel said smoothly. Dobby took a giant, happy bite of the sweet bread. He chewed fast, gave Daniel a deep, funny little bow that almost touched his nose to his toes, and snapped his little fingers. Pop! The elf vanished from the train room instantly, leaving behind the nice smell of fresh summer rain. Neville Longbottom blinked, looking at the empty floor blocks. Daniel, are we truly going to fight a dark book next year? We are not going to fight it, Neville, Daniel smiled, leaning back against his seat. We are going to eat it. An hour later, the giant red steam train let out a long squeak and came to a full stop inside King's Cross Station. In London, the platform was completely packed with parents hugging their children. Neville looked out the window. He saw his grandmother standing by a stone pillar. She looked very tall, very strict, and she was wearing a big green hat shaped like a bird. Normally, Neville would shake, drop his bag, and walk over to her looking like a sad little mouse. Today, Neville picked up his heavy trunk with one hand. Because Daniel's party ring gave him 100 extra magic power points, the heavy box felt as light as a school book. Neville walked down the train steps with his head held high, his shoulders back, and his uniform looking completely neat and clean. His strict grandmother looked at him. Her eyes went completely wide. She looked at his steady hands, his brave face, and the giant, solid look in his eyes. Slowly, a giant, super proud smile broke across the old woman's stern face. She reached out and gave her grandson a big, real hug. Neville looked over his grandmother's shoulder and tapped his own forehead. Blocks, the secret signal for their mind radio. I will talk to you on the radio every night, Daniel. Neville's thoughts spoke clearly inside Daniel's head. Enjoy your summer garden, Neville, Daniel thought back, giving his brave knight a happy little wave. Daniel took the normal city bus back to the quiet town of Surrey. He walked up the cracked grey steps of St. Jude's Home for Boys. The place looked exactly the same as the day he left. It was rainy, grey, and smelled like cheap soap and old wet floor mats. Mrs. Gable, the loud head matron, was standing in the hallway pointing her finger. Sterling, she yelled, her voice sounding like a loud horn. You are 20 minutes late. Carry your box up to room 4, change your clothes, and get down to the kitchen to wash the cooking pots. Daniel did not make her teacup break today. He did not get angry. He just looked at her with his calm silver eyes. Using track 1 of his mind, he caught the physical sound waves of her mean, loud voice. He mentally flipped the loudness arrow down to 0. Yes, Mrs. Gable, Daniel said politely. When Mrs. Gable tried to yell back, no sound came out of her mouth at all. She felt a sudden, freezing cold shiver run down her neck. Blocks. She looked at the quiet 11-year-old boy, felt pure absolute panic in her stomach, and turned around to walk away into her office as fast as she could. Daniel carried his trunk upstairs and pushed the door to room 4 open. It was a tiny, sad little bedroom. The yellow wallpaper was peeling. The bed was made of hard iron. The single window looked out at a dirty grey brick wall. A normal boy would sit on the bed and feel super sad. Daniel just smiled, reached into his pocket, and pulled out his secret sun key. The little golden key was glowing with a brilliant, beautiful, super hot yellow light. It felt like holding a piece of the afternoon sun. Daniel walked over to the plain, cheap wooden door of his small clothes closet. He slipped the golden sun key right into the rusty iron keyhole. He turned it to the right. Click. The plain wooden door gave a deep, magical hum. A bright line of pure gold fire drew itself all the way around the wooden frame. Daniel reached out and pulled the closet door wide open. It did not show his old grey winter coats. A massive, beautiful rush of sweet, super warm tropical wind blasted out of the closet frame and hit Daniel's face blocks. It smelled of fresh pineapples, salty sea water, sweet yellow flowers, and giant, clean sunshine. Daniel took one step forward and walked completely through the door frame. He was standing on a high, bright balcony made of pure white marble blocks. Blocks. Below him sat a giant, gorgeous white summer palace sitting on top of a rolling green hill. Giant palm trees waved gently in the warm breeze. A massive blue swimming pool sparkled like melted liquid glass under a totally perfect, cloudless blue sky. All around the island sat an endless, super clear, beautiful blue ocean that stretched to the edge of the world. There was no rainy London. There was no loud matron. There was only 100% private absolute freedom. Behind him, the plain wooden closet door turned into a fancy glass door and clicked shut. A giant, blazing gold and orange system screen exploded into the sunny air right over the swimming pool. Secret Summer Island secured. Welcome home, Master Daniel. Special base rule activated, the slow clock. What it means, time inside this hidden paradise moves twice as slow as the real Muggle world outside. 2 months of real summer time in London will give the host 4 full months of living, sleeping, and training inside this island. Daniel stared at the floating orange words. His breath stopped in his throat. 4 months. He had 4 months of secret time. By the time September arrived, and Lucius Malfoy tried to drop that evil little black diary into Ginny Weasley's school bag, Daniel's magic power score wasn't going to be 400 anymore. It was going to be 1,000. Daniel walked down the white marble steps to the edge of the sparkling pool. He sat down on a super soft yellow chair, took off his shoes and socks, and pushed his bare toes straight into the warm, lovely blue water. He pulled a fresh, juicy red apple out of his pocket and took a giant, crunchy, wonderful bite. System, Daniel said out loud to the bright blue sky, leaning back and closing his silver eyes in. The warm summer Sunday open the super training library. Let's see how much power we can eat before breakfast. Chapter 31, The Magic Cannon and the Spicy Fire. The warm blue water of the pool gently lapped against Daniel's bare feet. The tropical sun was so bright and perfect that he didn't even need a towel. His unbreakable immortal skin dried off in 2 seconds. System, Daniel repeated, taking a sip of a cold, sweet orange drink that had just appeared on his little table. Show me the training menu. A clean, bright green screen popped up over the water. Island feature, the spell pitching machine. What it does, a floating stone box will appear on your grass. You can tell it to shoot any magic spell from history at you. You can practice dodging them, blocking them, or catching them. Cost to run, 0 points. It uses the endless magic of your island sun. Daniel sat up. His silver eyes lit up. A free machine that shoots magic at him all day? That wasn't a workout. That was an all-you-can-eat free buffet. Put the box on the grass, Daniel commanded. He walked out of the pool area and stood on the soft, perfectly cut green lawn. 30 feet away, the open air gave a soft pop. A smooth, round black stone cannon floated 4 feet off the ground. It pointed its dark hole straight at Daniel's chest. Machine, Daniel called out. Set to level 1. Shoot 20 normal red stunning spells at me, one after the other. Go fast. Pew. 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 The black stone cannon started spitting fast balls of red light. Daniel did not move his feet. He just held up both of his open palms. The two hungry red circles of the spell eater popped open inside his skin, glowing with a happy crimson light. SHHH whip. SHHH whip. SHHH whip. He caught the red magic balls like a master baseball player catching soft tennis balls. Every time a red light hit his hand, it got sucked inside with a cool, refreshing little zap. It tasted like sweet strawberry candy. +2 magic power. +2 magic power. In 10 seconds, all 20 spells were eaten. Daniel licked his lips. Too slow. Too soft. Turn the heat up to level 5. Shoot real fire. The black stone cannon started to hum. The stone turned a deep, hot red. Boom. A ball of roaring, bright orange fire the size of a beach ball shot out of the cannon, flying straight at Daniel's face so fast it left a black burn line in the grass. Daniel reached out his bare right hand and grabbed the fireball right in its hot center. Sizzle. The orange fire tried to explode, but the red circle in his palm sucked the whole fire blast down into his white gold core instantly. The heat felt like eating a super spicy, crunchy potato chip. Oh, that is very good, Daniel laughed out loud. Keep them coming. Boom. 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 For the next 2 hours, the sunny tropical island sounded like a giant fireworks show. Balls of hot fire, fast blue lightning bolts, and sharp purple cutting spells shot across the green lawn. Daniel danced across the grass, catching them with his left hand, catching them with his right hand, sometimes catching two at the exact same time and clapping them together to eat them both. By the time the afternoon sun started to go down, Daniel was laying on his back on the warm grass, holding his full stomach. The system printed his new score, training session complete. Magic power gained today, plus 120. Current total magic power, 520. 520. He was getting way too big for normal magic numbers. Suddenly, his secret mind radio gave a soft little ding. Daniel? Are you there? Neville's voice spoke inside his head. Daniel tapped his forehead blocks. I am here, Neville. How is London? It is raining really hard, Neville thought back. My grandma took me to buy my new school books today. But Daniel, something strange happened at the shop. Daniel sat up on the grass. Tell me. We were at the big book shop, Neville said. Lucius Malfoy was there with Draco. Mr. Weasley got into a big, loud fist fight with Lucius right in the middle of the store. They knocked over a giant shelf of heavy books. But while they were rolling on the floor blocks, I saw Lucius Malfoy do something with his hand. Neville's mental voice got very quiet and serious. He picked up little Ginny Weasley's old school book off the floor blocks, and he slipped a thin, dark black writing book inside it before he gave it back to her. Daniel looked out at his giant, beautiful blue ocean. The tropical sun was turning a lovely pink and gold. The timeline was completely on track. The trap had been set. Did anyone else see him do it? Daniel asked. No, Neville thought back. Only me. Because your party ring gave me super fast eyes, I saw his fingers move. What do we do, Daniel? Should I send an owl to Mr. Weasley and tell him? No, Daniel said smoothly, his silver eyes shining with a bright white gold ring in the sunset. Do not say a single word to the Weasleys. Let Ginny take the black book to school. Are you sure? Neville asked. Dobby said that book kills people. It only kills people who do not know how to eat it, Daniel laughed softly. Get some good sleep, Neville. I will see you on the train in September. Daniel snapped the radio off. He stood up and stretched his arms high into the warm evening air. He turned back to look at his green system screen. Notice, your magic power has passed 500. The deep ocean around your island has sensed your giant power. A legendary sea egg has washed up onto your white sand beach. Would you like to go look at it? Daniel looked down the green hill toward the quiet, beautiful white sand. A legendary sea egg. I really love this island. Daniel whispered to himself, put his hands deep into his pockets, and started walking down to the water. Chapter 32, The Glowing Pearl and the Baby Dragon. The white sand was still warm from the afternoon sun. The sky over the island was filled with 1,000 big, bright stars. Daniel walked slowly down the green hill to the edge of the quiet blue water. Right where the small waves touched the dry sand, sitting on top of a nice bed of pink seashells, was the egg. It was massive. It was as big as a large watermelon. It did not look like a normal bird egg or a turtle egg. It looked like a giant, super smooth blue pearl. Deep inside the shell, a soft sea green light was spinning slowly, like a little underwater wheel. Daniel knelt down in the wet sand. He reached out and placed both of his bare hands flat against the smooth blue shell. Thump! The giant egg gave a tiny, happy little kick against his palms. A clean green system screen popped up right over the pink shells. Legendary sea egg found, the royal water dragon. Status, very cold. It has been sleeping at the dark bottom of the ocean for 1,000 years. It needs a massive amount of pure magic fuel to wake up. Would you like to feed it? Yes/no, yes, Daniel whispered into the quiet night. Drink as much as you need, little guy. Daniel did not hold back. He opened the valve on his roaring 520 magic power engine. He pushed his blazing white gold fire and his warm red life magic straight down his bare arms into the blue shell. Gulp! 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 The giant pearl drank the heavy power like a thirsty puppy. The green light inside the shell started to spin faster and faster until the whole egg turned as bright as a street lamp. The small ocean waves behind Daniel actually stopped moving. The sea went completely, totally flat and still, like a giant dark mirror. The whole ocean was holding its breath, watching the egg crack. A tiny line of pure silver light opened across the top of the pearl. Pop! The blue shell broke into 100 tiny, shiny pieces of soft light that drifted away into the starry wind. Sitting in the wet sand was the creature. It was not a scary, ugly monster. It looked like a small baby dragon, but it had no wings. Its skin was super smooth and shiny, the deep color of midnight blue. Instead of feet, it had 4 lovely silver fins that waved gently in the air. Its tail ended in a wide, beautiful fin that looked like a blue fan. It floated 3 feet up off the sand, swimming through the open air exactly like a fish swimming in a bowl of water. It turned its small head and looked at Daniel. Its eyes were 2 glowing white pearls. It let out a super cute, high, bubbly sound. Chirp-blee. It swam through the air, floated right up to Daniel's chest, and gently wrapped its soft blue body around his neck like a cool, wet summer scarf. It rubbed its little smooth nose right against Daniel's cheek. A giant, blazing gold and blue screen popped into the sky over the beach. Legendary pet secured, the royal water dragon. Name, please pick a name, I will call you Tide, Daniel softly said, stroking the dragon's smooth back. The blue words on the screen blinked and saved the name. Pet name saved, Tide. New pet power unlocked, Absolute Lord of the Water. What it means, because this sea dragon is linked to your heart, every drop of water, rain, river, and ocean in the whole world will obey your thoughts alone. You can turn a river into hard ice instantly, or make a giant lake open up in the middle like a dry road. Daniel smiled. He looked out at his endless, dark blue summer ocean under the stars. He wanted to test his new gift. He did not pull out his wooden wand. He did not say a spell out loud. He just looked at the massive ocean sitting in front of his beach, and sent one simple, easy thought into the dark water: rise. Rumble. The deep sea gave a giant, heavy roar. In front of Daniel's eyes, 10 million gallons of ocean water lifted straight up into the starry sky. It turned into a towering, 200-foot giant wall of pure, solid blue water standing right over the beach. Big sea fish were swimming inside the floating wall, looking out at the beach completely confused. Daniel twirled his little finger to the left. Turn. The giant 200-foot water wall spun into a fast, beautiful, silent spinning circle in the open sky. Daniel snapped his fingers. The giant mountain of water dropped back down into the ocean. It did not make a big, messy wave that ruined the sand. It hit the sea and instantly turned back into a completely flat, quiet, perfect sleeping ocean. Oh, wow, Daniel laughed out loud, his silver eyes shining brightly in the dark. That is way better than a normal wand spell. Little Tide gave a happy chirp and blew 3 tiny water bubbles out of his nose. Daniel put his hands in his pockets and started walking back up the white stone steps toward his warm palace, carrying the baby dragon on his shoulders. He opened his blue screen and looked at his slow time clock. He still had 3.5 months of Sunny Island time left to play, practice, and eat more power from his pitching machine. Down in the rainy Muggle city of London, Tom Riddle's memory soul was trapped inside a little paper book, waiting to sneak into the school basement to let out a giant, dirty old snake. Daniel picked up a fresh piece of sweet yellow pineapple from his outdoor table and handed it up to his new dragon. Tom thinks a big snake is the scariest thing inside Hogwarts Castle, Daniel whispered to the peaceful tropical night, a brilliant, super dangerous smile on his face. He is going to be very surprised when he finds out the castle has a water god. Chapter 33, The Blue Tattoo and the Scared Diary. The 4 months of secret summertime went by like a fast, sunny bird. It was the very last morning on the island. Daniel stood on his white marble balcony. He did not wear a shirt. The tropical sun was warm on his skin as he looked at his final green system screen for the summer holiday. Summer training complete. Magic power gained over 4 months, plus 480. Current total magic power, 1,000. 1000 magic power. Daniel let out a long, slow, happy breath. A normal adult wizard had a score of 50. The great headmaster Dumbledore had a score of 160. Daniel had reached 1,000. His body did not even feel like normal human flesh anymore. It felt like a perfectly still, unbreakable diamond full of endless, heavy white gold sunlight. Little Tide, the royal blue water dragon, swam through the open morning air and floated right up to Daniel's arm. Time to go back to the rainy city, Tide, Daniel said softly. The baby dragon gave a cute, bubbly little chirp. It melted into liquid blue light and sank straight into the skin of Daniel's right forearm. It did not hurt at all. The magic turned into a beautiful, super cool, moving blue water tattoo shaped like a small dragon circling his wrist. Daniel put on his clean grey school uniform, walked back through the glass door, and turned his golden sun key to the left. Click. The tropical wind stopped. The bright sun vanished. Daniel was standing back inside his tiny, peeling yellow Muggle bedroom in the rainy town of Surrey. Outside the window, cold London rain was hitting the dirty brick wall. It was the morning of September 1st. Let's go catch a train, Daniel smiled. King's Cross station was super loud and full of white steam. Daniel walked through the magical brick pillar onto platform 9.75. He pushed his heavy school trunk on a small rolling cart with just one hand. Daniel, a happy voice called out. Neville Longbottom ran over through the crowd. Neville looked fantastic. He was standing super tall, his uniform was totally neat, and he was carrying a beautiful new wooden box full of magical plant seeds. Behind him, his strict old grandmother gave Daniel a deep, super polite nod of absolute respect before she turned around and walked away into the city. "You look taller, Daniel," Neville said, his eyes wide. "And your magic, whoa! My party ring is vibrating on my finger. Did you get stronger again on your holiday?" "I had a very big breakfast," Daniel laughed brightly. They pushed their trunks onto the giant red steam train and started walking down the narrow wooden hallway to find an empty room. Halfway down the train car, a door popped open blocks ahead of them. A big group of red-haired kids poured out into the narrow hallway, laughing and pushing each other. It was the Weasley family. Ron Weasley was talking loudly to Harry Potter about a flying blue muggle car. Right behind Ron walked a small, shy little girl with bright red hair. It was Ginny Weasley. It was her very first day of going to Hogwarts. She was holding her old, scuffed school bag tightly against her stomach. And sticking right out of the top zipper of her bag was the corner of a thin, scaly, pitch-black writing book. Daniel stopped walking. He stood nicely against the wooden wall to let the little girl pass him. "Excuse me," Ginny said softly, looking down at her shoes. "Go right ahead," Daniel said. His voice was super gentle and polite. The exact second Ginny walked past Daniel's chest, Daniel turned on his true sight for one split second. Inside the girl's school bag, the scaly black diary was leaking a giant, twisting cloud of oily, rotten black smoke. The 16-year-old memory soul of Tom Riddle was sitting inside the paper, feeling extremely smart and confident, ready to take over the school and let out his giant snake. Then, Tom Riddle felt the boy standing next to him. Through the paper covers, the piece of Voldemort's soul felt Daniel's massive, towering 1000 magic power engine. It did not feel like an 11-year-old child. It felt like a giant, blinding, super-crushing star falling out of the sky straight onto his head. The weight of the look was so absolute, so hot, and so ancient that the 16-year-old dark soul actually let out a silent, terrifying scream of pure panic inside the paper. The scaly black diary actually gave a hard, physical shiver inside Ginny's bag. "Oh!" Ginny gasped, stopping her feet. She looked down at her bag, completely confused. "That is strange. My bag just went freezing cold and jumped." Daniel reached into his pocket, pulled out a sweet, wrapped piece of yellow honey candy, and handed it down to the little girl. "The train shakes sometimes when the big steam engine turns on," Daniel gave her a wonderful, bright, totally fearless smile. "Here. Have a sweet candy for your very first day of school." Ginny's face turned completely red. She took the honey candy, whispered "thank you so much," and ran down the wooden hall after her big brothers. Neville stood next to Daniel, watching the red-haired girl walk away. Neville tapped his own forehead, the secret signal for their mind radio. "That was the bad book, wasn't it?" Neville's thoughts asked clearly inside Daniel's head. "Yes," Daniel thought back, stepping into their empty train room and sliding the wooden door shut. That was the little black book. It looked super squishy, Neville thought back, sitting down and smiling bravely. "It is going to be extremely squishy," Daniel laughed out loud, sitting by the window as the giant red steam train let out a loud whistle and began to roll fast down the iron tracks toward Year 2. Chapter 34, The Fake Hero and the Spitting Ink. The black school carriages rolled up to the heavy front doors of Hogwarts. It was raining super hard. Big grey drops of freezing water were falling from the dark night sky. When Ron Weasley and Harry Potter got out of their carriage, they got completely wet in 1 second. Daniel stepped out of his carriage. He did not open an umbrella. He just Sent one super gentle thought down to his right wrist, where the tiny blue tattoo of the water dragon was moving under his skin. Part. They. Heavy rain falling over Daniel's head did not hit him. The big drops magically split to the left and to the right, leaving a completely dry, perfect, warm tunnel of clear air for Daniel and Neville to walk through. Neville looked up at the floating rain tunnel. Daniel, you are the best umbrella in the whole world. I try to be helpful, Daniel smiled. They walked up the stone steps and stepped through the giant oak doors. The exact second Daniel's clean grey shoes touched the stone floor blocks of the entrance room, the entire castle gave a massive, deep, silent stone shiver of pure joy. The magic lines in the tall walls hummed like a happy, sleeping cat. The warm orange fires in the great hall popped up twice as bright. The living castle was saying, "The master is home." Daniel sat down nicely at the Hufflepuff table. The Sorting Hat sang its funny song, and little Ginny Weasley got sorted into Gryffindor. She ran over to sit by her big brothers, holding her old scuffed bag super tight against her stomach. Up at the high table, Headmaster Dumbledore stood up. He put on a warm grandfather smile. "Welcome back, everyone," Dumbledore called out over the loud talking. "Before we eat our welcome feast, please say a big hello to our brand new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart." A tall man stood up from his chair. He was wearing super fancy, extremely expensive robes made of bright blue silk. His blonde hair was waved perfectly. He gave the 500 kids a giant, shining white smile that looked like a picture on a box of clean toothpaste. All the girls in the room let out a happy sigh. Daniel did not clap. He turned on his A-rank true sight. He looked straight through Lockhart's expensive blue coat. Daniel almost laughed out loud into his sweet apple juice. A normal adult wizard had a magic power score of 50. Professor Snape had a score of 90. Daniel had a score of 1000. Gilderoy Lockhart's magic core was a tiny, dim, pale yellow spark the size of a small green pea. His score was only 12. He was basically weaker than a first-year child. But hovering right over Lockhart's blonde hair, Daniel saw a thick, greasy pink cloud of memory-stealing magic. Lockhart had never fought a single dark monster in his whole life, he just found real heroes, erased their brains, and wrote his own name onto their books. "What a giant clown," Daniel spoke to Neville on their secret mind radio. Across the room, Neville looked at Lockhart. "He looks like a fancy birthday cake." "He is about as tough as one too," Daniel thought back. Up at the table, Lockhart raised both of his hands to stop the clapping. "Thank you, thank you," Lockhart said in a super loud, oily voice. "Yes, it is me. Winner of the Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. I am here to teach you how to be brave and wonderful." Just like Daniel decided the speech was getting way too boring. He looked at the stone floor blocks right under Lockhart's shiny white leather boots. He sent a secret command into his true master's mark. "Castle. Make the stone blocks under his shoes super slippery, like wet ice, for 2 seconds. Lockhart took one big, proud step forward to show off his blue cape. Whoosh! His feet shot straight up into the air. Lockhart let out a loud, funny wahoo, completely lost his balance, and fell backward off the high stage. He landed flat on his bottom right inside a giant, steaming silver bowl of buttery mashed potatoes. Splat! Hot white potatoes flew everywhere, covering his perfect blonde hair and his expensive silk clothes. Next to him, Professor Snape slowly picked up his teacup, moved it 3 inches away from the flying food, and did not offer to help him up at all. The entire great hall started laughing so loud the floating candles shook in the air. Daniel reached out, took a sweet, juicy red strawberry from a gold bowl, took a happy bite, and watched the new teacher cry over his dirty cape. Later that night, the rain stopped. The Gryffindor girl's bedroom was completely quiet. Little Ginny Weasley sat on her bed inside her red curtains. She felt lonely. Her big brothers were off playing card games, and she missed her mom. She opened her bag and pulled out the thin, scaly black writing book. She took out a feather pen and a tiny bottle of black ink. She opened the diary to the very first blank white page. She dipped her pen into the wet ink, and wrote one soft, neat little word onto the paper: hello. Normally, the hidden 16-year-old soul of Tom Riddle would drink the black ink down into the paper, make the word disappear, and write back a super nice, fake message to start tricking her mind. Tonight, Tom Riddle was sitting inside the paper completely frozen in pure absolute terror. The Dark Lord's soul could feel the towering, giant 1000 magic power engine sleeping down in the Hufflepuff basement. It could feel the solid stone walls of the school humming with the boy's secret golden owner stamp. The room air was so heavy with Daniel's godlike power that Tom Riddle felt like a tiny, squishy little bug sitting under a giant, falling iron hammer. If I use my dark magic to eat this ink, Tom Riddle's memory thought, completely shaking inside the pages, that terrifying white gold monster downstairs is going to look at me again. Tom Riddle refused to touch the ink. Instead of sinking into the paper, the wet black ink sat on top of the page. Then, the black diary actually gave a tiny, scared shiver, and spat the ink drops straight back up into the air. Splat! The little black ink drops hit Ginny right on the tip of her nose. Ginny dropped her pen. She rubbed her wet nose, looked at the completely blank, totally grumpy black paper, and made a super confused face. What a broken, silly old book, Ginny whispered to herself. She closed the diary, tossed it hard into the very bottom of her wooden trunk under a big pile of dirty grey socks, and turned off her lamp. Down in the Hufflepuff basement, lying inside his warm yellow blankets, Daniel looked at his screen in the dark and let out a soft, happy laugh. Year 2 was going to be extremely relaxing. Chapter 35, The Blue Bugs and the Dirty Sock Prison. Deep inside the dark wooden trunk in the Gryffindor girls' room, the 16-year-old memory of Tom Riddle was having the worst week of his entire life. He was trapped at the very bottom, sitting under 6 pairs of Ginny Weasley's unwashed, sweaty grey gym socks. It smelled like old sour cheese and wet grass. I am the Dark Lord, Tom's memory sobbed silently inside the pitch-black pages. I am the great heir of Slytherin. Why am I sitting in the dirty laundry? I need to open the Chamber of Secrets. I need to call my giant green snake. Tom pushed a tiny, super-thin wire of his dark magic out of the top zipper of the trunk. He wanted to test the castle air to see if the terrifying white gold monster was still down in the basement. The exact second Tom's little magic wire touched the open room air. Zap! The solid stone walls of the Gryffindor Tower gave a heavy, warm hum and slapped Tom's magic wire right back inside the paper cover's blocks. Tom pulled his magic back fast, rolled up into a tiny, tight ball inside his pages, and decided to stay under the smelly socks forever. It was much safer there. Up on the 3rd floor, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was completely full. Gilderoy Lockhart walked out of his private office wearing a super bright, shiny purple suit. He gave the kids his giant white toothpaste smile. Put your books away, Lockhart called out, pointing his wand at a big iron cage sitting on his table. The cage was covered in a heavy grey cloth. Today, you are going to see real danger. Look at me. I have fought ice monsters. I have wrestled giant wolves. And now, I will show you the most terrifying little beasts in the whole magical world. Lockhart pulled the grey cloth off the box. Inside the iron box were 20 tiny, bright blue little men with long wings and sharp pointy teeth. They were Cornish pixies. They were making extremely loud, funny screeching noises. Pixies. Seamus Finnegan said from the front row, trying not to laugh. They are just little flying blue bugs. Do not be fooled, young man. Lockhart yelled proudly. They are super fast and super mean. Let's see how you handle them. Lockhart popped the iron door wide open. Whoosh! The 20 blue pixies shot out of the cage like fast blue firecrackers. The classroom turned into total absolute chaos. 5 pixies flew up and started ripping the big pictures off the walls. 3 pixies grabbed Neville Longbottom's school bag and threw all his clean paper out the high window blocks into the rain. 2 pixies grabbed Ron Weasley by his red ears and tried to lift him up to the ceiling. The kids started screaming and ducking under their heavy wooden desks. Do not panic! Lockhart yelled, waving his stick wildly at the roof. Use my special fixing spell. Pesky Pixie Pesternomy. A tiny blue spark fell out of Lockhart's wand. It hit a pixie right on the nose. The pixie did not fall asleep. It just made an extremely mean face, flew down, grabbed Lockhart's expensive wooden wand right out of his fingers, and threw it out the window into the mud. My stick! Lockhart shrieked. His big white smile completely vanished. He looked at the crazy flying blue bugs, let out a loud, "Hi eep," ran back into his private office, and slammed the heavy wooden door shut, locking it from the inside. The class was still screaming. Sitting nicely in the middle row, Daniel Sterling did not hide under his table. He pulled a small, crunchy sweet sugar cookie out of his pocket and took a happy little bite. He tapped his forehead blocks. Neville, Daniel's voice spoke smoothly. Inside Neville's head on their secret radio. The clown ran away. Do you want to clean the room? 2 desks away, Neville was standing up. His shoulders were back. His brave Night Star glowed safely under his skin. Yes, Daniel, Neville thought back. What plant do I use? Use the sticky green meadow grass, Daniel smiled, taking another bite of his cookie. Just point your wand at the stone floor blocks and think the word net. Neville raised his father's old wand. He looked at the crazy flying blue pixies. He did not feel scared of them at all. He felt Daniel's giant 1000 magic power sun backing up his heart. Neville pointed his wand at the stone blocks in the center of the room. He thought, net. Because Neville had 100 extra magic power points from Daniel's party ring, his plant spells were super heavy and lightning fast. Boom! A beautiful, bright white gold flash hit the floor blocks. Instantly, 50 long, thin, super soft green grass ropes shot out of the stone like fast green spider webs. The grass ropes zipped through the open air, caught all 20 flying blue pixies by their little waists in less than 1 split second, and gently pulled them all down to the stone floor. The green ropes wrapped around the pixies like soft little green sleeping bags. The pixies stopped screeching. They couldn't move their wings at all. They just laid there on the floor blocks, completely stuck and blinking their big round eyes. The classroom went dead silent. The kids slowly poked their heads out from under their wooden tables. They looked at the neat row of wrapped-up blue bugs, then looked at Neville Longbottom standing there holding his wand. Whoa, Harry Potter whispered from the front desk. Neville, you just caught all of them in 2 seconds. My grandma taught me some very nice gardening tricks over the summer holiday, Neville said super politely. Put his wand away into his pocket, and sat back down in his chair. The whole classroom started clapping and cheering so loud the window glass shook. A giant, blazing gold screen popped up over the wrapped blue bugs. Hidden class quest complete, the true teacher rewards delivered, 2000 system points added. Current bank, 2000 points. Party bonus, Neville Longbottom gains plus 10 permanent confidence score. Daniel read the shining gold words and waved the screen away. He finished his sweet sugar cookie and wiped his hands clean on a white cloth. He looked out the classroom door toward the quiet Gryffindor hallway. "Great job, Neville," Daniel spoke into the mind radio as the loud wooden clock began to ring for the lunch hour. "Go down to the Great Hall and get us a big plate of warm roasted beef sandwiches. Because while everyone is busy eating lunch, I am going to sneak up to the girls' room to pull a very grumpy little book out of the dirty laundry." Chapter 36, The Smelly Trunk and the Clean White Pages. The Great Hall was super loud. 500 kids were busy eating hot roasted beef sandwiches and laughing about Professor Lockhart running away from the blue bugs. Daniel did not sit down at the table. He stood in the quiet hallway outside. He turned on his ghost walker skill. His clothes stopped making noise. His body heat went away completely. He became a totally clear, invisible shadow. He walked up the grand marble stairs to the Gryffindor Tower. The giant painting of the fat lady was hanging on the wall. Normally, she asked every student for a secret password to get inside. Daniel did not say a word. He owned the stone wall's blocks. He just sent a simple, easy thought into the door frame: "Open." The heavy painting swung wide open with a deep, happy hum. Daniel stepped inside. The red common room was totally empty. He walked over to the girls' side. Normally, the stone stairs turned into a giant, slippery slide if a boy tried to walk up them. For Daniel, the stone blocks stayed perfectly flat and hard. They hummed happily under his shoes. He walked into Ginny Weasley's bedroom. He went straight to the small wooden trunk at the end of her bed. He popped the metal latches open. He reached down past the clean robes, past the school books, and lifted up a giant, super smelly pile of 6 unwashed grey gym socks. Sitting right at the very bottom of the trunk in the dark was the thin, black writing book. The exact moment Daniel's invisible shadow hand reached down, the diary panicked. The 16-year-old soul of Tom Riddle felt the giant, crushing 1000 magic power sun standing over the box. The diary actually tried to grow dark black spider legs made of ink to scramble away and hide under a wooden hairbrush. "Sit still, little pest," Daniel whispered into the quiet room. He used track 1 of his mind. He locked the downward weight of the diary to the wood with the force of a heavy iron truck. The book stopped moving instantly. A giant face made of pitch-black smoke gathered over the open trunk. Its red eyes stared at Daniel in pure absolute terror. "You!" Tom Riddle's memory voice screamed inside Daniel's head. "You are the monster from the train. What do you want from me? I am the great heir of Slytherin. If you touch me, I will command the giant green monster under the school to eat Bam." The loud smoke voice hit the giant, endless black stone wall of Daniel's absolute mind fortress and turned into completely harmless silence instantly. Daniel did not look angry. He smiled. He opened his bare right hand. The little hungry red circle of the spell eater popped wide open inside his palm, glowing with a blazing, super hot crimson fire. He reached down and grabbed the black diary right by its cover. SHHHWIP. The moment the hot red skin touched the paper, the giant smoke face of Tom Riddle let out a terrifying, silent shriek of terrible pain. The red circle went to absolute work. It acted like a giant, lightning-fast paper-cutting machine. It grabbed the old, rotten black magic stored inside the paper, pulled the teenage piece of Voldemort's soul out by its dark roots, and sucked it straight into Daniel's flesh. Gulp! 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 Lines of black lightning tried to bite Daniel's arm, but his unbreakable immortal body just ate the sparks too. Daniel felt the heavy dark soul drop straight down into his twin-star galaxy core. The white gold fire and the pure red life stone caught the dark smoke. They burned the mean, evil feeling away instantly, turning the soul into a massive, roaring sea of pure, clean magic fuel. His numbers started to fly up in his mind: Horcrux destroyed, 3 of 7 removed from the world. Magic power absorbed, plus 200. Current total magic power, 1,200. The pitch-black smoke was completely gone from the bedroom. The scary red eyes were dead forever. Now, the little book sitting in Daniel's hand stopped being dark and dirty. It turned into a lovely, soft, deep emerald green leather cover. The dark ink inside the pages completely vanished, leaving behind 100% clean, beautiful, innocent white paper. It smelled like fresh pine trees and cool morning dew. It was the original, pure magic of Salazar Slytherin. A giant, blazing gold and green system screen popped into the air over the gym socks. Main quest advanced, the Great Cleansing. Rewards delivered 10,000 system points added. Current bank, 12,000 points. New permanent ability unlocked, the voice of the Green King. What it means, you can now speak the absolute secret language of snakes. Every snake, lizard, and giant reptile in the whole world will look at you as their true holy master. They can never disobey your voice. Daniel smiled. He gently placed the clean, safe green notebook back into the bottom of Ginny's trunk, and dropped the smelly gym socks right back over it. When the little girl tried to write in her diary tonight, she wasn't going to find a Dark Lord, she was just going to have a very nice, normal notebook to practice her drawing. Daniel snapped his Ghost Walker skill off. His body turned totally visible again. He walked out of the Gryffindor room, went down the moving stairs, and walked nicely into the loud Great Hall. He sat down at the Hufflepuff bench right next to Cedric Diggory. Across the room, Neville Longbottom looked over from the Gryffindor table and tapped his forehead. Blocks. Did you get the bad book, Daniel? Neville's thoughts asked on their secret radio. The book is completely clean now, Daniel thought back, taking a massive, delicious bite of a warm roasted beef sandwich. Suddenly, deep down in the dark stone blocks 300 feet under the school floor, Daniel's super genius mind map heard a giant, heavy, ancient creature moving. A massive voice spoke up through the dirt in a low, sleepy hiss. The Green King? Is the true master finally calling me? Daniel chewed his warm sandwich, drank a sip of his sweet apple juice, and gave the stone floor blocks under his shoes a super gentle, happy little mental tap. Go back to sleep for a few more days, big girl, Daniel hissed back silently into the dark roots of the earth. I will come down to open your door after the weekend. Chapter 37, The Big Green Snake and the Sugar Apple. The weekend finally arrived. Friday night dinner was finished, and the Great Hall was totally dark. Down in the cozy Hufflepuff room, the wooden clock rang 12 times. Dong! 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 Daniel sat up inside his yellow bed curtains. He tapped his forehead. Blocks. Get your warm boots on, Neville, Daniel's thoughts spoke smoothly into the secret radio. It is time to take a little walk underground. Up in the Gryffindor Tower, Neville was already dressed. I am completely ready, Daniel. And I brought 2 extra sweet sugar apples from the kitchen, just in case the big pet is hungry. You are the best knight in history, Daniel laughed softly. They turned on their Ghost Walker skill, turned into clear, silent shadows, and met on the second floor outside the girls' bathroom. They walked inside. The room was gloomy and smelled like old soap. Moaning Myrtle, the ghost girl, was sitting on top of a toilet crying loud, wet tears. Daniel did not yell at her. He just reached out his hand and used a super gentle push of warm wind to float a tiny, glowing, beautiful blue water lily made from Little Tide's dragon magic right into the ghost girl's lap. Myrtle stopped crying instantly. She looked at the lovely, glowing blue flower, gave a giant, happy gasp and floated all the way up to the ceiling blocks completely quiet and smiling. Daniel walked over to the copper sinks. He looked at the side tap that had a tiny, scratched picture of a snake on it. Normally, a wizard had to say open and the sink would slide back to show a dark, slimy, super dirty stone pipe that you had to slide down on your bottom, getting covered in old black mud and dead rat skins. Daniel did not slide in the mud. He owned the building. He spoke in the deep, ancient, absolute voice of the Green King. The snake language did not sound like normal talking, it sounded like a heavy, vibrating, magical double bass touching the stone. Open the gate, Daniel hissed softly to the copper tap. And build a proper, clean marble staircase. I am the true master. I walk. The copper sink did not just slide. The entire stone wall split wide open with a deep, happy hum. A massive, gorgeous, 10-foot wide staircase made of glowing, clean white marble rolled all the way down into the deep earth. Along the wall's blocks, warm yellow magic torches popped open one by one, lighting up the path like a fancy palace hotel. Neville looked down the beautiful stairs. Whoa! Your house has the best secret doors, Daniel. I like to keep things neat, Daniel smiled, and took the first step down. They walked down the white marble steps for 5 minutes, going 300 feet deep under the school lake. They reached the very bottom. Standing in front of them was a massive, heavy round door made of solid grey stone, carved with 2 giant, sleeping stone snakes. Open, Daniel hissed to the door. The 2 carved stone snakes woke up, spun around the edge of the circle with a nice click, and the giant stone door rolled smoothly to the left. They stepped inside the famous Chamber of Secrets. It looked awful. It was a giant, super dark stone room. The floor was covered in 2 feet of freezing, dirty green lake water, and there were giant, scary towers of dead animal bones scattered everywhere. Daniel stood on the top step and shook his head. Blocks, blocks, blocks. Salazar Slytherin was a very smart man, but he truly needed to hire a cleaning person. Daniel tapped his right wrist. Little Tide, the blue water tattoo, gave a happy warm flash under his skin. Daniel used his absolute Lord of the Water power. Water. Go down into the floor drains. Blocks, blocks. Leave the stone completely dry. Suck. In one split second, the 10,000 gallons of freezing dirty water got sucked straight down into the side holes. Blocks, blocks, blocks. The floor became totally dry. Then Daniel used his true master stamp connection to the room. Stone blocks. Eat the dirty bones away. Turn the floor into clean, polished green marble. Rumble. The heavy stone blocks gave a giant, joyful shake. The ugly bones melted into the dirt, and the whole floor turned into a giant, gorgeous, blazing ocean of super shiny, bright green stone that reflected the yellow torches like a giant mirror. That is much better, Daniel nodded. He walked right into the exact center of the giant green hall. At the far end of the room stood a towering, 80-foot-tall stone face of Salazar Slytherin. Daniel took a deep breath. He sent his Green King voice rolling across the polished marble like the sound of a giant, ancient church organ. Come out into the warm light, big girl, Daniel spoke to the stone face. Your real king is finally home. Deep inside the dark stone mouth of the giant face, something massive began to move. The sound of giant, heavy scales sliding over rock filled the room. Slowly, the giant head lowered out of the stone mouth. Blocks, blocks. Blocks. She was huge. She was over 60 feet long, as thick as a giant oak tree, covered in heavy, armored scales the color of deep river moss. It was the ancient basilisk. She did not rush out to eat them. She kept her giant head lowered to the floor. Blocks, blocks, and she kept her massive yellow eyes tightly, completely shut. She spoke back in a low, shaking, super polite snake hiss that made Neville's shoes vibrate. Great King. The giant snake whispered into the stone. I keep my eyes closed. Please do not be angry. If I open my eyes, my bad magic will look at you, and my look kills human flesh. I do not want to hurt my master. Daniel smiled so warmly his silver eyes shone with a bright white gold ring. He walked right up to her giant, cold green nose. Open your eyes, beautiful girl, Daniel said smoothly. My body is an unbreakable immortal sun. The whole universe cannot crack my skin. Look at me. Slowly, the giant 60-foot snake opened her massive, glowing yellow eyes. She stared straight into Daniel's face. Blocks. The deadly, ancient yellow death look hit Daniel's clean skin, and just bounced right off him like soft morning sunshine hitting a shiny diamond. It did not even make his eyes blink. The giant basilisk let out a long, slow, amazed breath of air that smelled like old dry leaves. You! She hissed, her voice full of pure absolute awe. You truly are the king. You do not die. A giant, heavy tear of clear water actually fell out of the big snake's eye and splashed onto the green marble blocks. For 1,000 years, the giant snake sobbed softly to Daniel. The bad men only woke me up to tell me to bite things. They left me alone in the cold dark. I was so freezing. I was so hungry. I thought nobody would ever come to be my friend. Daniel reached out both of his bare hands and rested his palms flat against her giant, heavy green snout. You will never be cold again, Daniel promised her. And nobody will ever tell you to hurt a school kid again. Daniel opened the heavy gold valve on his roaring 1200 magic power engine. He pushed a massive, super warm ocean of his pure red life magic and his blazing white gold sunfire straight down into her cold green scales. Whoosh! The giant basilisk drank the holy power like a starving person drinking warm sweet milk. In front of Neville's wide eyes, the snake's dull, dirty, old mossy scales started to peel away like old paper. Underneath, her new skin turned into a blazing, brilliant, super shiny royal emerald color that sparkled like green glass. The scary, deadly yellow look in her eyes completely melted away, turning into a gorgeous, warm, safe golden sunlight. She was completely cleansed. The giant 60-foot monster gently rubbed her massive snout right against Daniel's chest like a giant, super happy house cat, letting out a deep, low rumbling purr that shook the whole underground palace. Neville walked over with a giant, brave smile on his round face. He held out his open hand. Sitting on his palm was a big, shiny, sweet red sugar apple. The giant green snake rolled her golden eyes toward the little boy. She reached out with her giant dark lips, super gently took the little apple right off Neville's palm without even touching his fingers, and gave a happy little crunch. A giant, blazing gold and green system screen exploded into the air right over the snake's head. Legendary Guardian secured, the Royal Emerald Serpent name, please pick a name, we will call you Ivy, Daniel smiled, patting her big warm nose. The screen saved the name with a happy chime. Guardian name saved, Ivy. Main quest reward delivered, 10,000 system points added. Current bank, 22,000 points. New special base feature unlocked, the Underground Hot Springs Water Park. What it means, you can now spend points to turn this giant green marble room into a secret super warm luxury swimming club for your party nights, complete with floating food boats and magical sunshine. Daniel looked at the floating gold words. He looked at his 22,000 points. He looked at Neville patting a 60-foot dragon snake on the nose. System, Daniel laughed out loud, his voice echoing happily through the shining green hall. Put the hot tubs right in the corner. We are going to have a pool party. Chapter 38, The Lost Shoes and the Moon Girl. The deep underground room did not look like a scary monster cave anymore. It looked like the most wonderful, expensive holiday hotel in the entire world. The green marble floor had 3 massive, round pools full of steaming, super warm blue water. Magical golden sunlight drifted down from the high stone roof. Like a warm summer afternoon. Floating wooden boats zipped across the water, carrying cold glasses of sweet peach juice and piles of warm, crispy potato chips. Neville Longbottom was floating on his back, wearing warm blue swim shorts. Next to him, Little Tide, the baby water dragon, was blowing happy little water bubbles. At the edge of the biggest pool, the giant 60-foot snake, Ivy, was resting her heavy green chin on a soft white towel. Her golden eyes looked so peaceful and happy. Daniel sat next to her on the dry stone, feeding her sweet yellow bananas. "This is way better than normal gym class," Neville said, catching a floating potato chip. "We should add a big water slide next week," Daniel smiled, patting the giant snake's warm snout. Daniel stood up. His unbreakable immortal skin dried off in one split second. He put on his clean grey school uniform and walked toward the white marble stairs. He wanted to go up to the school kitchen to get some warm honey cakes for Ivy's dessert. He walked up the stairs, stepped out of the hidden bathroom wall, and walked down the quiet hallway near the kitchen doors. Suddenly, he saw a small girl standing in the gloomy corner. She had long, messy, bright yellow hair. She was wearing a blue Ravenclaw tie. But she was standing on the cold stone floor with totally bare feet. She had no shoes on. She had no socks on. Her little toes were pink from the freezing winter air. She was looking behind a stone statue. "Hello," Daniel said smoothly. The little girl turned around. She had big, pale silvery blue eyes that looked dreamy, like she was watching unseen birds flying in the air. It was Luna Lovegood. It was her very first year at the school. "Hello," Luna said in a super soft, singing voice. "I am looking for my black school shoes. The little flying dream bugs took them away. My feet are very cold today." Daniel looked at her with his gentle silver eyes. He turned on his true sight. He did not see flying dream bugs. He saw the mean magic marks of 3 older girls who had stolen Luna's shoes and thrown them way up on top of a high, dusty wooden shelf just to be mean to her. Daniel did not get loud. He did not pull out his stick. He used track 1 of his super genius mind. He reached up to the high shelf with unseen vector hands, grabbed the little black shoes, and floated them gently down to the stone floor right in front of Luna's cold toes. Then, Daniel sent a secret command into the stone floor blocks: "Warm up. Hum a nice, soft song for her feet." The cold stone under Luna's bare feet instantly turned as warm as a heated winter blanket. Luna looked down at her shoes. She looked at the warm floor. Then she looked up at Daniel's strong, quiet face. Her dreamy eyes went completely wide. "You are not a normal boy," Luna whispered, her voice full of pure wonder. "You have a giant, beautiful, 3-colored sun sleeping inside your ribs. It is so bright and hot that it makes all the dark shadows run away." Daniel let out a truly happy laugh. Luna's natural magic eyes were so amazing that she could actually look right through his clothes and see his immortal heart. "You have very wonderful eyes, Luna," Daniel said softly. "My name is Daniel. And I think a girl who can see the secret sun belongs on my special team." Daniel reached into his pocket. He brought out his right hand and opened his fingers. Resting on his bare palm was the 3rd unseen, glowing party ring. "If you wear this ring," Daniel said, his voice super smooth and safe, "nobody will ever hide your shoes again. Your magic will get extremely big, your brain will understand every book instantly, and you can come swim inside my secret summer pool." Luna did not wait. She did not feel scared. She reached out her small, cold hand. "I really love swimming," Luna smiled brightly. "And your sun looks very warm." Daniel slipped the unseen ring onto her finger. "Melt the ring." sank right into her flesh, leaving a tiny blue star mark that flashed once and hid safely away. Instantly, a giant blue system screen popped into the air right in front of Luna's nose. Party link successful. Welcome, Knight, Luna Lovegood. Master, Daniel Sterling. Shared power bonus, plus 100. Magic power added to Knight's Mana Core. Special team magic found, Luna's dream eyes merge with Daniel's true sight. Whoosh! A massive wave of heavy white gold power poured through the link straight into Luna's chest. Her dim, messy little magic engine suddenly turned into a blazing, brilliant, gorgeous silver moon. Inside her ribs, her messy yellow hair smoothed out completely. Her dreamy eyes became super sharp, bright and crystal clear, but she kept her lovely, sweet, happy smile. Whoa, Luna said out loud, looking at her own hands. Daniel. I can hear your thoughts. It sounds like lovely silver bells. Welcome to the family, Luna, Daniel's thoughts spoke clearly inside her head on their secret radio. He reached over to the kitchen table and picked up a basket full of warm, sweet honey cakes. Come on, Daniel said out loud, taking her hand as she slipped her warm black shoes onto her feet. I have a brave knight named Neville, a blue water dragon, and a 60-foot green snake living under the bathroom who are all extremely excited to meet you. Chapter 39, The Honey Cake and the Golden Stage. Luna Lovegood walked down the clean white marble steps, holding Daniel's hand. When she stepped through the heavy round stone door into the underground room, she did not look at the dark corners. She looked straight at the 3 steaming blue pools of warm water and the magical golden sunshine floating under the roof. Oh, Luna said softly, a giant, beautiful smile lighting up her face. It looks like a birthday party inside a happy dream. Welcome to the base, Luna. Neville called out, floating over on a little wooden boat and handing her a cold glass of sweet orange juice. Then, the giant 60-foot snake, Ivy, lifted her massive green head off her white towel. Her brilliant emerald scales sparkled in the warm light. A normal person would drop their glass and scream. Luna just let out a happy little gasp. She walked right to the edge of the dry stone, reached out her small hand, and held up a sweet, warm honey cake. Hello, big green bird, Luna sang out softly. You have extremely lovely golden eyes. The giant 60-foot basilisk blinked. She looked at the tiny girl. She felt Daniel's warm party link inside Luna's heart. Super gently, the giant snake opened her dark lips, took the soft honey cake right off Luna's fingers, and let out a deep, low, rumbling purr that made the warm pool water make tiny happy bubbles. Luna took off her shoes, sat on the edge of the green marble blocks, and pushed her pink toes into the warm water. I truly love our secret family, Luna's thoughts rang out like clear silver bells inside the secret mind radio. Daniel sat down next to her, took a crunchy bite of a sweet red apple, and gave his 2 knights a super proud smile. The team was growing. And life was totally perfect. The next Tuesday morning, the Great Hall was covered in giant, shiny pink and gold posters. Gilderoy Lockhart had drawn a giant, moving picture of his own face winking at the kids. The big letters on the sign said, The Great Dueling Club. Tonight at 8 o'clock. Come learn how to defend yourself like a handsome master. Sitting at the Hufflepuff table eating warm buttery toast, Daniel looked at the poster and tapped his forehead. The clown wants to play with magic sticks tonight, Daniel's voice spoke smoothly into the radio. Do we want to go watch him fall over again? Across the room at the Gryffindor table, Neville took a sip of milk. Yes, Daniel. His fancy coats are very funny. At the Ravenclaw table, Luna was happily putting sweet strawberry jam onto her roll. His purple hat has very worried magic. It wants to go fly away into the woods. When 8 o'clock arrived, the great hall was completely packed. All the long dinner tables were gone. In the middle of the room stood a long, high stage made of shiny gold wood. Professor Lockhart walked up onto the stage wearing a brand new suit made of bright pink silk. On the other end of the stage stood Professor Snape, wearing his normal black robes. Keeping his arms crossed and looking like a dark storm cloud ready to shoot lightning. "Gather around, everyone!" Lockhart shouted, waving his hands. "Yes, it is me. Professor Snape has agreed to help me show you a small fight. Do not worry, children, I will not hurt your chemistry teacher too badly." Professor Snape's left eye gave a hard, angry twitch. He pulled out his black wand. They bowed to each other. They walked 3 steps back. 1, 2, 3. Lockhart yelled. Lockhart reached back to make a fancy pose. Snape was 10 times faster. He pointed his stick flat at Lockhart's chest and snapped, "Expelliarmus!" Boom! A giant blast of red light hit Lockhart right in the stomach. His feet left the ground completely. He flew backward through the air like a kicked soccer ball, hit the solid stone wall with a loud smack, and slid all the way down to the floor blocks into a messy pile of pink silk. The 500 kids started cheering and clapping wildly. Lockhart scrambled back up onto his feet. His wavy blonde hair was totally ruined and sticking straight up like a crazy yellow broom. He faked a loud, shaky laugh. "Ah, yes. An excellent push, Severus." Lockhart squeaked, rubbing his sore backside. "I let you do that, of course. Just to show the students what falling down looks like. Very educational." Snape gave Lockhart a look of absolute, total disgust. "Enough demonstrating," Snape said coldly. "Let's put the boys up here. Malfoy. Potter. Get up on the stage." Draco Malfoy jumped up onto the gold wood, smiling his mean, pale smile. Harry Potter walked up the other side, holding his wand tight. "Just disarm him, Draco," Snape whispered. 3, 2, 1, go! Lockhart called out. Draco did not play fair. He did not say a pushing spell. He pointed his dark wand right at Harry's shoes and yelled, "Serpent Sortia!" Bang! A long, thick, super angry black cobra shot right out of Draco's wand. It dropped onto the stage, raised its scaly head 2 feet into the air, opened its wide neck hood, and pointed its sharp white fangs straight down at a Hufflepuff boy named Justin Finch Fletchley standing in the front row. The kids screamed and jumped backward. Harry Potter stepped forward. His brain forgot where he was. He opened his mouth, and fast, scary, hissing snake words started coming out of his throat to tell the snake to stop. Because normal people thought snake talking was evil, the kids all stared at Harry with wide, terrified eyes. Daniel Sterling did not wait. He walked right up to the edge of the golden wood. He did not look at Harry. He looked straight into the angry black cobra's little dark eyes. Daniel spoke in the true, absolute, godlike voice of the Green King. He did not make a loud, scary hiss. He sent a super soft, warm, vibrating mental hum right into the cobra's scaly ears. "Hey, little friend. Do not show your teeth to the children. Go give that nice boy a gentle hug." The angry black cobra froze instantly. Its dark eyes looked at Daniel's shining silver pupils. The snake felt the absolute, holy master of the green earth standing 2 feet away. The dangerous cobra instantly closed its wide neck hood. It dropped its head to the wood, let out a super happy, soft little sssss chum, and slithered off the stage. It did not bite Justin Finch Fletchley. It climbed super gently up Justin's grey coat, wrapped its smooth black body loosely around the boy's shoulders like a cool summer scarf, and rested its little chin right on top of Justin's head, poking its pink tongue out in a cute, friendly little tickle. Justin blinked. He felt the nice cool tickle on his forehead. He stopped looking scared, and suddenly broke into a giant, happy giggle. Look! Justin laughed out loud to the room. The snake is giving me a friendly hat. The whole great hall went completely, totally frozen. Professor Snape lowered his stick, his mouth open. Lockhart dropped his wand onto his own foot. Harry Potter stood on the stage, completely confused about why his scary snake fight had just turned into a pet show. A giant, blazing gold system screen popped right over the happy black cobra. Hidden event mastered, the peaceful stage rewards delivered, 3,000 system points added. Current bank, 25,000 points. Daniel smiled, gave the little black snake a nice little wink, and looked up at the two frozen teachers on the stage. That was a very fun trick, Professor Lockhart, Daniel said politely, his voice carrying clearly through the totally quiet hall. Who wants to let Neville try a turn next? Chapter 40, The Cat Girl and the Golden Ship. It was the night before Christmas. The school was covered in deep white snow. Up on the second floor, the girls' bathroom was full of thick, smelly green steam. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger were standing around a bubbling black cooking pot. Hermione was holding 3 small glasses of thick brown mud potion. We have to drink it fast, Hermione said, her voice shaking. It will turn us into Slytherin boys for 1 hour. Then we can go ask Draco if he is the bad guy. Up near the roof, Moaning Myrtle was floating happily, smelling her glowing blue water lily. Your soup smells like old rotten cabbage, Myrtle sang out. The polite boy with the silver eyes is going to be very mad that you are making his clean floor stinky. Harry ignored her. He dropped a hair into his glass. Ron dropped a hair into his glass. Hermione dropped a small black hair into hers. They drank the mud. Gulp. Harry's face bubbled and stretched. In 10 seconds, he looked exactly like Gregory Goyle. Ron grew big and wide, he looked like Vincent Crabbe. It worked. Ron whispered in his new, deep voice. Come on, Harry. Let's go down to the dark basement to find Draco. They ran out the door. They were in such a big hurry that they forgot to check on Hermione. From inside the last toilet stall, a tiny, scared, crying voice said, Go away, please do not look at me. 10 minutes later, the door to the bathroom clicked open. Daniel Sterling walked in, wearing his clean grey coat. Holding his left hand was Luna Lovegood. Holding his right hand was Neville Longbottom. They were carrying big soft white towels to go swimming in their underground hot tubs. Luna looked at the dark toilet door. Her sharp silver blue eyes saw right through the wood. Daniel, Luna said softly. There is a very sad little girl in that box. She has grown 4 long black whiskers and 2 fuzzy cat ears. Daniel walked over to the wooden stall. He gently knocked on the door. Hermione. Daniel asked smoothly. Are you stuck in the cat magic? Daniel. Hermione sobbed from inside. Go away. I took a hair off a girl's coat, but it was not her hair. It was her cat's hair. The magic drink does not work on animal fur. I am going to look like a furry animal forever. Open the little wooden lock, Daniel said. His voice was so safe and calm that Hermione slowly opened the door. She looked terrible. Her face was covered in thick black cat fur. Her eyes had turned yellow, and 2 pointy cat ears were sticking out of her bushy brown hair. Neville didn't laugh. He reached into his basket and pulled out a clean, sweet sugar cookie. Do not cry, Hermione. Daniel is super good at fixing things. Daniel reached out his bare right hand. Because he owned the endless red drop of life inside his heart, he had the pure red magic of total health. Daniel placed his bare palm flat against Hermione's furry forehead. He pushed one tiny drop of warm red magic into her skin. "Turn back to normal," Daniel whispered. Whoosh! A gorgeous, super bright warm red flash brushed over Hermione's face. In less than one split second, the thick black cat fur melted away into clean room air. The long whiskers vanished. Her yellow eyes turned back to her normal, pretty brown color. Her fuzzy cat ears popped back into normal human ears. She was completely, totally fixed. Hermione reached up and touched her own smooth, soft cheeks. She looked into the big copper mirror over the sinks. She looked at her own clean face. Then she spun around and stared at Daniel. Hermione's super smart book brain completely hit a giant brick wall and stopped working. "How?" Hermione whispered, her brown eyes completely wide. That is impossible. The Big School Book of Magic Drinks says an animal mistake takes 3 weeks of heavy bitter medicine to wash out of the human body. You just touched my head with a red light and fixed it in one split second. Magic books are full of very old writing mistakes, Hermione. Daniel gave her a bright, polite little bow. You should not read them so late at night. Luna walked over and handed Hermione the sweet sugar cookie. You have very nice normal ears now. Have a nice cookie. Hermione took the cookie blindly. She stood in the middle of the bathroom, completely frozen like a stone statue, her brain trying to do math that did not exist. Daniel led his 2 knights over to the copper tap with the snake picture. "Open the clean stairs," Daniel hissed softly in his secret snake voice. The giant stone wall split wide open, showing the gorgeous white marble steps and the bright yellow magic torches. They walked down into the deep earth, leaving Hermione standing by the sinks all alone, staring at the open wall like she had just seen a flying horse. Down in the hot springs room, giant 60-foot Ivy was already swimming in the warm blue pool, making happy splashes with her tail. Daniel sat down on a soft yellow chair. He called up his green system screen in the bright warm light. Current bank, 25,000 points system, Daniel thought. It is Christmas Eve. Open the S-rank legendary shop. I have 25,000 points. What is the most fun gift I can buy for my 3-person team today? The screen flipped over, glowing with a blazing, beautiful diamond white light. Item, the sky ship the Golden Badger, rank S, cost 25,000 points. What it does, you get a tiny wooden toy boat that fits in your hand. When you toss it onto any open lake or ocean, it grows into a massive, beautiful, 3-story magical pirate ship made of white wood and pure gold sails. It can sail on the water, or it can press a button and fly straight up into the clouds like a fast golden bird. Only people wearing your party rings can ever stand on its floor blocks. Daniel's silver eyes shone so bright they matched the screen. An invisible flying supership. "Oh, buy that right now," Daniel commanded. 25,000 points spent. Bank, 0 points. A small, super smooth wooden toy ship dropped into his palm. It felt warm and smelled like fresh ocean salt. Daniel looked across the steaming blue pool at Neville, Luna, the little blue dragon, and the giant green snake. "Hey team," Daniel called out happily, holding up the little wooden boat. "When the spring ice melts off the Great Lake, we are going to go become sky pirates. Like and comment for part 2.